He may think about going to the legs here. We know he's got that killer toe hold. Here he goes. He got it for right now. Oh, that's going to be a round.
There it is. Another
inevitable.
For the
He is inevitable.
Money bag in the bank.
Leg early. So is Chuy. My goodness! With the huge exit over Elijah Dalton.
We are at the HyperX Arena inside the Luxor. The Las Vegas Kings have partnered with HyperX. We're doing a super fun day where we are doing a WWE tournament. So grapplers of the digital world can actually go against professional grapplers for real. We got everybody signing up right now. The brackets are coming out real soon. And then we're going to do a run through. And then the top 4 guys get to go into a championship round where they get to compete for some prizes from HyperX.
And we're playing WWE 2K26 unreleased. We got a cut of our own at the HyperX Arena right now. The Las Vegas Kings are getting an exclusive copy. I definitely will hop up there and get my butt kicked. All these young kids are kicking our butts on this thing. They are so good out here. They're just great gamers, and we're learning from them. You know, it's so important to get out here to the HyperX, especially with the Las Vegas Kings. I mean, this is our hometown, and we like to promote gaming and physical activity and finding balance in a healthy way. And with HyperX, we're able to do that.
Man, we are so excited. It was so huge for the HyperX to want to work with the Kings and sponsor us and come on down for this super fun day. What a lot of athletes don't understand, or fans at home don't know about these athletes, they're training 6 days a week. They're away from their families. They're living in a strange place. So to be able to cut loose and just come down and hang out with Austin and the HyperX at the Luxor really just is a blessing. And there's some major matches going on in the... So not only are we kings on the mat, but we're kings in the digital world with WWE.
Good form of training, but it's a good form of awareness, right? We're getting some hand-eye coordination going, right? And we're just having a good time. These guys are getting the day off today, so they're getting to be able to relax. They had a hard days of training this past week, so it's been really fun getting out here, getting to Luxor, getting to HyperX. We got PGF guys here. We got you guys here. We got all the Kings here. We got some friends that actually showed up as well. They're coming out and enjoying some time with us, right? We got Rocco. He's up on the stage getting ready to rock and roll for everybody and let these young kids see how it's actually done.
So we're playing this video game place. I love PGF. I always watch it so much. And last Wednesday got to play and see it for live. I just think PGF is so cool. And shout out to Kings and Phenoms.
I did play against Rocco, but Chuy threw me out before I got to actually fight Rocco. No, I think that this is a great team building experience. You know, the HyperX Arena was grateful, or, you know, nice enough to let us come out here and use the arena to put on a little show. I think this is more or less for, you know, the people coming out here and getting to see the Kings and getting to talk to the Kings and, you know, be a fan. So this is just a little event that people could come out here and hang out with the guys and get a little talk with them, play some video games, throw them out the ring. Rocco's been a fan since last season. We did a kids seminar where they could come out and learn from Ricky, me, and Todd, and Jacob. And Rocco was one of the kids. He came out here today, and he threw everybody out the ring and won a pair of headphones.
Pues yo siento que ya somos unidos, pero esto nos une más al estar divirtiéndonos, jugando todos. Está muy entretenido y pues nos divertimos como equipo, la neta. Sí, la neta sí, es entretenido, pues es algo nuevo que me está pasando, la verdad, y es que es muy divertido.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I had a good week last week, a strong performance. I know week 4 and week 5, I really start to push the level of athlete, right? I have all pre-signed athletes, all franchise players from now on, so I know it's exciting. It's gonna be the tough matches, right? But I'm excited the most for the toughest matches. It's not really about what we're gonna see, right? It's about the effort level I'm gonna put out there. I know, right, the outcome will change, right, depending on the opponent, depending on the day, but really it's just about my effort level. I want to put my max effort out there every day. I feel like I've done that all 9 matches through the season, and I don't think today's going to be any different. I want to go out there and put my best foot forward whether I win or I lose, and it's not really the part I can control. The part I can control is my effort level. So I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna put my best effort forward, and hopefully we'll see some good finishes today. I'm excited, and now I feel like the pressure's kind of taken off. Being the highest paid athlete in the draft, really I felt there was a lot of pressure coming in to perform well and to have to make the playoffs. I feel like I've solidified myself in the playoffs. Now it's just a question of where I'll be number 1, 2, 3, 4, even 8. You know, guys can make big comebacks in the season. So really, I'm not looking past the tournament event. Right, that's the focus right now. I'm just excited the pressure's taken off that I have made playoffs. Or at least I feel like I have. It's going to take a lot for me to get kicked off of that picture. So I feel like I'm excited that pressure's just gone. Not that I'm looking forward to it or nervous about it. Just I'm happy the pressure feels like it's gone away.
La verdad es que se siente bien, me siento muy bien, la verdad me siento muy apoyado y que la verdad es que se siente muy padre, pero yo siento que sí voy a cumplir con las expectativas de las personas que me apoyan, porque al final del día lucho como si en verdad dependiera mi vida de eso, y creo que sí lo es. Pero por eso creo que voy a cumplir con las expectativas, creo que no voy a rendirme tan fácil.
Wednesday night, this is the night, okay? It's third, this is the night we're going to separate ourselves. The 4th week of the PGF, okay? So tonight is our night, okay? Which match is most important? First one. First match, okay? We're going to set the tone tonight. Remember, you guys have the best guys waiting in the wings to come in and fight for you guys. So leave it all out. Go out there and give it everything you can. We're looking for submissions, we're looking for kills, we're looking for breaks, but we're looking to bring it most of all. We want big matches and we want Tanner. We're going to have a lot of fun. All right, so who bring us in? Let's do it.
Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity. Thank you for this night. Thank you for this team. Thank you for the PGF, Lord. Thank you for bringing us all out here healthy into week 4. God, I pray that you be with us on the mat, protect all the athletes tonight. God, take away all our worries and anxieties. Help us to be able to step out and be confident and perform freely to glorify your name. Lord, I pray that we support our teammates and we're there to lift each other up. I pray that we step out to glorify your name in victory and in defeat. We're humble in victory, humble in defeat, God. Ultimately, we're here to glorify you. God, we thank you so much again for this opportunity. And we pray for your blessings on our performance tonight. In your precious and holy name we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Guys, pressure is a privilege. Okay, it's our night. Pressure is a privilege. We want the big matches. We want the big wins. This is where we get them at the PGF. Kings on me, Kings on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Survivability out. Took the armbar.
Closing in on the halfway point of the match.
This is what Andrew wants. This is exactly what he wants. But if you're Chuy, it's almost what
Sigue con el ritmo, Chuy. Sigue con el ritmo. Sigue con el ritmo. Él te quiere controlar porque sintió tu ritmo de guardia. Sigue con el ritmo. Eso, sigue invirtiendo, sigue atacando, Chuy. Eso, muy
nice counter. Nice counter by Chuy. Takes that overhook, that wizard kick.
Chuy, atento!
Money bag for Chuy Magana, and it's not the first time he's rallied back to go on offense under 90 seconds remaining.
5 seconds. 5 seconds.
David Aiken will go ahead and make this one official.
Yes!
Collecting that money bag.
Oh my God.
For the camera, show the camera.
Very nice, Shimada.
Muy bien, Chuy. Muy bien.
Does he want me to hold on to it for the night?
What prompted the money bag?
Oh, he did a great Uchimata. You didn't see that? It's one of the most difficult throws to do in judo, and so I always pop for a good Uchimata.
Nothing different, same as last week. I told y'all before last week 3 kills. I told y'all this week 3 kills. So we're on track to make it happen.
The 2026 season of PGF.
This is a crazy opportunity right here for Noah McCauley. Just imagine an upset win for him right here. And the thing is with McCauley, he's capable of beating anybody here at any time because he's got these certain spots in his game where he's under McCauley trying his best to bounce around and create some movement. He's going to exhaust himself.
And don't give up that back.
Yeah. Jett Thompson in business. We've seen him chase the rear naked choke.
And it doesn't feel too early to say goodnight.
No, I mean, absolutely.
So, McCauley, though, you talk about sort of boom or bust, right?
Boy.
Can finish, guys. 6 wins in the qualifier, all 6 under a minute, but not a good place to be with Jett Thompson on your back and face.
I mean, it feels like Thompson will either take your neck or take your teeth.
And look how he just switches sides, palm to palm. Noah surviving. He's finding a way for right now. Oh, that's going to be a round.
There it is. Another
inevitable. He is inevitable.
It's pretty crazy. She's like such a huge name, and they're like, oh wait, she's threw me $500. So yeah, big thank you. It's super awesome.
And just like that, for the Vegas Kings, a block of nothing. Those kills, monument.
And I think here with Jett Thompson, the money man of the night so far here. Is that 4 or 5 kills in a row for you right now?
5, I think.
5. Okay. If I might have to bust out the other hand for if you get any more tonight, man. That's an incredible streak though that you're on right now. It's really impressive to see you putting in work, consistently getting to the same spots, man. You can tell that you've improved a ton this season. What do you want to say to the folks at home to round out right now?
Thank you so much for watching me. Thank you so much for supporting me. Christ is King. He'll change your life.
Man, it's such a blessing. It's such an honor to have Ricky Lundell and Ronda Rousey both in my corner cheering me on and coaching me today.
You know, I just love this PGF format because it's just action first, and we get more action on this restart. Nicely done by Crump.
Crump circles, pushes the head down. He wants to get in there and try to... He really needs to get to his front headlock game. If I'm Caleb Crump, that's all I'm thinking about. I'm looking for any excuse I can find to grab that chin. Circling around on the outside is not going to be the way to get it done, man. I mean, that's going to be...
It's going to be a shot clock.
Yeah, I mean...
Ooh, nice little sweep of the leg there by Oranday.
I mean, Crump just clawing at the head, but really not making any progress with it. Now changes his level.
I mean, he had some forward
guy in the closed guard. No, it's in the rule set. If it's a closed guard situation, it'll always be called on the top guy because there's only one guy in that position that can do something offensive. You're just going to have to take a risk, stand, break the guard, do something crazy to pop that guard open. There's only one guy that can sweep or submit or make a movement to the back. And so in this rule set, it's always going to be on the top guy in the closed guard. Now, in the other positions, it can definitely, like in the open guards.
Oh my goodness.
Oranday, so versatile.
And it's official. LeBlanc going to go the way of the league-leading Las Vegas Kings. 3 points for Oranday with the break of Caleb Crump, proving that he is most definitely a factor here in the hunt for the PGF playoffs. Austin Oranday getting it done. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
That was a good one. Caleb always brings the heat. He tapped me before, so it feels good to get it back. But nothing but love for that guy, man. He's respectful. He's a gentleman. He represents the team well for the Colorado Wolverines, and nothing but love. I feel like today I'm not firing on all cylinders. I will do better, I promise, and I'm working on it.
Football player now focusing on jiu-jitsu and doing a good job at wrestling with the, I guess, now fully, well-rounded.
There you go. There you go. Way to control the center. Good job. Standing them together.
Yeah. No, dude, I was like...
And maybe the lack of experience with Allen compared to other guys was the reason he was intentionally walked in the draft, right? Only been doing jiu-jitsu 5 or 6 years, but a lot of skills.
Eric hanging heavy on the head, pulls Cam down. Cam not accepting it, though.
Keep going. Keep going. 2 moves. 2 moves.
Shot. Eric sprawls. Gets on the head and moving to the back. Ooh. Throws him over the top. Now ends up past the guard. Into the mount. What a play by Cam Hurd right there, taking advantage of the position.
I thought I'd get tired, but shout out to Eric. It was a tough match. Three toe holds. Who would have guessed, right? Not just a wrestler. I'm attacking feet now.
Nice shot. Good takedown by Cam Hurd. Good level change all the way past the guard now.
Go get it, Cam.
Eric flattens out to try to stop the mount or stop the back take. Staying with the knee on belly. Be interesting to see if he chooses to go to the mount again after that.
Get it.
He may think about going to the legs here. We know he's got that killer toe hold. Here he goes. He got it. Cam Hurd.
I love the fight IQ. You talked about it, B-Mac. You know, we've seen his toe hold.
King Cam getting points, baby. We need that scoreboard. Man, the twisters are inching up. We need to separate that scoreboard. They do such a great job. Shawn does such a great job with those guys, and it's close, man.
The winner with a break, representing the Vegas Kings, Cam Hurd.
Every point paramount for the Twisters. Those three in a match that was
grateful to score. Put points on the board for my team. For me, get a little bit closer to that playoff spot. I got 3 more chances to score now, so I'm grateful to be healthy. Grateful to be able to come back next week.
Oh my God, la verdad es que solamente es trabajando duro. La verdad es que esto no es cosa de un día o dos. Al final del día esto es un trabajo desde años que vienes trabajando y al final pues para que igual vean que los latinos estamos aquí presentes y podemos igual sacar la casta en América.
It is Carlton and Magana.
This is a very fascinating matchup.
Very good chance.
Let's go. Mexican magic about to happen.
Even as early in the first round, Carlton a higher seed, Magana maybe toward the back end.
Oh, Jabroni spin. He's in on the leg early. So it's Chuy. Chuy! Goodness!
What I just said, Mexican magic, bro.
Elijah Carlton! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, dude?
We've seen Chuy in these exchanges flip it, and he did it.
Wow. How many times are we going to talk about Chuy Magana going on defense to only rip off a submission seconds later?
Are you kidding me, dude? Holy cow.
Certain dudes in the leg lock game, you don't want to play that game with. I'm not suggesting that this is the way with Carlton, but hey, this may be a blessing for Carlton heading into the postseason.
The Mexican submission magician strikes again. Chupacabra, Chuy Magana having himself a night as he breaks off Elijah Carlton.
La verdad me siento muy bien. La verdad es que yo como latino, la verdad es que yo sabía que no iba a ser ni el favorito en este evento, pero la verdad es que te toca venir desde abajo, entonces pues, estás acostumbrado a que nunca seas el favorito. Pero pues trabajando vas a ir dándote a conocer y pues ya puro trabajo duro.
Very excited about that. That's going to be huge for Chuy. He just grabs it and goes, and it's up to the athletes to tap. So, and thank God Elijah's okay and was able to tap quickly, and I think that was 14 seconds. So,
muchas gracias a todos por estarme apoyando y pues estar al pendiente de mí. La verdad es que a veces es difícil contestar todos los mensajes o compartir todo, pero realmente muchas gracias de corazón, porque al final del día esto es un trabajo y es un sueño que estoy haciendo y que quiero hacer. Entonces, pues más que feliz porque me estén apoyando y pues haya gente alrededor de mí que ellos me ayuden y yo espero apoyarlos algún día también.
We know how many there are, and we are so thankful for all that have come together to support us in this time. Lord, we pray all of this in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Hands in. Kings on me, Kings on 3. 1, 2, 3. Kicks.
sold on PGF.
You got our picture?
What was the best part of PGF? The dessert. I had to bring the Bengal kittens.
Man, we have more views than UFC BJJ. You helped us build this from nothing.
Yes, it is, dude. My grandma's watching it. Actually, my grandma's actually watching it. Yeah. She didn't know anything.
Immediately. Nice shot. Nice
Start here in the center of the mat.
PJ Montano getting money bags, dude.
Long overdue for PJ.
Stop.
Good morning. It's Sunday, the start of week 4. It's 8 a.m. We're about to start practice, and then we're gonna all head to Lake Mead. And we're gonna run a boat and go have fun out on the lake today. Hey, you got anything for me? What do you guys? Are you guys just in here watching people work out? It's kind of weird, guys.
Travis's skinny waist having ass in there, dude. I can do.
That's what I'm saying, dude. We're at the lake. Check it out.
There's a hole.
Jack. No, Jack. I've never seen that movie. I don't know how it goes.
Nice job. You're so close, Travis.
We just got off the boat. We're gonna get some food now. We are in beautiful Boulder City. Let's go. Just got back to the house. Boat was awesome. We had a really fun time. Food was really good.
I'm just so scared of my balls as they're coming out, dude. Especially not in front of the shot. Not in front of the unborn child. And then.
Is he gonna tap? Is he gonna tap?
I'll never tap, dude.
What is this leg entanglement called?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it's done.
Look at that view. That's a wrap for Sunday. Peace.
Las Vegas, Nevada is a city that is very familiar with high stakes. And tonight, week 4 marks more pressure on all 4 of our teams as they look to close in on winning the team championship. Live from Las Vegas, you're tuned in to the Professional Grappling Federation.
What's up?
With a break representing the Alabama Twisters, Carlton.
Elijah Carlton, 100 matches in PGF history. Just personally congratulate you and personally thank you for what you've meant to this organization since day one. You helped us build this from nothing in Decatur, Alabama, into what it is today. And I just want to come out here and make sure that I give you the love out here in front of everybody. Thank you, Elijah. How you feeling, baby?
You're gonna make me grab you, man. It's been a long journey. Just blessed to be here. Blessed to have my coach in my corner. Blessed to be Mac. All glory to God. Man, praise God. He's done so much in my life in the last 6 months. Man. All glory to God.
Congratulations, Jay. Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate it.
I feel like it. Doing away part of our season, we could hit like LA team, the Vegas team, the Texas team, all in that month, you know? That's where we're traveling.
Yeah.
And then we're home the next week. 3 teams come to us.
Yeah.
Pretty sick, selling tickets, got a crowd coming.
35,000 views, man. That's crazy. I looked at UFC BJJ's last one. It was like 14,000 views, I think. So we have more
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, we have more views than UFC BJJ.
If I were forced to go back and watch last Wednesday or last Thursday's matches, I'm picking Wednesday.
So
You got just more matches, you have more personalities, you have...
commentating, like, it's even.
Yeah.
Like, rewatching, it's funny, my brother was rewatching the YouTube stuff. He's just watching it, and my sister-in-law that's never even watched grappling.
Straus, look at what steps on the board. Time to box.
Hit the brakes under a minute.
Yeah, very good.
Tonight, Sin City is the stage for the final regular season showdown of the 2026 PGF season. By night's end, we will crown the team champion, and every play, every point, and every heartbeat will matter. And at the same time, 8 individuals are locked in a cutthroat playoff push where only the top 8 will survive the night and battle next week in our playoffs. Stakes this high in a city built on risk means anything can happen. Sit back and relax and get ready for week number 5 of the Professional Grappling Federation. Hey everybody, I'm TJ DeSantis alongside Jason Anik, and tonight might be the biggest night, even bigger than the playoffs, because we will crown a team champion and find out who is going to battle for that individual title next week, right back here in Sin City. The team standings, it's been the Kings pretty much all season long, and they've followed their leader, who still sits atop the leaderboard, in Jett Thompson.
Oh, it's Jett Thompson's PGF world, and we are all just living in it. 58 points through 4 weeks, 18 points clear of the second place fighter, Kevin Beuhring. We'll see if Beuhring's Twisters can make any noise tonight. 26 points back in the team competition. We will name our team champion and settle in on that Elite 8 grapplers who will compete in next week's playoffs. Can't wait, as usual.
And there is more. We will elect new members to our PGF Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame. It's the Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame, as a matter of fact. And, other proceedings can happen. It's my favorite night of the PGF season, and it's right about to start. But before we do that, let's take a look back at some of the action that took place last week right here at PGF World.
Oh my God, grappling. Banana bread, good. Banana bread. Okay. Look at this. Look at this layout right here. I love it. I'm sold on PGF.
You got our picks off. You okay? Here we go. You're done.
There it is. You got it.
I got a money back from Ronda Rousey.
Second straight elbow genie from Jayden Groner.
The kid has arrived. I'm here with money, too.
The Wolverines.
He just proved who he thought he was.
You helped us build this from nothing in Decatur, Alabama, into what it is today. And I just want to come out here and make sure that I give you the love.
I mean, I guess the storyline is just like, I'm coming in on top, right?
So it's
Chuy! My goodness! With the huge upset over Elijah Carlton!
It's going to be a round.
There it is. We are back here live on the mat. It is a site of PGF World. Week number 5 just about to get started. But before we can do that, we need to check in with the 4th member of our broadcast team. It is Alex Wendling standing by. Alex?
Thank you so much, TJ. We got 3 Kings in the playoffs so far, but we also have 3 Twisters, 1 Philly Phenom, and 1 Wolverine. We'll obviously have the team finale on the line, but a lot of these guys are thinking about the playoffs next week, and standing with me right now is Sean Applegate. 3 of your guys currently sitting pretty in the playoffs. What's the energy amongst the Alabama Twisters right now?
Well, I mean, the energy really hasn't shifted at all. We have a great group of guys. Everybody gets along really well on a personal level. And, we have 3 guys in the playoffs, potentially 4 after tonight, and that's kind of our big goal.
Yes, you guys get along so well that people just be falling asleep on sleeping bags and bean bags at the house. Well, tell me about the camaraderie. Have you ever had an experience in a tournament season setting like this that is like the PGF?
No, definitely not. I mean, there's no really other jiu-jitsu tournaments that are like this one, and you definitely don't cram a bunch of people in this tight together. But the group of guys we have all been great. Like, these are people we can all be personal friends outside of all of this, you know.
I love it. I love to see it. And if you haven't seen the behind the scenes, all these teams are making behind the scenes footage. It's basically a 24/7 reality TV show for jiu-jitsu guys. Let's talk about some of the matchups that we're going to see in the first block. We have Anthony Salisbury taking on Jayden Groner, who's currently in that top 8. What are you looking forward to? These are young stars on the rise, the next generation looking to make big statements.
I think, these are young guys, so these types of matches are going to get had over and over and over. They'll probably fight each other a million more times, but these are kind of the matches that push you when you're young like that. Like, one thing that you could hope as a young competitor is to have a guy like that can push you and you can go back and forth with. So, no matter how it goes, they're both coming out better for it.
And tell me about your vets. We have Elijah, Carlton, Kevin Beuhring putting up mad points for you guys. What have they been able to do when it comes from a training perspective, helping the other guys kind of game plan for what they need to get done?
Yeah, I mean, they've been integral, honestly. Like, we speak the same language, so it's easy. I can just say, hey, let's do this thing, guys, and they get it right away. And then the other guys are like, okay, and we can all kind of work together. I mean, I've had to go home and take care of things, too, and they kind of ran the training and stuff. So it's been huge having them here.
Well, we're very excited. The Twisters and Wolverines will be on the second half of the block, but we're starting off with the Las Vegas Kings versus the Philly Phenoms. I'm personally most excited for the Chuy Magana versus Shawn Melanson bout, but I want to hear from you guys. What are you guys most excited for in that block?
I mean, I'm excited for everything, Alex Wendling. I mean, this is the night where anything can happen, and, a lot needs to happen for these Alabama Twisters as we take a look at the team standings ahead of our 5th and final week of the regular season. The Kings have been on top, leading the way. Twisters behind. They are still mathematically in striking distance. We'll see if the Twisters can get it done. The Phenoms, they're in 3rd place, and, of course, rounding it out is the Colorado Wolverines, who have the chance to play spoiler, and they got a couple guys that are still very much in the mix for a playoff position. Jason Anik, tell me what to expect here, what our standings are looking like right now.
Well, these top 5 guys right now, I think there's a great chance all 5 of these fighters are going to end up in the playoff. When you look at Jett Thompson there with 58 points and you see the Phenoms with 64 as a team, it just blows my mind. Going to be fascinating to see what that bubble comes down to tonight. Jayden Groner had a huge week last week, 15 points, got him into that number 8 slot, so it can be done.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very interesting to see what that number 8 number is going to be, because these guys are on the bubble, and, you know, right now, number 8, Jayden Groner, occupies that spot at number 19, but who knows what that barrier for entry might end up at.
Yeah, I mean, hard to imagine Shawn Melanson being on the outside looking in. I think he's going to score tonight, but ultimately, I think for that 8th seed, you're going to need to get up to 25, 26 points perhaps. We know Andrew Kochel with the dislocated elbow is not part of the equation now, but Cam Hurd at 15, Straus at 14, Rayfield at 13, potentially some guys that if they have a night, and you see Squires and McCulley there at 10, but if you have a night, find some necks, you might find yourself in the playoff next week.
Absolutely. You mentioned Derrick Rayfield, the man that goes by the moniker of Rodman. He had some Rodman moments to close out week number 4. We'll see how he bounces back here tonight. All right. Alex mentioned it in the interview with Sean Applegate. These athletes have been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. And to look in behind the curtain a little bit, we've got something for you right now here at PGF.
Officer Grimy, are you good? Are you back? Are you back? Oh, fuck, man. Fuck yes, I love this kid.
I know. Hey, kitty girl.
It's already filled up.
Whoa! That was it, Andrew. It was right there.
So now we're going to see a restart here in the penalty position.
The most hated guy in Jiu-Jitsu because he has to throw the penalty flags. Nobody likes it, you know? He's such a sweet guy. Like, he's the nicest guy, right? We must fuck you through. Next match, Derrick and Drew. 6 minutes, this match finishes with... I am going to bring a rubber chicken and throw it on the mat every time somebody just sits down without even pulling guard.
They're coming for all the ass sliders.
I'm going to start throwing money bags for the referees. Thank you. Back pavement is insane. He did it again. Look, he did it again. It's over. It's over. He's gonna choke right through his face. Once he does that, like you can see how he puts his leg over. You can't stop. It's insane. From you?
Yep. I was like, if he's struggling and wins through this shit, he's getting my money.
Thank you so much.
Just so you know, leg locks don't get my money.
All right, I got you.
Leg locks do not get my money. So this is his first time. He was sitting on the bench, so we want to see him do really well.
Oh my God! Wow, Sam. You had the first takedown, and you took down 2 guys at the same time. So that was double. I mean, is it not a money bag? I got you. You got 2. Yeah. Tell me how. So they were like, right, the Judo Mafia. Oh, shit. Whoa. Beautiful.
Jett, darling. Jett! Oh, sorry.
Now, let me point out what an amazing match this is. And all of this is happening on a Dollamore mat. It's happening on a Dollamore mat. Well, by the way, so what Shawn is doing is not real Jiu-Jitsu. The only reason this works because he has 200,000 plus followers. You know what I mean? It only works over 200,000 followers. Appreciate it, bro. unexpected stuff happening, emotions running high, you know, competitions getting tight, people getting crazy, you know, good TV, but man, but you know what? It's entertaining. This season is fucking crazy.
Yes. If you want to get in the mix yourself, you can do so. Jason Anik, you are an OG of the Fantasy Corner, which is non-existent.
We say PGF. It's everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. Sports have fantasy leagues, as do we. So if you head over to fantasy.pgf.world, fantasy.pgf.world, $7,000 to spend on 7 athletes. Quickly, I want to shout out our 2 leaders in the clubhouse, Bay Life and Point Earners. Each sit at 182 points. Right now, an 8-point lead on the closest competitors.
All right, get over there, sign up, and get in on the action. Final week to do it here at PGF, as it's the final night of the regular season. We appreciate you tuning in, and we are live here. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik. Brandon McCaffrey doesn't look like Brandon McCaffrey. It is Tim Freeman. BMAC is going to be running the shot clock here in our first block, and we'll eventually get him in the booth, but welcome back to the PGF commentary team.
Thanks. It's great to be here, guys. Got the call late last week and made some moves and got on a flight and got out here. Can't say no to the PGF. Can't say no to BMAC.
Yeah, absolutely. When the phone rings, you better answer it if it's BMAC calling, because he just keeps calling over
he does.
and over
right.
and over
I
again.
know you're there. What are you doing? then you get the text.
That's a really good impersonation. We might ask you for more of that
anytime
later on tonight. Let's take a look at our rules here for the Professional Grappling Federation. Jason Anik, walk us through.
No better rule set in jiu-jitsu. Each match 6 minutes long, of course, unless it's finished by either a choke or joint lock. Chokes or kills worth 6 points. Joint locks or breaks score 3 points. Any submission under 1 minute gets an extra point. We call that an elbow genie here in the Professional Grappling Federation. And disqualification. 2 points go to the non-disqualified athlete. Get into a little more detail about that. We don't like inactivity here in the Professional Grappling Federation. So ultimately, if you're not pushing the action forward, penalty flags will be thrown. You will be forced to get active quickly, otherwise be put in a defensive position.
Let's take a look at the shot clock and the way that works here. PGF, the only place that a shot clock exists in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, we're stealing things from other sports. We know the shot clock in the NBA. So 20-second shot clock. When that flag is thrown, you have 20 seconds to attempt to progress the action. Excessive avoidance is not allowed here. The athlete must escape, advance, or submit. And combativity, no disengaging, must continue to progress the action. And 3 or more flags results in a disqualification. That's where the 2 points go to your opponent. And if you get 5 flags, disqualified from the night. We will see you next season.
Absolutely. Combativity. I don't even know if that's a word, but it is here.
It is now.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. All right. We want to thank our sponsors that help make PGF possible. Epic Roll Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Dolomer. All the action is taking place on a Dolomer mat this season. BJJ Fanatics, New Hope Regeneration, and, of course, the Nectar of the Gods, Once Upon a Coconut. I'm going through probably 5 tonight. So,
5 chocolate?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I like the other stuff, but chocolate, like I said, Nectar of the Gods. All right, it all leads up to next week's PGF 2026 season finale. You can guarantee that all 4 of those men, well, not necessarily. Chuy might be on the bubble, you never know, but we'll see how it shapes out before night's end. All 8 competitors will secure their spot, and don't forget, we will crown a team champion. All right, the stage is set here in Las Vegas. We appreciate you tuning in, whether it be on YouTube or on Kick. And I think we're going to take a quick break. I thought we were going to go to a little message here from some of our great sponsors. I'm waiting to hear from the truck if they want to let me know. All right, let's go. Correct. Are we taking a break? Let's go to break. Stage is set here from Las Vegas. Appreciate you tuning in again, whether it be on YouTube or on Kick. TJ DeSantis, along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman. The action set to unfold. Coming up next, live here from Las Vegas.
I've received therapy 2 different times. And through the therapy, I've seen incredible improvements in chronic inflammation, in immune disorders that I've had my entire life. I've noticed differences in different joints, and specifically my left shoulder. I'm sure most grapplers or submission artists have dealt with the same thing. Through New Hope Regeneration Therapy, I've actually had that go away. Things that I had been told by regular doctors that I would have to go get surgery or there's no way around it, I've seen dramatic improvement, so much so that I brought my family into New Hope Regeneration. I encourage you to go to newhoperegeneration.com and get more information, get a consultation, and see how this can change your life. I'm Ricky Lundell, and I've been working with New Hope Regeneration Therapy for 8 months now.
To heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. Schedule your free consultation at newhoperegeneration.com.
For the 5th straight week, PGF is in Las Vegas, Nevada. It is the combat sports capital, and tonight it is a site where we will crown a team champion of the 2026 PGF season. We welcome you into our secret location as we take a look at Block 1. The league-leading Las Vegas Kings draw the Philadelphia Phenoms, and we're going to take a look at the individual matchups here to get our night started. I'm going to call upon Tim Freeman. Your thoughts, what are the matches to watch for in this first block?
Well, you know, Austin Oranday's having a great night. He's stepping in, or having a great season. Adam Frank is stepping in to fill in tonight. So I'm looking for Oranday to try to dunk on Frank as soon as he I mean, that's what these guys do. Jett Thompson, Derrick Rayfield. Derrick, before the match today, was saying how excited he is to match up against Jett Thompson, who nobody ever says. We see Bowers stepping in tonight, taking on Kyle Chambers. And then we got Chuy Magana, who I think is the MVP of the Kings. Without Magana, I think the Kings might be chasing the Twisters right now, but we got Magana taking on Shawn Melanson. Don't take your eyes off of that match. That's going to be a great matchup.
I mean, Chuy's already taken out Elijah Carlton.
He's tough, man.
Upset Melanson. We will find out. All right, our first team matchup of Block 1 ready to get underway. And now we throw it to the voice of the PGF, Stephen Aiken.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Wednesday, week 5, and the end of the PGF 2026 regular season. We were ready to get this thing kicked off with our first match, and the first athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Austin the Gumby Oranday!
Here he is, Austin Oranday. Had a phenomenal season so far. He sits tied for 3rd place overall with 38 points, but really just a kind of bit of an uneven week for him. Last week did have the break over Caleb Crump, lost to Beuhring to close out the night. He is locked into the playoffs, as he has said, and hopes to continue and have his team win the whole thing tonight.
Absolutely, the Kings on the hunt, and Oranday will kick it off for week number 5. All right, time for his opponent to make the walk. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Give it up for Adam Frank!
So Adam Frank may not be a name that rings a bell necessarily for those PGF fans. Has only competed once this season. Filled in, he was a qualifier participant, but filled in week 3 for Armin Bruni, who was actually in for McCullough, faced Joshua Squires. Was a good match and a draw. Gets Oranday, Crump, and Beuhring tonight.
Till the tape, Austin Oranday already firmly in the playoffs, 38 points for the Las Vegas King, and we'll see how Adam Frank matches up as he represents the Philadelphia Phenoms.
Twisters got to be rooting for Frank with every ounce of their beings.
Yeah, I mean, I think this first block is going to be very telling. The Twisters want to try to get into a position where they are threatening these Kings when they meet later tonight.
Already got a clock violation, guys.
I mean, that would be crazy.
Right out of the gate.
Yeah, as you can see, the clock there in the corner of your screen, that is pretty much the official clock. We have 8 ticks off our clock on the graphic there. So I'll get it sorted.
Commissioner Brandon McCaffrey taking over the shot clock as week 5 begins.
Well, I'm going to blame him for this official clock not working.
Yeah, anything to do with time is going to be on him tonight.
I mean, he moseys. Have you ever tried to walk anywhere with this man? I'm not a fast walker, but yeah. Hot ticket, hard ticket. You can't even buy a ticket to PGF. Beautiful people only. Very important people only in our secret location. And we got a pretty good amount of people here for our first match of the night.
Yeah, it's filled in real nicely here.
All right. Reset and restart.
Oranday immediately trying to get underneath Frank here. He's already on an ankle lock, and he might get this early. He's looking for an elbow genie. Oh, he's in there tight. He might try to turn this into an Aoki.
Obviously, Frank wants to get that leg free. He cannot. Oranday with a quick 4-point break. Wow. Nicely done for himself, and obviously Coach Ricky Lundell happy with that as 4 points are on the board for the Kings as they try to close this one out and capture that 2026 team title. To make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a 4-point break, representing the Vegas Kings, Austin Oranday.
Nicely done for Austin Oranday, setting the tone and setting the bar high for his Kings. Let's take a look at the replay. Tim Freeman, walk us through.
So you can see he tried to go belly down to get massive pressure on the ankle lock, and Frank did a nice job of hand fighting. He's really just doing enough to be a nuisance in this position to kind of stop the breaking mechanic. But when Oranday was able to turn it up right and get his left hook in, he started setting pressure on that Aoki, and you could see Frank had 2 hands on it. Oranday, nice use of the legs, by the way.
Absolutely.
To make that happen.
Now look at that finishing sequence brought to you by Dolomer, the official mats of PGF. Speaking of mats, let's get back to it. Our action continues here in Las Vegas as it is the final night here of the regular season. And Stephen Aiken ready to welcome our next matchup.
Making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Cam Hurd.
So Cam Hurd, one of the franchise players for the Las Vegas Kings. Cam Hurd sits right now in 9th place. You could say 10th because Andrew Kochel sits at 9. 15 points for Cam Hurd. Groner sits in that 8th playoff slot with 19. So every match paramount for Hurd tonight. And shout out Hurd's daughter Penelope. Happy birthday, Penelope.
See if Cam Hurd can take home a big stoppage for his daughter watching on her birthday. Cam Hurd ready to go for the Kings here in Las Vegas. Back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Noah McCulley.
You know, for Noah McCulley, the season has gone a lot like the qualifier, sort of boom or bust. Went 6-4 in the season 9 qualifier. All 6 of his wins were finishes in under a minute. It's been sort of feast or famine here for him. Last week, couple losses to Thompson, and Groner did have that big break over Travis Haven.
Tail the tape here. Cam Hurd has 15 points on his run. McCulley with 10. We'll see how these two match up as the Kings continue their opening round matchup in this first block against the Phenoms. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman, live in Las Vegas, final week of PGF.
You know, we talk about Hurd with 15 points. Noah McCulley has 10 points right now. You find a neck, you find it early. The big takedown by Hurd. And there's the money bag from Zoe. No surprise. But McCulley right now, a lot of these guys are in it, but you got to find necks if you're on the bubble, I feel like.
Absolutely. You're going for kills here. A win is a win. You're going to take it, but you're looking for chokes. And Cam hit a nice throw by here, and he's got a head and arm trapped already. Let's see if he can turn this in to a submission threat here. McCulley's tried to do a job of flipping over, but he's being a little danger here if he can't keep his right arm clear. And
huge opportunity for Hurd to put himself really in that playoff mix.
Yeah, that's tight. That's tight. Let's see if Hurd can settle his weight. It's getting tight in that pocket.
past the 1 minute mark, so elbow genie point off the board.
The question is will Cam's burn his arms out?
Right.
McCauley looks like he got out. Nice work from Noah McCauley.
Yeah, McCauley basically did a backward somersault and got free.
Cam still got a pretty good position. He's right into the pass. He might be looking to set up a Darce. McCauley tries to slide under for a leg there. And we know McCauley's dangerous. Like you said, he's feast or famine. He's one of these guys where if you give him an opportunity, he's going to be dangerous.
Yep.
You can see Cam's pace is a little slower than what we're used to seeing with his passing. McCauley's not defending super hard either, though, so it might kind of elicit a little bit slower of a pace.
Trying to get his leg free here is Cam Hurd. McCauley trying to pull that back in.
And McCauley could put him in trouble if he could pull that knee back in, but looks like Hurd's going to sprint out. With Hurd,
I mean,
let out a whelp. That's a a tap in the IBJJF.
I mean, Chris Oliva was campaigning for it to be a tap. But, all right,
and
so
Olivo's going to challenge, it looks like.
Yeah. I don't hate the call. I mean, it would come down, I think, to what the rule book says. In the unified rules in mixed martial arts, it says any sort of audible reaction to a referee or to a submission, the referee is supposed to react and call that a verbal tap. And the commish, obviously, there talking to Chris Olivo. BMAC, if you're just joining us, is running the shot clock for our first block of the night. But, you know, honestly, Chris Olivo, I don't hate the call. It comes down to what the language is and the rules. But if you're ever going to make an argument, I think this is a good argument to try to make.
Yeah, and this is the coach's job. You want your coach to advocate for you. You want him to go out there because this might come up later in the night, and it may be a more important position, and his conversation right now might sway the argument later in the game.
Without question.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell if Cam was verbally yelling because of pain or if it was out of frustration or...
I mean, he had his leg, you know, isolated. I don't know if the torque was necessarily there, but the last thing you really want to do is give the indicator to anyone that you're in physical pain because, like we said, ultimately it can elicit a stoppage. But, you know, we're in a time now, too, guys, where I think, Tim, you were talking about how maybe this plays a factor later in the night if the sort of same situation comes up. But, you know, these are the moments that make rules in the PGF. We're still very young in our, you know, inception, and I think we're going to figure out if this situation does cause a tap here at PGF.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think the PGF has done a nice job. The jiu-jitsu comes first, and then the rules come. You don't make the rules first and then make the sport. And so, you know, there's been adjustments, and sometimes the adjustments have to be dialed back. Sometimes they have to be dialed tighter. Just depends on how the matches are flowing and what's going on.
I mean, BMAC can attest to this. We've been to many EBI rules meetings where I think they were making the rules that night.
Right. So what do you guys want the rules to be tonight?
Exactly. Oh, look at Zoe, all dressed up for the final night of the regular season. It's like a dragon's tooth on his necklace.
He's
That thing's
looking
awesome.
great. I don't think I've seen Zoe in a suit. This is fantastic.
Well, he knows we're leveling up here at the PGF, so.
Taking a look at the submission in question, the look brought to you by Dolomer. Tim, what's going on here?
Well, it's hard to see. It looks like McCauley might be on his ankle. And Cam, he looks okay right here, but see how he's kind of turning the heel back, and I think that's when Cam let the yelp out. But you can't see his mouth. His back is to us.
Right. And it was a big explosive movement by Cam, so maybe it was him just.
I think it's right
there. It is.
There.
Yep.
It's right there. I think that looked painful to me.
I mean, they get to 50-50 position, and I start getting nervous, so everything looks painful here.
It's real hard to see what literally you just see a Phenoms graphic.
To your point, TJ, it's got to be whatever's in the rule book.
Right, yeah. And, they're taking a while to sort of, talk this out. So maybe they're pulling up a manual.
BMAC being thrown into the fire as the official right out of the gate.
Immediately.
Lions looking on. They definitely want to say that was not a submission. Who's good at lip reading?
My guess would be the challenge has not been successful.
Yeah, you can kind of read the face there of Chris Olivo, but going to get a clarification?
Challenge denied.
I mean, did he just chop Cam Hurd in the chest?
He did.
All right. We play on.
All right.
My guess will be something will be added to the rule book, or we'll figure that out for season 10.
It's the Cam Hurd rule.
Yeah.
I mean, if you heard it, it's a tap maybe moving forward. But tonight it was Hurd, on Hurd, no, not a tap. You heard?
Well, it'd be interesting to see how Cam moves around on his legs after that, if it really did hurt.
Right.
Good point.
You can see McCauley's more aggressive, as is Cam now. These guys are both playing for it.
I mean, both of these gentlemen need points, but something to think about. The guys that are locked up in a position for the playoffs, they might, tap a little bit quicker just to make sure nothing goes snap, crackle, pop before next week.
Well, that's a good point. And a lot of the guys, especially in the top 5, top 6, really, obviously anything can happen, but are somewhat locked in.
Right.
They are. But anything can happen. Groner lost his mind last week and jumped into the number 8 spot.
And has really made that bubble.
Cam's going to get a Kimura here. He's got it set up. Let's see if he can convert it. He's got to trap McCauley's head. And he opts to take onto the back, which isn't a bad decision.
Right. Oh, he's got to look here at the net.
Huge for Cam Hurd to find 6.
Let's see if he can control McCauley's. McCauley'd like to get his head alignment to where he can put the back of his head on the mat. Let's see if he can do that. And here we go.
Ooh, getting closer.
That's a gnarly hand fight going on right now, too. And you got feet and legs and shoes. Couches.
All right, we're going to get a readjustment here as the action is leaking off the mat a little bit too much into the splash zone.
Really almost feels like if Cam Hurd is going to find himself into the playoff, he has to capitalize here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We talk about kills being worth 6, breaks worth 3. A lot of people are going to be hunting chokes, and they, have to pass up some breaking opportunities to get to a kill situation if they want to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, because on that bubble watch, Straus and Rayfield are 14 and 13. If either of those guys has a good night, they could potentially jump into the spot as well.
Absolutely. You have a night like Jayden Groner last week, you are in business.
And that's what's exciting about the PGF. I mean, every athlete has 15 matches, and for a lot of them, they need each and every match to really secure that spot. And we talk about, not having the best start to a season. Even on night number 5, you can still find yourself in the mix.
Cam trying to stay on the back here. He's got a nice little front headlock. Let's see if he can convert. Ooh. And Noah opts to roll. Camp follows him to the mount. I don't think he's got a tight grip on this, but I can't see. That might be tight.
Touch over 90 seconds remains for Cam Hurd to hunt for this kill. Nicely done by McCauley to continue to flow and be defensive, but Cam trying to get another look at it.
Yeah, Cam is hunting for that kill. He wants the choke. And McCauley does pull into half. Nice. Cam's still working on the choke, but he ends up having to dump it.
I mean, 3 real submission attempts here by Cam Hurd. We saw the Kimura earlier. And, I mean, he knows what he needs to do. He needs to try to hunt that neck. He's got a minute to do so. Ooh.
That's tight. He's trying to lock up a Darce here. Let's see if he's got enough length. He might be able to hit a short Darce. McCauley's doing a good job defensively of just staying out of the kill angle.
And good coaching by Alivo. Coached him through that nicely.
And Cam is just hunting right now. He's hunting. He's hungry.
Oh, and now McCauley's on the hunt. Nicely done. Able to get it past the belt line. Look at McCauley, though, man. Still very much a threat despite being primarily on defense this entire match.
Yeah, smart move by Cam to stand up, too. Just we're going up. We're not going to play the game.
Final moments here. 3 points are better than none, and Hurd was trying to take home that leg, but unable to do so. Time not on his side. That's a wrap. Nice little battle here. We saw Cam Hurd on the hunt. We thought we saw a tap. We did not. And nice submission defense as well by McCauley, but a lot of action for us to appreciate, but no points for either of these athletes. And we're going to go ahead and make it official.
Hurd really had an opportunity in that first minute to vault himself into that 8 seed.
Absolutely. All right, Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And then that money bag on display there for Cam Hurd. So he didn't walk away completely empty-handed.
Right.
Money in the bank is always a good thing, but we'll see Cam Hurd later on tonight. He has 2 more opportunities to put himself in the mix. And Tim Freeman, you want to pick somebody up in the air and put them down on the mat, you're going to get paid here in PGF.
Yeah, that's a nice way to do it, too. That's kind of what I used to do to my kids when they were little, and it was bedtime. It's like, I'm going to launch you into the bed. No money bags, though, for that,
This look at the action brought to you by Dahlinger. Again, a lot of Cam Hurd offense here, and McCauley was just able to get out of some tough situations and then try to put Hurd in a tough situation, but he ends up going past the belt line, a reset. We go the distance. All right. Our final night of the regular season continues here in Las Vegas. We go back to Steven.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for JJ Bowers.
Enter JJ Bowers. I am so happy this kid got a shot this season. Was a season 9 qualifier, right? The champion of the Las Vegas Henderson qualifier. Went 4-1 there. Really big chance for him to redeem himself. Went for $6,600 in the season 8 draft. A little bit of a disappointing season there. Just felt as though he was due to enter this season, and a nice opportunity to help the Kings sort of win this second championship in a row.
J.J. Bowers, highly motivated with some redemption on his mind. He gets the call, and now we wait for his opponent. Back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Kyle Chambers.
All right, well, if J.J. Bowers is going to score some points, he will be the first man ever to score points against Kyle Chambers. Just unbelievable that he is yet to be finished all time in the Professional Grappling Federation. Mostly draws for him this season. Did have the break over Anthony Salisbury. I believe a calf slicer. That was week 1. But ultimately, Kyle Chambers here to compete, and look at that, man. He knows how to dress, too.
Absolutely. Undefeated on the PGF mat and maybe undefeated on the fashion runway is Chambers. Ready to get underway. J.J. Bowers, Kyle Chambers, their first opportunities of the night. Chambers representing the Philly Phenoms, and Bowers representing the league-leading Las Vegas Kings. We are underway.
So Bowers in for Jared Fekete here. Kings had been perfectly healthy until this week 5.
You talk about the return for J.J. Bowers. He doesn't get the call to get off the bench until this 5th night, but you think about what he did just to get here. I always admire the athletes that are willing to go to a qualifier, that have been here before and aren't afraid to earn their way back on the PGF mat.
Yeah, and a great opportunity for him to maybe be a little bit of a backup quarterback this season and sort of watch and take it in. You even heard Jayden Groner benefit from being able to sort of take a step back week 2 when he was injured and watch. But J.J. Bowers, it's nice to be able to contribute to the team here. You know, he and C.J. Murdoch round out that practice squad. They got very close last season on the Tropic Thunders and maintain that good energy despite the Thunders having a rough season.
And you talk about that good energy. I mean, sports, especially PGF, comes down to your mental ability to get past through, you know, some tough times. And, you know, for Bowers, you know, I think he would probably tell you that the practices that Ricky Lundell and these Kings go through, he is better for having this experience no matter what happens on the mat.
Looks like Chambers is going to, if he can pull Bowers' arm in, hit Bowers' right arm in, he might be able to set up a triangle. Bowers is trying to stack. Chambers is a long guy to stack.
Yeah.
He's long and heavy for that size. It's going to be difficult to get him stacked up. Chambers could switch it off maybe to a shoulder attack, but he decides to go the other way.
We'll look at Chris Olivo, who is the coach of the Phenoms. His charge, Kyle Chambers, undefeated on this PGF mat. Tim, what is it about Chambers' game that makes him so hard to put away?
You know, he's good. He's very good defensively. Even though he appears to always be attacking, he's very good defensively. He rarely gets caught in the leg entanglements that he engages in so much. Very solid defensive grappler. Hard dude to beat in the PGF. You can see Kyle's jumping on a reap right now. He might be looking to get a bite on that heel, and he does. We got a flag and a play on.
Yeah, I believe the flag was on Bowers, who's got some other things to worry about right now, more so than a inactivity flag.
Kyle's, we've seen him go belly down on the ankle several times, and if you look at the stats this season, I think ankle locks are way up there on the breaks. Tons of ankle locks this season.
I already feel like I'm seeing some maturity to Bowers' grappling game.
I was just going to say the same thing. Kyle Chambers is a tough man to have on your leg, and Bowers was able to navigate that as we approach the halfway point of the mat. And Chambers still trying to make something happen with that left leg of Bowers.
Chambers with 4 points overall with that one break and the block point. So going to be tough for him to find his way into next week's playoffs.
Yeah, he's going to have to go off. Like he's going to have to pull a Groner basically to make it happen.
And while the Phenoms are largely out of that team championship picture, Chambers is still a good draft pick, a good guy that you want to have to maybe just avoid the other teams getting points on the board. But, you know, obviously that is not a role for him tonight. But I like Chambers here in this PGF format.
Yeah, I do. It's good in a format like this to have a guy that can go up against big point scorers and force them to put a 0 up on the board.
Going to be interesting to see as we look toward the second half of this block how aggressive the Twisters are in terms of the team competition, because a lot of those individuals have stakes in terms of their individual playoff seedings.
Without question.
A little lower on the ankle.
You can see, you can see Kyle's trying to slide down a little lower with his grip. The challenge here is Kyle's so long and Bowers isn't, right? So there's not a ton of leg to work with.
Good point.
You can see Kyle trying to make the adjustments, but so far he hasn't been able to get his arm down.
Got to look here.
He might be able to find this here.
Come on.
Oh, nicely done. And again, I think Bowers, while he's been defensive, Jason, this is a good performance for him.
I agree. He looks like a different fighter to me. Looks like a different competitor. And while last season for him it was just guns blazing, he looked emotional at times. Looks to be very sort of got his head on top of those shoulders squarely.
Ooh, nice look.
Yeah, here. And he switched it to. That's the same setup he was playing earlier today, right in the start of the match. But he went right into the shoulder attack, then converted to the leg. Let's see if he can get a finish here. JJ just does a real nice job of clearing his knee.
JJ's been here every week supporting his teammates.
Load him up, push pull.
That's the mark of a great athlete, too. Great team player.
And I'll be honest with you guys, I actually thought Bowers would have ended up on a team instead of getting passed up into a bench position. You know, I like his story, and I think, you know, just even the way he's been dealing with, you know, this assignment. Kyle Chambers is a tough guy. he's been able to stay out of real danger, but now he's going to get a reset here. Oh, wow.
And he came back up. That was nice. And Kyle right back. Now he's going to Gogo Plata. He might get this Gogo Plata. Let's see if he can get it.
That would be crazy. Bowers just about got him past the belt line, but now he finds himself in a deep submission. Now switching over to the triangle.
He's got the triangle. 8 seconds.
So close to making it.
I think Bowers is too tough. He's going to hold out.
Wow.
Just a little too late.
Good match.
Nice job.
Well, we talked about the heart that was on display last season by Bowers in a tough situation. He finds himself on the mat tonight in the starting lineup. He was in a tough spot, but heart got him through. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Great matchup here between Kyle Chambers and J.J. Bowers. And Jason, I think that's a good performance. Maybe not the win that J.J. Bowers would have wanted to have in his return, but he did show a lot of his game. Let's take a look at some of the action here. Tim Freeman, walk us through.
So Kyle did a nice job of staying on the legs, but he did mix up the attacks tonight from his closed guard. Then he would move to the legs. Bowers did a great job of just slipping out. Finally, near the end of the match, Chambers catches that triangle that he's been hunting, but just not enough time. Bowers is a supremely tough kid. He's not going to tap to something. Not like that with just a few seconds left.
That look brought to you by Dahlinger. All right, a high-stakes matchup for one Philly Phenom as Derrick Rayfield tries to march his way to the playoffs, but he's going to run into the league leader in Jett Thompson. It's going down right now. Let's get to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Jett Thompson!
Running out of things to say about Jett Thompson, just pacing the field. Such an explosive athlete, so fun to watch compete. You know, we talk about breaks and kills. Most dudes find and finishes through breaks, not Jett Thompson. If he gets on your back, best of luck. Just an honor to be able to watch this kid compete.
Yeah, it might be the best of both worlds with Jett Thompson. He might get the kill and break your teeth while doing it. See what he can do tonight at week number 5. All right, back to Steven.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Derrick Rodman Rayfield!
All right, so here is Derrick Rayfield. He sits at 13 points, 6 points out from that postseason 8 slot. Probably glad Cam Hurd didn't put points on the board there. He is anxious to rematch Jett Thompson. Derrick Rayfield had an up and down season so far, still has a shot here. Tough first opponent here for Rodman.
Look at the tail of the tape. 58 points for Jett Thompson as he sits atop the leaderboard. Rayfield on the bubble with 13. What a matchup this is. Feels like a main event in our first block of the night.
Rayfield's all smiles right now. All smile. He just flashed a grin over at BMAC, who's running the
I mean, it always starts
shot
that way.
Clock.
Right?
Yeah.
It always starts that way with Rayfield. He's very much a different guy on and off the mat.
Love the passion. That's a good point. I love the passion. And he's really rounding into form, right? He hasn't lost since week 2, so incredible matchup here.
And I think Rayfield is sort of the prime example of, you know, draws feel like losses. Yeah, you haven't been stopped, but you don't really get anything for it. And at this point, you need everything. And you need to be wise here against a guy like Jett Thompson.
Yeah, Jett plays this game so well. Oof. He's sliding in on the arm. Rayfield's going to stand up with him. And
oh, wow. Tremendous amount of strength as he flexes for the crowd. Rayfield dealt with a dangerous submission attack there by Jett Thompson, and he just wills his way out of it.
And I'm okay with that because if this was combat, he would have spiked him.
Oh, yeah.
And it would have broken up the sub, most likely.
That would have been illegal as well. But
that would have been a bad spike.
Yeah. I mean, it's whether or not they call it. You got to go for it, right?
Right.
You know, Jett Thompson's only lost one time in the PGF, and for Rayfield to need points and have this dude show up first this week.
Yeah.
Tough job.
Absolutely. You mentioned that sole loss for Jett Thompson. It came in the season finale. It was a championship match. He came up short to Andy Varela.
Oh, yeah. Season 6, right?
Yep. Yeah. And really, Jett Thompson has been a star ever since. And he came out, you know, after the last time we saw him last season, it was a slow start for Jett, but there's been nothing slowing him here. And Derrick Rayfield trying to make something happen.
Doesn't quite have Jett's. Jett's totally comfortable here, by the way. He likes these kinds of positions. He smiles. He never grimaces. He smiles when he gets out. And Jett goes to mount. You don't want Jett on your back.
No.
Anything under your nose is legal choking territory for this kid.
2 minutes down here in this match. Thompson in full mount.
We think about the team competition right now. The Kings have a 30-point lead over the Alabama Twisters. While we think that seems somewhat insurmountable, keeping Jett Thompson off the scoreboard would be one step in the right direction.
Well, I mean, right now, Derrick Rayfield might as well have a Alabama Twisters patch on his shorts.
Right. Jett's trying to get under Rayfield's right arm. If he can, he might be able to work that up into a head and arm, but Rayfield's doing a good job of keeping the elbows in. Rayfield's got real sneaky jiu-jitsu, too. He's got all kinds of weird attacks that he'll pull off.
I mean, the double buggy is all time.
Wild. Jett is just seems like those types of attacks don't phase him.
And Jett's a guy who makes you feel, you know, even if you do survive, you're going to have to go through hell. But as you mentioned, Rayfield is a guy that kind of throws really unorthodox situations, you know, just out from nowhere. And, I mean, obviously doesn't want to be on the bottom of this Jett Thompson mount, but if anybody could find an answer, it is Derrick Rayfield.
Thompson's offense is just so, he almost provides his own defense with his offense. It's like where are the holes in the game to attack as his opponent?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Rayfield has tried this a few times. He's tried to weave his right leg in and over and around Thompson's left leg, but he hasn't had success. And TJ, you just pointed out, Jett's getting a little chinny.
Yeah.
Right? Just a little chinny. Jett's really good at using his face. Your head is the thumb of your body, basically, and Jett's pretty good about putting it on people.
Yeah, and not only that, he was covering the mouth, trying to interrupt the breathing. Just even if you're in a quote-unquote okay spot, which bottom mount is not an okay spot, really, he just makes you feel it, and it's not a fun situation.
Oh, and Jett almost worked that arm up. Rayfield managed right at the last second.
Oh,
that's a nice move by Rayfield.
Nicely
and he
done.
pulled it off.
Phenomenal stuff here with Derrick Rayfield, and, you know.
Jett loves this kind of jiu-jitsu. We've already seen this out of Jett. He loves the face smother. He loves it. He welcomes it.
And he just drags you down in the mud. All right, now they're just doing weird things, rubbing their heads together, making each other feel, ooh.
The last time Jett pulled into this position, he didn't pull guard. He actually swept Rayfield backward. And it looks like Rayfield almost went with it. Nice job from Rayfield. Let's see if he can set up. Cannot set it up.
Yeah, able to pass here is Jett Thompson. Touch over a minute remains. And again, you know, we talk about a draw feeling like a loss. I mean, it's tough to get points off of Jett Thompson, but Derrick Rayfield makes his night much harder if he doesn't find something here in the next 45 seconds.
Rayfield's reaching with his hand. He's going to try to get Thompson's arm out, and he might do it. Now he's got it trying to look at this, and he's come up, and Jett squirts out.
So slick and strong.
Rayfield really, he's a magician.
He really is.
He really is.
I mean, he's a guy that has baited people just to pass to side because he's dangerous from bottom side.
Right.
These two fighters, you know, big parts of the present and future of the PGF.
Points will not be earned, but really a fun matchup between these two bright stars here at PGF.
A lot of respect.
Absolutely. Fans appreciative of what they saw over the course of 6 minutes, as are we. We go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Nice sign of respect between two stars of this PGF mat. Speaking of the mats, they're brought to us by Dolomer, as is this look at the action. Tim Freeman to walk us through.
Well, this is something you don't see every day in jiu-jitsu. I was really worried when Rayfield actually elevated Thompson up that he was going to drop him, right? But he gave the nice flex, and he was good. We saw a lot of crazy transitions in this match out of Rayfield. Look at this. He ties him up with his leg, comes up on top. Looks like he almost was going to try to set up some kind of crucifix, and then Thompson squirts out. These are two guys that look like they've been wrestling with their brothers their whole life, because that's the kind of stuff you do when you're 5 years old.
Right?
Absolutely. All right, time for our next matchup. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete, making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings, give it up for Chuy El Chupacabra Magana!
You know, Tim, you referred to Chuy as the MVP, and while Jett Thompson is on his team, it's hard to disagree with you. Chuy went for only $1,000 in the draft, has 31 points on the board, sits firmly in that number 5 spot. I think he's a slam dunk to make the postseason and hopes to continue to contribute to this team winning this team championship tonight.
Chuy Magana back at it. What a storybook run it's been for him this season at PGF. Came up through a qualifier and has definitely earned his spot on this Las Vegas Kings team. His final night of the regular season is just about to get underway. All right, back to Steven.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms, make some noise for Shawn Melanson!
Shawn Melanson been a big highlight this season. He is looking in at the postseason, currently in the number 7 slot with 27 points. So Chuy has 7 more points than Melanson. So big spot here for Melanson to maybe move up in the seeding. Great matchup here. Going to be interested to see how Melanson handles this challenge.
All right, it is the Kings, Chuy Magana, the Phenoms, Shawn Melanson. As you mentioned, Melanson would love to just lock that playoff position in, and he does try to do that here against Chuy Magana. Magana, again, a breakout star of this season of PGF. I didn't like the fact that he thought I was Stephen Aiken after last week's matches, but I'll let it slide. Of course, Magana coming off that break of Elijah Carlton, a big upset. Tim, what were your thoughts on that? Because, I mean, it was definitely impressive to do it against Carlton, but he's a guy where you just cannot afford to let him get into an attacking position on your legs.
Chuy's one of these guys that no matter how much trouble he seems like he's in a match, he finds a way to come out on top. It's really discouraging when you're fighting a guy like that and you do all your best stuff and your best stuff doesn't work and they're still putting you in danger. Melanson's 6-0 in the PGF, though. But if you look at their common opponents that they both fought, Magana has a better record. He has more wins than Melanson, but we can see Melanson's already on mount. We've seen Chuy in these bad spots, though. Many of his matches he's been in tight spots.
Yeah, I mean, and he's also a guy that has been pushed around a lot. But no matter what you put on Chuy Magana, if it comes in the first, 5 seconds where he gets a look at your leg or the final 5 seconds, he's very dangerous. But he has gone through a lot of hell to come back and strike, and Melanson trying to put it on him here early.
And Magana does a great job hunting legs in funky positions and finding himself sort of switching from defense to offense. Speaking of defense, the Alabama Twisters, if they can get through this block with the Kings having only put up 4 points, you might think that may be their only shot with them facing the Wolverines right now.
Chuy's got right on an attack. We heard the commissioner throw out the shot clock warning, and Chuy got after. All of Chuy's subs are leg locks.
Did you hear the crowd start to get antsy when Chuy looked? I mean, it's crazy. He just gets the slightest look at your legs, and people start to get excited.
We saw season 6 birth Jett Thompson as a star, and I believe we see season 9 do the same for Chuy Magana.
Oh, without question. A lot of credit should be thrown the way of Shawn Melanson, who had a variety of things to say about PGF, but over the season, we've really seen him adapt his jiu-jitsu game to fit this format, because if you haven't done this format before, PGF, it will make you change the way you roll.
I'll tell you right now, and if Shawn Melanson stays locked in that number 7 seed, right, that's a tough draw. You know, if you're Kevin Beuhring in that 2 seed, you get Melanson coming at you in round 1.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're going to be looking at Beuhring or Oranday, one of those top-level guys.
Right.
Not easy to beat. And, you know, getting back to what you asked earlier, Magana TJ beating Carlton, it was kind of shocking. Carlton's very difficult to beat. He's got if you look at his PGA stats, it's mind-blowing how well he's done in the PGF. But it just goes to show you how dangerous Chuy is when he's on the mats, regardless of how much time is on the clock. We saw it against Sam Schwartzapfel. There was only 7 seconds on the clock when he finished that match.
Yeah, we talk about this run for Chuy, who's on bottom mount of Melanson. You know, he had already broken out as a star, but I think the Carlton win was the stamp that really solidified it. Yes, he's had some great wins, but he had a breakout, standout, career-type win, and now he's hunting another. Nicely done by Melanson.
The crowd did get worked up. And like literally every time he grabs a foot.
Right. You know, Melanson jokes with us because we've been calling him strong all season, but it really is a theme for a reason, because others would have been perhaps compromised there.
Nice little duck under from Shawn, just defending. Chuy's got good wrestling, too. We saw a great blast double against Kyle Chambers a couple weeks back.
Chuy takes a seat. 90 seconds remain in the match.
When you pass, he's exposing his heels too.
Melanson's going to try to duck under and pass to the opposite side.
Yeah, Shawn looks acutely aware of the problems Magana presents if he grabs a hold of the leg.
That's 3 or 4 guard passes in this match for Melanson. He hasn't been able to convert into a strong sub attempt.
We talk about Chuy not having much of a neck physically. Chuy's a bit of a problem. You know, ultimately, not the easiest guy to maneuver around down there.
Neither is Melanson, though,
Yeah,
right? This
right,
is basically
exactly.
2 guys that are all traps and lats, basically. He's got a little bit of a butcher on Chuy. Could be hard to finish somebody here, but you definitely can cook someone in this pocket. Let's see if Melanson get his hands locked. It's a hard choke to finish, but definitely a pressure cooker position. Ooh. Oh, you got a nice little row drag. Let's see if we can convert to the step around. Oh.
Slick escape by Magana.
And that's one of Shawn's go-to subs. He hit that earlier in the season.
Closing moments here.
Get the feeling the Kings are playing tough, but playing a little safe.
All right, we go the distance. Nicely done by both gentlemen. Chuy Magana able to stay away from giving any points to the Phenoms or Shawn Melanson. We will make it official. Stephen A.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
So the door slightly ajar for the Alabama Twisters in the 2026 PGF season. Really going to be interesting to see what their approach is.
Taking a look at some of the action here from that match. Tim Freeman, your thoughts?
Well, you can see most of the match, Shawn was in control. He was passing. I know we're seeing Chuy's highlights. He had a couple attempts on the legs, but this match was mostly Melanson in control of the match. He had a few sub attempts, but neither athlete really had a deep look at getting a win.
All right, that rounds out the first matchup here of block number 1. Of course, it all leads to our playoffs next week. Who is in, who is out? We will have a final answer before night's end.
And you see the Elite 8 on your screen there. I think it's going to be difficult for one of those gentlemen to be to lose their spot, if you will. Some favorable matchups potentially for Jayden Groner, who is in that 8th slot.
Tonight we will crown a team champion, and points will be needed by these Alabama Twisters if they hope to close the gap between themselves and the Kings. They get the opportunity to do so now in their first team matchup against the 4th place Colorado Wolverines. All right, let's get to the action here. Actually, let's take a look at some of the action. You know, Tim Freeman, your thoughts on our matchups here between the Twisters and Wolverines?
So, you know, obviously the Twisters need big scores to catch up with the Kings if they're going to have a chance. This is a block when they could potentially put some points on the board. Beuhring's got a great shot against Moyer. Carlton's got a great chance against Crump. Straus has a couple things going for him. One is he's still in the bubble.
Yep.
He's got 14 points. Hurd wasn't able to convert earlier. Rayfield wasn't able to make points on the board, so he's got a chance against Schwartzapfel. Let's see if Groner can keep his going off night going, right, in week 5 going up against Salisbury. And then that last matchup we were looking at was Travis Haven and I believe is Officer Grimy in? Is it Jonathan Wilson or somebody?
No, Joshua Squires in there.
Oh, it's Squires is filling in. So, you know, the Twisters have a chance to put some points up on the board. We know that they're going to have to face the Kings eventually. They need to really get as much as they can before that happens.
All right, the time is now for the Twisters to strike. Let's go to Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for our next team matchup. The first athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters, make some noise for Kevin Beuhring.
So here is Kevin Beuhring. We will see him against Jett Thompson later tonight. This is the number 2 seed. Thompson, obviously, the number 1 seed. It'll be interesting to see how Beuhring plays this evening. He's got 40 points. He's a complete lock for the postseason. Seeding may come into play here, but if he's looking out for the Twisters solely, he will solely be looking for chokes here.
Absolutely. Elijah Carlton is the biggest name, if you will, on this Twisters team, but Kevin Beuhring is the man that Elijah said is the real team leader, and tonight he gets the call for the first opportunity to get points in the bank for this Alabama squad. All right, back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines, make some noise for Bulletproof Brett Moyer.
So here's Bulletproof Brett Moyer. Moyer was sort of keeping the Wolverines' head above water early on in the season. Was sort of active, had good energy about him. Did have to sit out last week. Was sort of a late scratch after a couple quick elbow GD finishes at the expense of Melanson and Oranday at the end of week 3. But back in here week 5.
Here's the tail of the tape. Kevin Beuhring, 40 points on the board, a lock for the playoffs. Brett Moyer trying to play spoiler tonight when it comes to the team standings. We'll see what will happen here. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman live here in Las Vegas. It is week 5 of the Professional Grappling Federation.
And even a guy like Brett Moyer with 6 points on the board, find a neck within a minute and things could look different. So still opportunities for the guys on the outside looking in.
Beuhring's had an incredible season. Incredible breakout season.
And Kevin is a guy that is a veteran of multiple seasons, kind of, you know, one of those athletes that were there before the big leveling up and coming out to Las Vegas, and he's done well on every stage of the PGF that he's been in, and this year, you know, really breaking out, as we mentioned, 40 points on the board.
Well, and for those that have been watching the PGF, I mean, he made his debut season 3 in 2022.
And he's already on the heel. He's got a devastating outside heel. Let's see if he can get this. He's deep on it.
Moyer trying to.
He's deep. I would not want to get into a shootout with Beuhring.
Oh, big reaction there.
Almost looked like a tap.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I think it's close.
I mean,
you saw the flutter hand.
Yes.
Yeah. And
we saw a challenge earlier against Cam Hurd's perhaps verbal attack.
No. Oh, man.
Moyer's got an ankle lock of his own, but Beuhring's still on the leg here. This is the challenge for Moyer, is that Moyer doesn't have a knee line. Beuhring does. Beuhring just can't find the angle, and he opts to come up to the top. Not a bad decision. You change up the attack a little bit, and then maybe you go back to the legs in a minute or so.
Yeah, he's got many ways to win.
Gonna get a reset here.
We've seen Moyer in some pretty detailed leg lock exchanges this season, though. Like he hangs tough in those positions.
Yep. Let's not forget Brett Moyer, the first man to put points on the board for the Colorado Wolverines. So he occupies a spot in the history books. And while it's been a tough season, I think, for these Wolverines, from a team standpoint, now Kevin attacking again.
Right back into it.
From a team standpoint, they've really kept spirits high. Now making the adjustment again here is Beuhring.
Yeah, Kevin switches to the inside now. We know he's got and then he slides to the outside on the opposite foot. That's a crafty move. Moyer's doing a nice job of throwing out sufficient counterattacks that Beuhring can't just 100% ignore the counterattack.
Appreciate everybody joining us on Kick and on YouTube. The 5th and final week of the PGF regular season playoffs next week, same time.
Nice job. Beuhring uses that pass, the recovery on the pass, to sit into the legs, and he's right back on the ankle this time.
But Brett Moyer living up to that nickname of bulletproof thus far. Not a lot of guys can really hang out with here with Beuhring in these spots. And Moyer has not only been, good defensively, he's had some offensive moments of his own. Go ahead.
You're going to have to do that against a guy like Beuhring because you can't let him camp out on your feet all night. He will find the way to victory. Right back into the outside heel. Just can't quite get to the heel. You get the feeling if Beuhring could get a bite on this, he can get a finish. He's just having a look.
Oh, there it is. On demand. Kevin Beuhring getting 3 points for the Twisters. We've already talked about his playoff spot being locked up, but this team championship still up for grabs. Sean Applegate, Matt Elkins got to be proud of their boy. 3 points on the board. Kevin Beuhring getting it done. We'll make it official with Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a break, representing the Alabama Twisters, Kevin Beuhring.
Big win for the Alabama Twisters as Kevin Beuhring starts off their first matchup of this opening block with 3 points. Take a look at it. Tim Freeman, walk us through.
So you can see Beuhring goes belly down to try to get a bite on that heel, and on that attempt, he was able to do it. Little bit of a challenge. Sometimes you get out of leg submissions a lot, and then you think they're not going to be able to touch you, and then they come back and they get you good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game that you don't want to play for too long with Kevin Beuhring, because if he's got a hold of your leg, you are playing with fire, and it seems that eventually you might get burned. All right, time for our next matchup here in the second half of this first block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Elijah Carlton!
Speaking of making noise, I don't think Elijah Carlton is done making noise. Gets a nice greeting from Eddie Bravo on the way to the mat. So Carlton competed in his 100th PGF match last season, which is just a feat in and of itself. Did get that late break at the hands of Chuy Magana late last week. Curious how he's going to bounce back from that. He's very much in the playoff mix, tied with that in that number 3 seed with Austin Oranday. So Carlton definitely going to be competing next week. We'll see how aggressive he is in terms of the team competition for the Twisters here.
Been a great season for the newly improved Elijah Carlton, and we'll see what happens here in his first assignment of the night. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Caleb Crump.
All right, here's Caleb Crump making his first appearance of Week 5. He's been a stalwart for this Colorado Wolverines team, punching the clock every week. Did get a big kill over Armin Bruni back in Week 2, which was his first and only finish in the PGF format.
Take a look at the tail of the tape. Elijah Carlton with 38 points, and look at that record. 75 wins, only 5 losses. Crump with 1 win. It came this season. He's got 7 points. He would be in line to pull off a big upset here against Carlton should he get it done. But we'll see what happens. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman, live here in a secret location. It is the site of PGF World.
And it's already getting late early for the Alabama Twisters, down 30 points, period. They got to make something happen right now if they're going to sniff the team championship.
For Carlton, this is his first time, I believe, on the mat since that loss to Chuy Magana. And, I think it's sort of understated with all the, opportunities you have through this season. No one ever wants to lose, especially like Carlton, who is a poster boy and has not done a lot of losing on this mat. But losses are very forgivable in this format, and you just got to put it behind you.
No question about it. Sean Applegate was talking about how healthy can you remain while continuously winning. And especially tonight with some of these guys knowing what they're competing for next week.
Tim, I'm curious your thoughts on that Magana submission over Carlton. I had questioned whether or not, it was maybe a decision by Elijah. Now, Elijah going on the attack here.
Carlton's hands are just so strong. Snatching that ankle.
Got it immediately.
Two.
And he just missed the elbow, Genie, by about 5 seconds.
It looked like to me that he got a quick bite on the heel, and Crump was not going to play that game.
Well, Elijah's going, what does the guy got to do to get a money bag? Well, it was a very valuable 3 points for him and the Twisters as they look to close the gap. Stephen Aiken, let's make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing the Alabama Twisters, Elijah Carlton.
Just unbelievable the way he snatches up that ankle with limited grip and just turns it into a finish.
Quick work for Elijah Carlton, but not quick enough for that extra point. Tim Freeman, walk us through.
Let's see what he gets here. I think he gets a bite. Let's see on that. Yeah, on Crump's right ankle. He doesn't even get both hands in on it, and Crump is already like, nah, man, I'm out.
Right.
I mean, that ankle of Crump was already taped up, and
Right.
Elijah Carlton's not a guy you necessarily want to put some torque on an already injured limb. But, wow, all right. Decent start here for these Twisters in their first block of the night. Let's see if it can continue here in Las Vegas. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters, make some noise for Jake Straus.
So here's Jake Straus, who absolutely has a chance. 14 points, so he's sort of looking up right now, but only 5 points trailing that number 8 slot of Jayden Groner. Has Schwartzapfel here. Has certainly been the benefit of certain block points with the Twisters this season, but does have a couple wins of his own. Had a big break last week over Andrew Kochel with the dislocated elbow. A lot of varying opinions on that finish, but Straus has been a great competitor here, and I don't think this will be his last season in the PGF.
All right, we'll see what Straus can do as his night is officially underway in Las Vegas. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines, make some noise for Sam Schwartzapfel.
So here's the man, Sam Schwartzapfel. Not been the best season for Sam Schwartzapfel, but did really compete very well last week. Fought Beuhring, Hurd, and Rayfield. Took them all to draws. Had a lot of good moments. So certainly peaking, perhaps, right now. Should be a good physical matchup here between Straus and Schwartzapfel.
14 points on the board for Straus. He hopes to pick some more up here for his Twisters. Just 1 point for the Wolverine and Sam Schwartzapfel. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman. Appreciate you joining us here on week number 5 of PGF. Straus taking a seat. Now trying to get it on the leg, but now Schwartzapfel able to get a headlock here, trying to maybe work something. I mean, Sam Schwartzapfel's not a guy you want to get a front headlock.
Definitely not. You don't want to be there. And we've seen Sam get some really good attacks off this season. Just hasn't been able to convert on the attacks. It's been kind of a hard luck season for him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, talking to Sam, he's kept spirits high. It's been, a tough road for him here and a tough road for these Wolverines. But, Sam's a guy that's going to come on his A game each and every night and put the pressure on.
Sam is classic pressure here.
obviously been a grueling season for a lot of these guys, so I'm sure a lot of them bumps, bruises, not 100% at this stage. It is quite a run when you're competing every Wednesday, 5 straight weeks.
Yeah, it is. Let's see if Sam can go around. He had an underhook on that outside arm. Shades of Shawn Melanson there.
Yeah.
He's trying to hunt that Kimura grip.
You mentioned the bumps and bruises. We are in this week-to-week format, so physically they have a bit more time to recover between each match, but I firmly believe the 6-week format is harder on the athletes when you think about the mental factor being here for 6 weeks. Yeah, you got more time to recover, but it's we used to call it, the gauntlet. It is truly a marathon.
Melanson said, some really interesting quotes this week, talking about needing 3 weeks of competition to sort of settle in. He says he's never been this frustrated at a competition in his entire career, and he's having a great season.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was like, we talking about the same guy?
Right.
But I think it points to the challenges. Jake Straus said this is the toughest thing he's ever done, the PGF, and doing hard things is good.
Well, we have to agree to disagree.
And we got Straus on the shot clock now.
They really haven't had a lot of shot clock calls tonight.
Not too many.
Halfway through that shot clock, able to get back to his feet briefly was Straus. Now he finds himself in bottom position once again. And that did reset the shot clock.
Yeah, he had to kind of take just a emergency wrestling shot there to get that clock turned off.
And I like it. It's all about action here at the PGF. And sometimes, BMAC has talked about it. It's not a game of necessarily smart jiu-jitsu. It's a game of exciting jiu-jitsu here at PGF.
Sam looks like he's going to try to set up a roll. No, he might be looking for that inside leg. Let's see if he can convert on that.
A lot of time here for Schwartzapfel to work.
Sam sits into the outside leg. He's got an ankle on it, and he still has the inside trap. Nice job by Straus.
For Sam, that would have been his first submission of the season, but Straus wise to it. Now he's in top.
The Twisters need Straus to put numbers up on the board, and Straus needs Straus to put numbers up on the board right now.
On deck we have TV dinner Anthony Salisbury versus Jayden Groner. Jayden Groner for the Wolverines has started to become a little bit of a problem. The Wolverines early in this season potentially was that team you might want to face to sort of build up your point total. Not so much as the season goes along.
Schwartzapfel on the shot clock now. Trying to get on the back here is Straus. We got a bit of a wardrobe issue. Shot clock going to expire. Now we're going to get a restart here in the penalty position. For shot clock violation of this match, it goes on Sam Schwartzapfel. 97 seconds remain in the match. Tim, what are your thoughts on the shot clock and the penalty position? Because it is unlike anything else in jiu-jitsu. And, some people love it, some people hate it.
I don't hate it. It's shades of folk-style wrestling. It's very similar in terms of the referee's position. Some guys don't mind being put in that position.
Right.
They're good at scrambling out of it. Whatever you do, you got to have a penalty that has teeth. It has to have teeth, and it has to hurt immediately. And I think that's where the PGF has really dialed that in. Sam pulled off a nice escape right there. As well, even if you penalize guys later, we're going to fine you $200 at the end of the season. That doesn't have the same bite as saying we're going to penalize you right here, right now. You might lose the match because of it.
And it's just all about progressing the match. If you are avoiding action, it means you're avoiding ultimately a conclusion. And, it's all about action here at PGF.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the thing that makes jiu-jitsu great is time and pressure also makes it unwatchable. You know what I mean? You have to put some parameters around it to make it entertaining for the folks who are watching the matches.
You bring up a great point because the PGF, the goal is to bring not just jiu-jitsu fans in, but to make sports fans of jiu-jitsu. And, we can all sit there and appreciate a very technical matchup, but sometimes you need to just put pedal to the metal, get some casual fans in here. And these guys are hunting for it as we head down the stretch, 10 seconds on the clock.
A smirk from Schwartzapfel.
And I mean, that match, I think, has sort of been emblematic of the entire season for Sam Schwartzapfel. Found himself in some positions to potentially score, but Straus one step ahead of it. And we go the distance, no points. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Nice sign of respect between these two athletes. Take a look at the match recap here, powered by Dahlinger. Tim Freeman.
So we can see Sam's got a good bite, and he attacks the outside defensive leg. Generally, you do that because if it gets defended, you could slip into the leg you have controlled, but Straus did a nice job. Straus here trying to pick Sam's back, but you can see Sam's got a nice reach-around headlock on Straus that he was able to actually not just escape with, but end up with the pass.
So, TJ, unless I'm mistaken, in terms of this block, 4 points thus far for the Kings, 3 for the Twisters. All right?
6 for the Twisters.
Thank you.
Man, we're in trouble if you're having me do math. All right, Stephen Aiken, keep going.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Parker TV Dinner Salisbury.
Welcome back to the PGF, Anthony Salisbury with the TV Dinner sweatshirt. Missed the last couple weeks due to injury. Has yet to find a W this season. Will face Groner, Bowers, and McCulley tonight.
Time for TV Dinner to make a triumphant return. That's what the Twisters want. That's what the Twisters need. We'll see if he can do it. Now back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Jayden Groner.
So Jayden Groner has quickly made himself must-see TV in the PGF. He's won 4 straight matches. Just a fascinating story, right? Loses all 3 of his matches week 1, has to sit out week 2, and really been on a tear ever since. 3 breaks last week, 2 breaks, 1 kill, all by Elbow Genie. He sits in that number 8 slot. Hopes to improve that seeding as the night goes on.
Yeah, 19 points racked up for Groner, who has been a breakout, sort of unexpected star, I think, here for the Wolverines, who, were really going through it. But, while they're out of the team championship hunt, there's a lot for the Wolverines to support and get excited for. Groner is definitely one of those gentlemen.
No question about it. And the Colorado Wolverines, this franchise, it's the inception of this franchise.
Right.
And Jayden Groner is a big part of what they want to do. And slowly but surely, this Colorado team is going to be a force to be reckoned with in this promotion.
Yeah. Groner's all over Salisbury right now. If I'm Jayden, whatever I did last Wednesday leading up to the matches, I'm doing that same thing this Wednesday. Like, I'm not changing a thing.
Well, team owner Dave Seagraves, formerly known as Egghead, talked about how happy Groner was sort of going into last week. And all fighters need to be in different mental spaces, and only you know what's right for you. But clearly Groner maybe not taking himself too seriously and leaning into the joy is the right swing thought, if you will.
Yeah, while you're winning, you'll stick with that.
Right.
And, that's the thing. We talk about how every match matters. I mean, PGF is a format where you can have a breakout night that really sort of defines you and people will call back upon. And I think last week for Groner was just something incredibly special. And he's trying to keep that momentum here in week number 5, 90 seconds into this one as he's in mount here on Salisbury.
Salisbury, the youngest competitor this season at 17 years old.
At 17, there was no way I was coming out here to face these monsters.
North-south here.
You can see Jayden's been hunting but not committing yet. You can see him kind of like a predator looking at his prey. He's looking for the openings, but he hasn't quite pulled the trigger yet. I like that Salisbury just keeps working. Just keeps moving, keeps working, doesn't get too static. Right as I say that, BMAC puts him on the clock, gives him the warning.
Caught in the rash guard there is the foot of TV Dinner. Back underway.
That's a nice pass for Jayden there. And he's got the elbow isolated. He might be able to convert this into a kill. Let's see how Salisbury defends.
Ooh, nicely done. He's still in this mount here. We'll see if he can move over to this.
Nicely done. Huge choke for Groner.
The rise continues for the Wolverines. Jayden Groner, 6 points. The kill, and man, Twisters did not need that. But wow, what a night here to begin the night for Jayden Groner. Let's go ahead and make it official. Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a kill, representing the Colorado Wolverines, Jayden Groner.
If you are any athlete on the bubble, that is the worst case scenario. The number 8 seed to put up 6 big points. He now vaults himself in front of Shawn Melanson.
Yeah, he does. That puts Melanson at 24 points now at number 8.
Wow. And my question, Tim, was Groner going to need to get over to side to finish it, but I got my answer very quickly as Salisbury taps. A look at the end there brought to you by Dolomer. And man, look at the Wolverines. Very happy for their guy, Jayden Groner. See what he can do here before night's end, but a big step towards securing that number 8 spot and maybe even closing the distance as he goes on throughout the night. All right, back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Big Dog, Travis Haven.
Not sure there's a guy who I've enjoyed having part of the PGF as much as Travis Haven. He sits in that number 6 slot with 26 points. Had a good week last week. Kill over Caleb Crump, and then finished his night with a break over Jared Fekete. He'll face Squires, Magana, and Chambers here tonight, hoping to put the Twisters sort of back in that team mix. Certainly he has individual considerations as well.
Well, Groner just tied this block up, so the big dog finds himself in a big game situation. We'll see how Travis Haven responds.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Joshua Squires.
Here is Joshua Squires, the front runner for the newly minted 6th Man of the Year award in the PGF. He came off the bench in week 2. He's faced some tough competition. Had to face Jett Thompson twice. Had a big break over Derrick Adkins at the end of week 4 last week. And still is in the mix if he can make some magic here.
26 points for Haven. 10 points for Squires. We are underway. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman live in a secret location. It is the site of week number 5 of PGF.
So it looks like the Twisters, unless... so now the Wolverines have 6 in the block, so they are tied with the Twisters. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
This block point will be very significant. For those that don't know, 1 block point is awarded to each individual athlete for the team that wins the block. These singular points will matter in this playoff picture.
And if you're the Wolverines and you can win 2 blocks back-to-back, that's a big deal for them as a team.
Great point. They did win the final block in week 4. Good stuff, Tim.
It's a really big deal for them. And Squires just got under on the leg. Let's see if he can finish this. Haven does a nice job, though, of getting a crossface. Now he's turning it to the front headlock. And it looks like Haven he might be showing like he's trying to look for a Darce, but Squires stays on the leg, and he's got him in honey hole right here, and he's got double trouble. Let's see if he can finish it, though. You don't see a lot of taps off of this particular cloverleaf sub, but as you can see, Haven's right heel is just hanging out.
Honey hole, double trouble.
Yeah, I didn't make these names up. No. This is just jiu-jitsu
like
speak.
Secondary leg cross body.
You know, Haven's had a lot of support this season. He talks about his family sort of, you couldn't pay them to watch him at the Worlds, but in PGF, they can't get enough, right? Everyone thought he was doing karate until he gets to the PGF. Now they know what he's about.
Yeah, you know it's bad when your parents ask you, why don't you have your outfit on? And Squires is going to go belly down on this. Let's see if he continues to hunt for this clover leaf or if he tries to change it up.
You know, and Haven, despite having a good year, he has been scored against. Only one draw in his 12 matches thus far. So he has been broken here and there.
And I believe Haven went on a 4-fight loss streak, too.
He did.
He can be beat, but he's still, even with that, he's managed to hang around the top 8 all season.
Yep. Well, it helps when you have a couple chokes mixed in. Those are the point.
And this is a close chance for Squires. He almost was able to pin Travis's leg to his head. He's going to go back to it. Let's see if he has enough leg length. And he does.
And Haven on the hunt.
He turned it into an
right
ankle
here.
lock.
Oh.
See if he can finish that. Squires is doing a nice job, though, of keeping their bodies close. Haven's going to need to extend to get this finish.
If Haven finds a break or kill here, the Twisters win the block.
Halfway point of the match. Really trying to get a look out here. It's Haven, he does! It secures the block. A big win for Travis Haven, and the Alabama Twisters are making some things happen, as it's still a tough road to hoe, but they're doing their part. Big win right there, securing the block. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing the Alabama Twisters, Big Dog, Travis Haven.
Travis Haven, big game player, big game performance. He went #1 at the draft, and this might be the #1 win of his run with all the importance on it. Tim Freeman, walk us through.
So we could see, we were all looking at Squires because he had the isolation, and in the meantime, Haven set up a nice ankle lock. And Squires was doing a good job. He was staying tight, and you could see he kind of said, forget it, I'm going to go for my own shot, and it got converted into a heel hook. Squires had to tap.
What?
Those block points going to be very significant for all the Twisters in the top 8 on the leaderboard.
Absolutely. What a dramatic opening to our 5th and final night here of the PGF 2026 season. The Twisters, they've got a lot of work to do yet, but they have done a good job at getting their night started. And all right, nicely done. All right, getting word now. It is time to take a look at a video package here. PGF home to the Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame. And we've got some news on that right now.
I would like to do something that I feel is important. You know, in Jiu-Jitsu, we have the very prestigious and incredible ADCC, the Abu Dhabi Combat Club. They got their Hall of Fame. We got the IBJJF out there doing their own thing. They got their Hall of Fame. But what doesn't exist in our sport is a Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame. Something that acknowledges the efforts of everybody, not just one individual organization. And so what I would like to do tonight is establish our first 2 recipients for the Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame. I don't think that you could really have a legitimate and true Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame if you didn't start with one man. The man who started it all. I'd like to welcome and introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to Royce Gracie.
It wasn't me. You guys never saw me fighting. You saw the technique. So thanks to my Uncle Carlos and my father, they're the ones that started the whole thing. I was just a product of their work. What happened in Brazil a long time ago, the world did not see until it came to America. Now, once America found out, the whole world found out.
I would also like to acknowledge another man who has been a force in Jiu-Jitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the one, the only, another legend, Carlos Machado.
I'm so excited here right now that I may be at a loss of words. Brandon,
what's going on with PGF, this evolution, Jiu-Jitsu will never, ever be a job done. Will always be a work in progress. And I know that it's humbling for me to see how much it has evolved, but also very motivating. And if I can feel I have a small piece of contribution in this big, big revolution that has taken place with the Gracie family, my cousins have started, and we are blessed to learn from and continue the work here, delivering to you the best we can and to see the best coming to fruition. And let me tell you, PGF is just the beginning.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Royce Gracie and Carlos Machado, the first inductees into the Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame.
PGF home to the Jiu-Jitsu Hall of Fame, and we honor the legends of BJJ. And no two guys more worthy of that than Carlos Machado and the legend that is Royce Gracie. Carlos here in attendance, chatting with Zoe. I can't get past the, I think the kids call it the drip of Zoe. I mean, man.
Yeah, I can't either, to be honest with you. It's looking good. I thought I was going to be cool and rock a bolo tie someday here, and he came in with a golden saber-tooth claw?
Yeah,
something
like that. All right, let's take a look at the team standings here. Jason Anik, why don't you walk us through?
All right, so Kings have a 21-point lead over the Twisters at this time. They will face off at the beginning of this block. Gotta think the Twisters have to make more headway in this block because, as we said, it's getting late early, right? And the Phenoms and Wolverines certainly looking up. Better luck next year. But the Twisters still alive. They made a little headway, but maybe not quite enough.
Yeah, they're going to have to be hunting next when they take on the Kings. And dare I say it, Monteleone. Individual standings, Jett Thompson has basically been on a rocket to the top. He's 58 points, leading the league. Kevin Beuhring in that number 2 spot. Elijah Carlton at number 3, tied technically with Austin Oranday.
Yeah, and you see Carlton had the break, but then got that team point to give him the 4 points. Oranday had the elbow genie break, so those guys remain tied. We are going to see Thompson versus Beuhring and Oranday versus Carlton in this block here. Chuy sort of locked in at number 5. And it'll be interesting to take a look at the bubble because Jayden Groner is the fly in the ointment. I'm sure Derrick Rayfield and others aren't happy with how Jayden Groner has put himself in this position. Now Melanson, right? Jett Thompson, how do you like Melanson as your first match in the playoff if it were to start right now? Just fascinating, but really that top 8 is going to be tough to crack for the guys on the bubble.
Yeah, that's really what matters here as we take a look, at the bubble. And you're fighting not only to get into the playoffs, but deciding who you're going to take on. Could you imagine Melanson Thompson first out the gate?
Right. Well, and Tim, for Straus and Rayfield, you're looking up at a 24-point scorer in Melanson in that 8th spot. So only a couple matches left. It's got to be magical.
Yeah, you still have a chance to jump into it, which is pretty nice to see going into the end of week 5. There's still spots available in on that bubble. However, Groner doesn't look like he's going to slow down at all.
Without question. And his teammate Brett Moyer said, be careful. He could win the whole thing. Don't sleep on Jayden Groner. And wouldn't that be nice for the Colorado Wolverines to have that representative? And we were talking to Shawn Melanson earlier tonight, and he was talking about, if Rayfield doesn't get in, his other teammate Kochel back in Philadelphia healing up that elbow, Groner and Melanson have a chance to not face an opponent, whereas the Twisters and Kings, they're going to be facing their teammates in this playoff. But finally, I'll just say, in terms of this 8-man playoff, B-Mac talked about the parity of the roster this season. This 8-man playoff is going to be the elite of the elite.
Absolutely. It all goes down 1 week from tonight. Same bat time, same bat channel. All right, we still got a lot more action headed your way here tonight in Las Vegas, but now let's take a moment and check in with our Alex Wendling, who is standing by.
What an exciting first block. We saw Jayden Groner put up 6 points, and right now I am standing by with the head coach, or the owner of the Colorado Wolverines. We also have CJ Seagraves here as well. Everyone just here to support. When it comes to what Jayden Groner has been able to do, he is your lone soldier in the playoffs. What is your overall analysis of his season so far?
I mean, he's proven he is who he thought he was. He is a rising star in jiu-jitsu, period. Unfortunately, so many of these guys we had to talk to, like, hey, don't get injured, on that first week. But, they're warriors. They hold themselves to a high standard, and they don't want to let down the other guys. And so we unfortunately had some bad injuries that first week. And so I think now everyone's just seeing what we saw in him before the draft. Because if he didn't have that injury that first week, man, he'd have so many more points.
And if you guys can hear now, he has a little bit of a scratchy voice. That's why you might mix him up with the coach, because he's so passionate. You told me before we went on air that these guys are your new boys, your new sons. Whenever your son used to play college ball, you would be losing your voice cheering for him. So what is it like, the family essence that this team has?
It's truly amazing. I mean, we have a fire pit, and they always joke that, it's not a real fire if you can't see from space. And guys are cooking on cast iron grills on that thing. We're grilling all the time. Everyone's learning from each other, and the way they're gelling and the camaraderie they have, the esprit de corps, that's everything I love about the Marine Corps, and that's transferred 100% over to the Wolverines.
And now we got to talk about the sixth man, Joshua Squires, putting up some major points for you guys. What did you expect from him from this season?
So, I mean, I was there in person with Brandon at the Pasadena qualifier. I saw him get second. I saw him do some amazing things. I knew he was dangerous. But he kind of was under the radar a little bit because he wasn't as well known a person. But he was on the short list of the guys that we were targeting. And I mean, just talk about a sixth man. Comes in that first week after Grimy gets hurt, goes against Jett Thompson, and then we have to all of a sudden last week, Brett Moyer's out, pardon me, and again, hi Jett again. But he is that warrior that just puts his head down and says, "All right, I'm here to work." And, he's had some huge points for us. He's had some big moments. And he's a guy that we've been able to rally around.
Yes, I got to say, I have so much respect for you guys for keeping that positive energy. I know that you guys are obviously, far away from getting the first place spot. But the energy on the sidelines has been great all season long. The Colorado Wolverines making their debut season. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Alex. Egghead, the owner of the Wolverines, and definitely cheering on his guys. We've already had a ton of action here tonight. It is the fifth and final week of the regular season. Chuy Magana, Shawn Melanson, they went to war. Elijah Carlton going to work against CJ Crump, finding some must-needed points for the Twisters, and they'll be on the hunt to kick off block number 2 when they take on the Kings. It's all headed your way next. Live from Las Vegas, you're watching the Professional Grappling Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
Now for the main event.
We're all
Hit the break under a minute.
Yeah, very good.
A live shot of Las Vegas, the combat sports capital. It is the perfect setting for the fifth and final week of this regular season for the Professional Grappling Federation. One block down, 2 to go, and here is a main event matchup of teams. The league-leading Las Vegas Kings taking on the second-place Alabama Twisters. The Twisters would love to close the gap here and try to take home this team title. And the time is now as we see our matchups. Cam Hurd for the Kings taking on Jake Straus. Travis Haven, the big dog, draws Chuy Magana. J.J. Bowers on his first night of action this season. He takes on TV Dinner Anthony Salisbury. Kevin Beuhring draws Jett Thompson. What a matchup there. And Austin Oranday and Elijah Carlton rounded out. All right, we've got some representatives of the United States Army in attendance here tonight. They are the guest of the Las Vegas Kings, the Navy here as well, and they are looking to find the next generation of America's finest warriors. And always good to see the support here from the Army and Navy. Again, they are the guests of the Las Vegas Kings. Hard to get a seat here tonight in our secret location. The playoffs are next week, but everything is really decided tonight as we crown a team champion and, of course, find out who the top 8 are headed to the playoffs next week. All right, our second block about to get underway. Let's go to Stephen Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our second block of the evening. The first athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Las Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Cam Hurd!
Here is Cam Hurd. When the night began, maybe we thought Hurd had a shot with 15 points, but it's going to be challenging. Going to have to make some magic here. Certainly that team competition is important to him as well and can certainly contribute there. Had a draw versus McCulley last time out tonight.
Absolutely, Cam Hurd would love to make it to the playoffs, but I think he has played his part and his role for these Las Vegas Kings, who still sit atop the leaderboard. And Cam Hurd was a guy that the Kings wanted to bring in for a variety of reasons. His skills, on the mat are great, but he's a guy who embodies their work ethic, and he's still doing his part here tonight on the final night of this 2026 season. All right, time for his opponent to make the walk. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Give it up for Jake Straus.
Jake Straus really sort of rounding into form. He had a stretch during this season where he lost 4 out of 5 matches, but he's on a sort of 3-fight unbeaten streak. Had that big break over Kochel, obviously, last week, and then a draw against Jett Thompson to finish the night. For Straus here, I'm perhaps thinking hunt and neck, right? That team competition. Go for broke, no?
Yeah, absolutely. 6 points are what kills are worth, 3 for breaks, and Straus definitely wants to try to make something happen as he draws
Hi,
Cam
I hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, about to get this second block underway. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman. We're here in a secret location in Las Vegas. It is the site of week number 5 of PGF.
So the Kings with that 21-point lead over the Twisters, you gotta feel like any points on the board for the Kings in this block are going to make it challenging for the team from Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about closing the distance. Every win does that, but same can be said the opposite direction. You don't want to find yourself giving up points to these Kings.
And while we will see Jett Thompson versus Kevin Beuhring in this match, the final match of the night for Jett Thompson comes against Caleb Crump. So obviously we've seen Thompson be able to put this team on his back at times.
Ooh, getting aggressive here is Straus. Not a lot of people going to find themselves getting the better of Cam Hurd in the wrestling department. That was a very exciting moment there.
Yeah, he almost got couched.
I like that, couched.
Yeah, took me a minute, but
we were calling him couch locked last season. If you could couch lock somebody by slamming them into the couch, but I just shortened it up to couch.
I like that.
Now.
Couch is perfect.
I mean, slams are illegal on the mat. I don't know about on the couch.
It's soft.
I mean, that was the whole thing when you were a kid and wrestling with your buddies. You try to slam them on the bed. It's all right.
Right.
Things could really start to get interesting here if the Twisters can perform.
And this is not what Jake Straus or the Twisters want. Oh, nicely done, able to get out of it. Now on a headlock of his own.
Yeah, Straus did a nice job of kind of just rolling through that attempt from Cam Hurd and not necessarily resisting it, but just going with it. That's a half couch lock. That's a half couch right there. You get a half of a point for that.
I'm still waiting for us to sign a deal, and we'll have, so-and-so, the official couch of PGF.
Only a matter of time.
That's a great idea. both these guys are on the bubble. They both have a shot in making the top 8. It's an outside chance, and the longer it goes, obviously, the more outside chance that becomes. But multiple factors going on in this match, not just for the teams, but for them as individuals.
No, absolutely. And as we see them in their second appearance of the night, we're going to start to see people become mathematically eliminated. 2 minutes down here in this match.
Well, and certainly for Cam Hurd, wanting to keep Jake Straus and the Twisters off the board is important. But ultimately, with both guys 9 points out of that 8th slot, I ultimately think you're going to need to find a kill in one of these next 2 matches and have some bounces go your way.
Yeah, Cam Hurd trying to wrap up a kill right now. Straus able to hang tough. 3.5 minutes remain.
Cam flirts with that front headlock position so much. He just hunts through it looking for opportunities. Straus has done a nice job of staying just short enough in those attacks to not get his neck extended.
And Straus has done a good job here thus far as we approach the halfway point of the match of being aggressive here with Cam Hurd. Able to pass the guard, though, is Hurd. Appreciate you joining us here for this 5th and final night of the regular season. Don't forget playoffs coming up next week right here on YouTube and Kick or wherever you might be watching around the world.
Oh, wow. Straus pulls a nice little Craig Jones-esque escape out of that and almost ends up on Hurd's back.
Yeah, Cam bailed out of there, and I'm thinking, where did that come from? That was nuts.
Cam's doing a nice job of passing forward. He's not going side to side too much, just enough to cut an angle and get in.
And while it's maybe a little bit slower of a pace here from Hurd, he's a guy that is always active and moving and passing the guard. He brings a very unique style based on that wrestling game and now a very well-rounded traditional jiu-jitsu player. Now we're going for this choke again. Oh, man. And Straus one step ahead of it, but Cam Hurd going for it.
We've seen Straus do that a couple times in this match where he's just continued to roll into the attack instead of trying to resist against it, and it's served him quite well so far.
Inside the final 90 seconds. If you're tuning in, wonder where BMAC is. Normally on the commentary team, he's been working the shot clock and working that side of things. He will join us for the 3rd and final block. You hear the sounds of BMAC telling him to keep it going as we enter the final minute.
Cam gets in a single, and Straus almost gives him an Uchimata for his trouble.
I mean, if he would have got an Uchimata, there would have been a money bag flying.
Right.
Now inside the final 30 seconds. What's the line on a Cam Hurd flying armbar?
Man, I don't think it's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah. Although we did see Melanson go for a flying attack earlier in the season.
It's true.
This match creeping towards a draw and the drama continuing between these 2 top franchises of the 2026 season.
And while it's not going to help Cam Hurd's individual cause, that right there was a performance of a stopper.
No doubt about it.
Keeps the Twisters off the board. Twisters trying to close the gap, unable to do so there. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points for either team. And while there wasn't any points for the Kings, it was an opportunity for the Twisters that does go by the wayside. And each and every opportunity counts even more as our night continues. Tim Freeman, walk us through some of the action and the highlights.
So we can see here, Straus doing a nice job again of just rolling through those Darce attacks. He almost pulled off an octopus guard style escape there and ended up on the back. Again, rolling through the attacks. Hurd just doesn't quite have the arm length to get it finished. It was a nice little counter to Hurd's single leg attempt. And Straus tried to run it to a front headlock, but these guys are all front headlock hungry, and they're also good at defending front headlock.
All right, the first match out of the way in the second block. A high-stakes affair between these Kings and Twisters. And now we see a matchup of Chupacabra, Chuy Magana, taking on the big dog, Travis Haven. Let's get to it here. No, we're not doing that quite yet. Getting word that we got something else going on. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the Dream giving us a look, doesn't know what's going on. I do see Chuy lingering back there. Haven was a couple fights off of just finishing Squires just recently, a couple matches back. So
yeah,
we'll see what's happening here.
I am getting word that they're trying to figure it out right now, but the health of Chuy Magana might be up in the air, and man, that would be tough. I guess if you're Chuy, maybe you can, rest on the laurels.
Chuy looks ready to go.
Okay, all right.
We'll see if maybe it has something to do with Travis Haven, but an enormous spot for both athletes, both in the playoff picture.
And it was a very quick turnaround for these Twisters from the last block to this one. And, sometimes you walk off the mat and you feel okay and everything's fine, and then something creeps up. And we shall see what happens here.
So it looks as though, I believe I just saw Stephen Aiken mouth that Chuy is out. If that is correct. Whoa.
All right. Let's get to it. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Las Vegas Kings. Give it up for CJ Murdoch.
So a quick turn of events here. So happy that CJ Murdoch gets an opportunity to compete here in Season 9. He was a big part of the Tropic Thunders last season, and they had a really tough season, and he was the reason why they maybe had the best chemistry of any club. I'm so happy that he and Bowers get a chance to compete tonight, and what an opportunity for CJ Murdoch here to impact his team's championship performance tonight.
All right, CJ Murdoch going to try to follow in the footsteps of JJ Bowers and make something happen. A late appearance for him as he represents the Las Vegas Kings on this fifth and final night of the regular season. Time for his opponent to make the walk. Back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for big dog, Travis Haven.
So Travis Haven just fine after that break over Joshua Squires just a couple matches back. What an absolutely huge opportunity for Travis Haven and the Alabama Twisters. No disrespect to CJ Murdoch, but fresh off the bench, if there was ever an opportunity for Travis Haven and the Twisters to cut into this deficit, it is now.
29 points for the big dog, Travis Haven. CJ Murdoch making his first appearance of the season. He represents these Las Vegas Kings. We shall see what happens.
37 years of age for CJ Murdoch. He doesn't love us talking about the age, but we know age, the wisdom is there, and CJ is a tough competitor.
Absolutely. Action underway. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman, Matt Side in a secret location in Las Vegas. And we have an update, I believe, on the status of Chuy Magana. That lies with Alex Wendling, who's standing by. Alex.
Thank you, TJ. Yeah, I was backstage here. There was a lot of confusion on whether or not Chuy would be competing. I was speaking with the general manager of the Kings, and the worry was if he did take off this match for injury, there would be the 3-fight rule eliminating him from the playoffs. But they discussed that that would not be an issue. And as you can see, there's some action going on, so I won't talk too much longer. But behind the scenes, CJ Murdoch, Chuy, they had a really great hug. They patted each other on the back. And I asked CJ what exactly was going on in that conversation. And he mentioned that he thinks that Chuy also
I hate to cut you off here, Alex, but
he compete as well. So the injury isn't super serious. But Travis Haven just got a successful showing against Carlton.
And that's what we're talking about. The Alabama Twisters are alive.
Unbelievable stuff. The big dog, Travis Haven, getting it done. Hopefully we can check in with Alex to get the last little bit of her update. But, wow, stealing the spotlight there and taking some much-needed points is Travis Haven. Let's go ahead and make it official. Steven.
Your winner with a 7-point kill, representing the Alabama Twisters, big dog, Travis Haven.
Never say never.
And just like that, and how important are the practice squad players? Just like that, the deficit, I believe, is 14 points. The Alabama Twisters have made this thing really interesting.
Absolutely. Tim Freeman, go ahead and walk us through the end of this match brought to you by Dollamore.
So Murdoch hit a nice little Hanato Canuto style backflip pass, and Haven pulled him into a triangle for his trouble. He ends up on top, and you can see Haven does something smart. He passes on the arm bar and instead goes for the 7-point kill instead of the 4. His team needs those extra 3 points. Great strategic move by Haven.
Oh, unbelievable stuff. The big dog in a big game position, and he shines tonight for the Alabama Twisters. Of course, C.J. Murdoch was on the mat, a bench player, and we were chatting. Let's take a look at the team standings here real quick. Some movement here, Jason.
Yeah, so 15 points. Maybe my calculation was off. I thought it was 14 points. But either way, if the Kings are not feeling the pressure, I would be surprised. We have 3 more matches in this block. It is just going to be fascinating. Those last 2 matches between Thompson, Beuhring, Oranday, and Carlton, they're going to matter.
Absolutely. Every point matters. We said it at the top of the broadcast, and Twisters doing their part to make sure that the night is not over early. All right, packed house here in Las Vegas. We were chatting with Alex Wendling about the status of one Chuy Magana. Alex, we had some action there on the mat. Big moments. Sorry to cut you off. Can we hear the latest on Chuy?
Thanks, TJ. Yes, so I was backstage. They were figuring out who was going to be going in for the Las Vegas Kings, and obviously CJ got his time to shine. They were hugging backstage, and Chuy viewed CJ as a brother, so it was one of those moments where they really just wanted to get him on the mats. The injury is not going to take out Chuy from the playoffs. He is good to go. The original worry was that if he sits out because of the injury for the rest of the night, that he wouldn't be able to compete in the playoffs, but that's not going to be an issue. So there's going to be more Chuy Magana on the way, just not tonight, guys.
Thanks so much, Alex. I appreciate that. The 3-match rule, kind of goes back to the old idea of a spa day. You're not allowed to, take it off and, just come back whenever you want to. But good that Chuy, is eligible for the playoffs. But, the concern is how bad is the injury?
Yeah, well, and, honestly, my focus can't leave this team competition. That graphic was off 1 point. 14 points. This is wide open at this point. I'm not sure I thought we were going to get here, and maybe it took something like a Chuy Magana injury to put us in this position, but if the Alabama Twisters don't believe they have a chance to steal this team championship away, I'm fascinated.
Yeah, I think the Twisters have been in the number 1 spot during the season. It's only been for like 15 minutes. You know what I mean? So steal is the right word, and with 14 points, that's just too. So the truck is saying 15. We'll figure it out. But bottom line is striking distance, to say the least. And it's a matchup that's happening right now. So let's get back to it if we can. Let's go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for JJ Bowers.
All right, here he is, his second appearance of the night and of the season here for J.J. Bowers. He will oppose Anthony Salisbury, and an enormous opportunity right now for J.J. Bowers to separate the Kings a little bit again from the Twisters.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're J.J. Bowers coming in off the bench, it was very disappointing for him to not land in a starting, roster sort of position with a team this season, but he has the opportunity to start pounding in coffin nails of the Alabama Twisters. But the Twisters, they've got some momentum on their side, so high stakes, high pressure matchup for the PGF veteran in J.J. Bowers. All right, time for his opponent to make the walk. We go back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Parker TV Dinner Salisbury.
Big spot here for Anthony Salisbury. He's lost 3 straight and 5 of 6. big opportunity after missing a couple of weeks to have a big impact on the performance of his team here in the 2026 season.
Absolutely. Tail of the tape, 2 points for the Twisters. TV dinner, Anthony Salisbury. He takes on J.J. Bowers in what is Bowers' second appearance of this 2025 season. He represents the Las Vegas Kings. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman, live in Las Vegas as we see Salisbury and Bowers. We are underway. Salisbury takes a seat.
Both these guys looking to get on the board. Salisbury could really use a win. He's had a tough season. He's 17 years old, all things considered. Great experience for him. Bowers came in with a huge burst last season. He had major money put behind him, a lot of pressure. And you know, that's hard as a young athlete. He comes back this season. He works his way through the trials, comes in on the last week as an alternate, and he's still getting after it. He definitely has something to prove. Both these guys want to walk away with a win tonight.
You know, and BMAC has talked a lot about the evolution of a guy like even Elijah Carlton, and you see these guys grow as athletes and as people. Bowers just looks to be in a very different place than he was last season. Despite all that pressure, I think sitting back and being involved in this team has been a huge blessing for Bowers.
1 minute of elapsed time here in the match. We talk about that rough streak, rough run of matches for Salisbury. You know, this is very much a what have you done for me lately? And if he's able to get some points, I mean, he's going to be a hero.
Absolutely, especially when your team needs these points. The next two matchups between the Kings and Twisters, basically the Twisters are going to be given a chance with their best guys to beat the Kings' best guys. But it sure would help to have a few extra points from Salisbury going into it.
Salisbury bleeding pretty good out that nose, it appears.
Oh, yeah, the blood definitely flowing. We're going to get a little bit of a stoppage here to address that bloody nose. Was it a headbutt? Yeah, it's not a cut. It's definitely a bloody nose. I mean, that's a lot of blood. Let's take a look at the replay. I think we might actually have where the nose got busted open. Our production crew's been on point all season, and they are so here as we see. Maybe it was a knee.
Yeah,
the blood's already flowing there.
The foot sort of grazed it. Almost maybe looks like a cut on the outside of the nose, but prior to that, we did say it was the foot that came up that sort of got to create the cut.
All right, so they are addressing that blood, and so we've got clarification here on our standings. The gap is 14 points. You can see it there, the Twisters trailing the Kings. The question was that last kill worth 7 points? You get an extra point if it happens in the first minute of the match, and it came in right at that 1 minute mark. So
right on the nose, 60 seconds.
Yeah, dramatic sort of affair there. Travis Haven coming up big. And
this is not an insurmountable lead for the Las Vegas Kings.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the last time the Kings won a PGF title a couple seasons back. I mean, it felt like it was over week 3 with Ryan Aiken being so dominant. You know, no early popping of champagne bottles tonight in Las Vegas.
You know, and the Twisters coming up in Block C face the Phenoms, right? And Adam Frank instead of Andrew Kochel, right? So potentially some opportunities here.
Yeah.
I think this could get very interesting as the night goes on.
And this is where we talked earlier about serving up jiu-jitsu action on a plate of sports. This is sports right here. This is it.
Yes.
This hunt, they're not out of it. Can they get back into it? Who's on the bubble? Who's out? Who's in? This is the draw for a true sports fan. This is why we love sports. We can change out almost what's happening in between. As long as we have that extra stuff, we're going to watch it.
Absolutely.
J.J. Bowers flexing to the crowd a little bit. He's having fun. But, you know, Jason, I always talk about how I feel like you have almost more to say when the night is done because we have all these storylines coming out of each and every week. And that's to what Tim was saying, that is sports. And the narratives, now I'm trying to, inverted here, north-south. But that's what you see here at PGF. The story always evolves, and it takes each and every match to sort of get our answer when all these athletes are performing at their best.
Bowers continues to put pressure on Salisbury here.
Waiting in the wings, the number 1 and 2 seed, Jett Thompson and Kevin Beuhring.
I mean, that's a main event match. That might be the championship match when it's all said and done. Who knows? Three and a half minutes remain here.
Oh, there's another headbutt. Did you see that? That was rough. That was rough.
I mean, unfazed as a 17-year-old, it appears.
Former training partner Salisbury is of Jett Thompson, so...
I mean, that guy will hit you in the nose.
He'll hit you in the nose before practice, just to get you ready for practice.
Halfway point of the match.
BMAC looking for some action out of Salisbury, threatening that shot clock.
See the coach of the Twisters in the lower left-hand corner of the screen, Sean Applegate. Would love to see Anthony Salisbury make something happen.
Bowers just brings the pressure, just relentless pressure. He's comfortable in that position. So far, he's managed to stay out of danger.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, your thoughts on the idea of Bowers potentially? Now he's on the hunt.
Left into that Kimura grip. He lost it. Nice job by Salisbury to correct that.
Maybe thinking about this head and arm choke is Bowers.
Yeah, if JJ can get his right knee cleared, you can see he's using his left knee to push, his left foot to push off of the top of Salisbury's leg, and he's almost got his right knee cleared. He's going to pass to the opposite side. I think he might wrap this. This might be.
Oh, my goodness! A huge win for J.J. Bowers, who comes into this 2026 season as a bench player, and he pulls off what might be the most important win for the Kings right there, getting the kill over Anthony Salisbury. What a way to make your return to the PGF match. J.J. Bowers getting it done. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Your winner with a kill, representing the Vegas Kings, J.J. Bowers.
What a moment for J.J. Bowers, potentially sort of nailing that knockout blow perhaps to the Alabama Twisters. Maybe a little bit early, but that's a big 6.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the replay, it looked like Bowers was hunting for that Kimura grip, Tim, and he ultimately ends with a side choke.
Yeah, he gets the elbow cleared, and now he just needs to clear his right knee, and you can see he steps through, cuts in, and at this point, Salisbury is a little too flat to leave that pressure. He can't roll out, can't roll in, and it's a wrap.
You know, we're talking about Joshua Squires as the 6th man of the year. I'll tell you right now, maybe some late votes coming in for J.J. Bowers with the big 6 points. Kings now lead back up to 20 points, which feels a lot different than 14.
It does. It's only 1 kill difference, but, man, each and every point is so vitally important at this point. And I might say, Jason, I believe you said on draft night that you felt J.J. Bowers would somehow find his way onto the mat and would get his redemption. If that wasn't the moment, I don't know what is.
So happy for the kid. Got to know him and his mom last season a little bit. And last season, he won his first match and then lost, I think, several in a row.
Right.
And just so happy for the kid. And he looks like a different cat out there. There was a slight lack of aggression in a good way, a different poise out there, and gave himself time to find that finish.
Yeah, he got the kill and maybe 1 coffin nail put in the Twisters coffin. We'll see what happens. Still a lot more to go. And a very exciting matchup here now as number 1 takes on number 2. Let's get to it. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Jett Thompson.
So Jett Thompson's had back-to-back draws after a 6-kill winning streak. He will get the number 2 ranked athlete in the standings, Kevin Beuhring here. It'll be interesting to see how many tricks these guys show each other, with a great chance perhaps to face once again next week.
Jett Thompson stands atop the leaderboard, as does his Kings, and now he tries to put it away, taking on the Twisters, and number 2 is about to walk. Let's go back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Kevin Beuhring.
Kevin Beuhring, great chance to win this whole thing. Really good match against Brett Moyer earlier tonight. Found the break. Really been a great season, yet to be defeated in PGF Season 9.
Take a look at the tail of the tape. It is number 1 versus number 2. Jett Thompson with 58 points. He represents the Kings. Kevin Beuhring with 43. He represents the Alabama Twisters. High stakes matchup here between 2 very big game players. Kevin Beuhring, Jett Thompson, about to get underway.
These guys did face at EBI 22 back in December of 2024. Jett Thompson did lose to Kevin Beuhring via rear naked choke.
It's hard to even imagine Jett Thompson being in a position of getting rear naked choke when you see what he does here on this PGF mat.
Was it an EBI overtime? I wonder when he got the RNC.
It was.
It probably was, yeah. I mean, it's still no shade on on Beuhring choking Thompson. Both these guys are undefeated this season as well. Jett's in at 10-0. Beuhring's in 8-0. And Jett's already looking to pass Beuhring's guard. And he does. Nice work from Jett.
Probably an opportunity both guys relish, as they know next week is a big week for both of them. Really great to face high-level competition, see what sort of could be coming down the pike.
Yeah, I think there's a psychological factor, unless you're just so far, Jett could be of a mindset, which he's not, because he's a gamer, of I'm not going to flash or show anything that you could use against me next week. But what kind of advantage do you get if you just go out and dunk on your opponent tonight?
Great point.
And you know you're going to face them next week?
But you think about this, right now, number 1 versus number 2. If they were to have the seeding stay the exact same, their only way they're going to meet up is in the finals for a championship.
Exactly.
And I'd be wanting to hide everything. I know they've been on the mat before, but I don't want to let you know anything I might do.
But ultimately, when you're facing guys of this caliber, even if you know what they can do, or whether you know it, it doesn't even matter. Jett Thompson going to find your back. Go ahead.
Just something to think about too. If they do meet next week, it would be in the championship match, where it would be a 10-minute round plus overtime, where Beuhring, has the leg up on.
Yes. The overtime rules in the individual playoff. The playoffs are different than the weeks before. It's a complete different beast.
And one thing I like, I've called a lot of EBI matches, very used to that endurance round with the overtime. I love that format with the PGF shot clock.
Yes,
shot clock changes everything.
I agree.
A lot of critics of that format will say you just stall the overtime. Well, you can't stall the overtime.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point, TJ, because when the EBI rule set came out, it really felt like a solution to the woes of the jiu-jitsu formats, and then the athletes. It's their job to exploit the.
So Polar King is wondering if the King's now too far out for the Twisters to catch up, or still enough fights. There are still enough fights. The Twisters can absolutely catch up, but they're going to have to find some necks.
And that's the thing, Tim. When it comes to the idea of gaming your way into a position, as Jett Thompson and Kevin Beuhring spill off the mat.
We got a lamp knockover. I think that's the first time I've seen a lamp go down in PGF history.
Maybe. The light's still on, so it's not a kill, but it might be a break.
And for those that don't have the privilege of being in this building, those lights flicker when the shot clock is active.
You're right.
By the way.
Right. A little bit of a Hollywood haunted mansion kind of a thing there going on.
Getting back to what I was saying, though, about athletes gaming the system. Combat sports, it's all a modified game, and athletes are always going to try to win the game. But I think the shot clock is really a nice, solution to people trying to just, play their way to a format where they might be better in overtime rather than in regular active regulation.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And it's their job to game the rules if
Right.
they can.
We're playing a game.
They're trying to win.
I mean, it's a game of kills and breaks.
Deadly consequences.
Yeah. True. 2.5 minutes remain here in regulation.
Looks like Jett, he might be trying to get underneath Beuhring here. He does with that shin to shin. Beuhring's got him in that headquarters position from the top.
You really do appreciate the high level of guys like Kevin Beuhring when you see Thompson go against guys that maybe are not quite on that level and just dust them.
Right.
Yeah, he kind of does what he wants. He dictates the pace of the match.
Yes.
If they're playing tennis, he's running them all over the court.
Yeah.
I mean, this is number 1 versus number 2 here. Maybe a preview of our individual championship next week. These guys are laughing and having fun out there. Oh, I thought they had a clash of heads there, but I think we're all right.
Jett's right back on that shin to shin again.
And Jett Thompson, you know, when he came up in season 6, he was a breakout star. Then we were talking about him being this young kid. I think he was doing homework in between matches.
He was. I think you're right.
And he's a man here on the mat now. Beuhring was trying to hunt that neck, but
I think Jett's parents had to sign the waiver for him.
Yeah.
In season 6. For real, though.
I bet.
He feels like he's 25 years old now, the way that he's established, but I think he's 19.
Yeah, 19.
I mean, it's just unbelievable the maturity with which he competes and even the dad strength for the teenager.
And Jett's got a real nice K-guard. You can see he was kind of flirting with it. Beuhring stepped around and Jett used it to come up on top. But he sets up that shotgun armbar off of his K-guard attacks. And we know this season he's been pulling his opponents into full guard and using that to try to get around to their back shades of like Anthony Gojani, right? Did a similar tactic last season, and Jett's really pulled it off nicely this season.
And that's the thing about Thompson. He has a style where you know exactly what he's going to do, but it's very hard to stop it. Closing moments as Beuhring is able to make some space, and Jett Thompson just sprints toward him.
All right. On these exchanges on the transitions, Thompson's a little less active in the transition, with Jett is like coming right after him. It's not a bad tactic because in a match like this, if you're going to beat the number 2 guy, you might have to catch him. You got to find an advantage somewhere, and it might be running up on him when they're going a little slower on the break.
Oh,
man.
High flying. Wow. Jett Thompson living up to the name of Jett.
No surprise there. Whew.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 minutes in the books, no points, but maybe a bit of a strategic win, keeping the Twisters off the board for Jett Thompson and his King. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Well, it's not a win for the Kings. It is another opportunity without points for these Twisters. Number 1, Thompson. Number 2, Beuhring. And, I mean, you're in the playoffs, Jett Thompson. Just be careful how you play it.
He's going to need a glass of stem cells.
He's 19. He's fine.
He'll be all right. He's already regenerated.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. My back is going to hurt tomorrow from that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I definitely get secondhand wear and tear watching all these matches. At least I feel
Jett
like
Thompson probably got stem cells for life from New Hope
Absolutely.
Regeneration, right?
Right, yeah.
It's Kevin Lucas's guy right there.
Number 1 in the clinic whenever he wants. There's the GM of the Wolverines, C.J. Seagraves. I mean, wearing the black hat just like his dad.
So coming up, what a match. Oranday versus Carlton, both tied in that number 3 slot here. Seems as though perhaps the individual competition more paramount here than the team.
Yep. All right, let's get to it. Valuable points up for grabs. Stephen Aiken to welcome our athletes to the mat.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Las Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Austin the Gumby Oranday!
Here he is, Austin Oranday. Just to refresh your memory, he was the highest paid athlete in the draft at $5,400. Didn't feel great last week, but got off to a great start this week with that elbow genie break. in less than a minute over Adam Frank.
I'm not good with numbers, but our guy Abe over at Substats has a little stat here for us on Oranday, who is the best dollar per point in the draft at the top price tier. Drafted at $5,400, he's generating 6.67 points per $1,000. And that Aoki lock in 25 seconds, this block only adds to it, or last block rather. So finishing rate at 69.2%. We'll see if he can add to that as he's ready to go to work for the second time tonight here at PGF. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Give it up for Elijah Carlton.
Here he is, one of the faces of the Professional Grappling Federation. Nice, clean start to the night with that break over Caleb Crump. Elijah Carlton is going to be absolutely a problem next week and a force to be reckoned with. Let's see if he can make a little magic here, get the Alabama Twisters back in the mix.
See if you can overtake Austin Oranday. Oranday at 42 points, 41 for Elijah Carlton. And we'll see what happens. A quick kill for the Twisters would definitely make things interesting once again. And we know that Elijah Carlton is definitely capable of it, but he's got a very formidable foe in front of him in the form of Austin Oranday. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman, live here in Las Vegas. It is the final night of the regular season of PGF. It is Carlton for the Twisters, Oranday for the Kings.
Now, I believe Carlton has 42 points as well because of that block point. But if these guys are tied, the seeding really is going to be fascinating because Chuy is in that fifth slot right now at 31 points. He probably will slide down a little bit.
Oh, and Carlton's on it.
My goodness! 3 points. Big break, Elijah Carlton. Wow.
I think he got that in under a minute.
4 points.
Right?
You are
No
right.
doubt.
I mean, that's almost a kill. And, just as soon as we start to close the door on the Twisters' chances, he able to just turn that upside down. And he just willed his way to a money bet.
He sure did.
He's not wrong. That was a huge break.
Yes.
Against, again, a very formidable foe. Austin Oranday is a tough guy to put away, let alone that quickly. And did I just see a flag fly? Or
chicken.
Oh, it's a rubber
chicken.
I got scared. I'm like, what are we going to review here? I don't know. All right. Let's go ahead and make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a 4-point break, representing the Alabama Twisters, Elijah Carlton.
So Elijah Carlton right now in that 3 slot. What's interesting, Chuy may slide tonight, and Chuy may end up in that 6th seed. Would be fascinating to get a rematch. Almost feels somewhat fluky. No disrespect to Chuy, but that break over Elijah Carlton where he almost alluded to the fact that he sort of holler and tap before he even knew what was happening. But huge start to the night for Carlton.
Yeah, very fast break here for Elijah Carlton. A 4-point break with the elbow genie point. The smile on the face has been present all season long for Elijah, and he has yet to drop a bad word on the mat as someone dropped that chicken on the mat. But going to give him another opportunity to make sure that his perfect record on the mic is intact. He's standing by with our Stephen Aiken.
Here with Elijah Carlton. Elijah, quick win for yourself there, your team. You guys are in the thick of the team hunt. You just took out a really tough opponent. Tell me what you're thinking.
First off, all glory to God. Put me on the stage.
Copy.
And I really don't have much on my mind right now except for getting just coddled like a little baby and putting in air gel by Shawn next. So let's go.
All right, Elijah Carlton, everybody.
Elijah Carlton getting it done tonight. Take a look at the team standings as they are right now. The Las Vegas Kings, 134 points. The Twisters trailing behind. Elijah Carlton with a huge win as they try to close the gap. Jason, we were talking about how this potentially might be getting out of hand, and Elijah Carlton responds in a big way.
He does, and 16 points is not insurmountable. We can take a little breath here as we'll watch the Phenoms and Wolverines close out this second block. But ultimately, as we look into Block C, the Twisters are going to have some opportunity to try to get 16 points in that block to force the hand of the Kings.
We will crown a team champion tonight, but we are also fleshing out what our playoffs are going to look like next week. Let's take a look at the top 8 right now. Jett Thompson leads the way. Elijah Carlton now up in that number 2 spot. So Beuhring, who was just there, supplanted by his teammate.
Wow.
Who slides down to number 3. Austin Oranday, who Carlton just beat, is at number 4. Travis Haven, who had a huge win for the Twisters this block, he is in that 5th spot.
Is it not fitting that Thompson and Carlton at the top of the leaderboard as we sit here? This is what is fascinating, though. Groner and Melanson sitting there at 7 and 8. Do feel like Chuy will stay in there, but certainly Groner and Melanson have opportunity to move up there, and Chuy could get Jett Thompson in the first round of the playoffs next week.
I mean, it's crazy to think Melanson is a guy who is fighting for a spot. He's had such a great season, but these are the guys that are still on the hunt. Jake Straus for the Twisters, Derrick Rayfield, who ran into a very tough Jett Thompson in his first assignment. He can still make something happen. He was, a guy that I think was tapped to be in that Final 8 at the beginning of the season, but still more work to do.
It'll be interesting if Rayfield changes up his approach, knowing that he's going to need 2 kills to get into the postseason.
So we were talking about Chuy Magana, who has had a phenomenal breakout year. He is pretty much locked up a spot here. He did miss his second match of the night. That will not disqualify him from the playoffs. Of course, he needs to, finish in a playoff position. But, I'm looking at that number 9, Andrew Kochel, what could have been. He had a great season going. Obviously, hurt in the match against Jake Straus. Breakout star for him, but it ended, prematurely.
Sorry to cut you off. One thing I am curious about, if Chuy is not healthy enough to compete next week, I assume the guy in the number 9 slot would move up. So Kochel, we know, is not competing. So if that were the case, guys like Hurd, Straus, Rayfield may be more viable.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's the real big question here. It is a gauntlet. It is a marathon. It is very tough. Don't think that the top 8 is, in with super glue. Always got to make some changes if someone is hurt.
I think you're right. It's not in with super glue, but we're at a point where in order for one of these guys to catch Melanson, they're going to have to win twice.
Right.
They're going to have to get 2 big wins. I don't know if all those guys actually have 2 matches left on the night.
Let's get some PGF action figures. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, who do you want first? I mean, I think I'm going Elijah Carlton. I want to know if the middle finger is going to be up on the action figure, or if at least I can make the middle finger go up.
Right. We have telescopic fingers. We could put them in any configuration we want.
Right?
Yeah, I like that.
Tell you what, I'd take anyone in the top 8. I mean, when the day began, I really felt as though that top 8 in the playoffs, especially with Groner as that number 8 slot, had a real chance to sort of hold tight. And if it does, no matter the seeding, it is going to be quite a night next week.
Absolutely. The playoffs headed your way next week, but we've got to figure out who's going to be there, and each and every match counts. So does this team match up. The Philly Phenoms taking on the Colorado Wolverines. It is block number 2 on this 5th and final night of this PGF season. Take a look at the individual matches. Shawn Melanson in that number 8 spot. He takes on Joshua Squires. Adam Frank taking on Caleb Crump. Jayden Groner, who has been on a roll to say the least. He draws Kyle Chambers. Noah McCulley taking on Sam Schwartzapfel. And rounding it out is Rodman Derrick Rayfield. He gets bulletproof Brett Moyer. All right, time for the second half of the block to begin. We go to Bobby, both of them, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete, making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Dr. Shawn Melanson.
Here he is, Shawn Melanson. I'm convinced he's going to be a problem next week, even if he sits in that number 8 slot. Might not have to do too much to remain in the playoffs, but you can be sure he knows that things have gotten a little tighter and is going to be anxious to produce here against Joshua Squires.
Shawn Melanson has been a star for these Philly Phenoms, and he's ready to go to work for the second time tonight here in Las Vegas.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Give it up for Joshua Squires.
All right, so this is your front runner for 6th man of the year, although we said he is being threatened by J.J. Bowers. Tough fight earlier tonight against Travis Haven. Lost that via break. He'll close out his night against Melanson and Oranday.
Tail of the tape for this meeting of Phenoms and Wolverines. 24 points for Melanson. Joshua Squires, as mentioned, a candidate, top candidate for that 6th man of the year. He's on the board with 10. Squires for the Wolverines, Melanson for the Phenoms, TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik. Tim Freeman live in Las Vegas. It is the 5th and final week of the regular season of PGF.
You know, I do think for Melanson, the seeding is got to be part of the equation because ultimately, if you're going to find your way through this postseason, you'd like to avoid Jett Thompson, Beuhring, Carlton as long as possible.
Yeah, you really would. And Melanson went to a draw with Jett when they matched up. And we know with the overtime rules, you don't necessarily want to get into an EBI shootout with Jett Thompson. And that's, with as good as Melanson is, it's just hard to beat a guy like that. And he's going to hit that armbar again.
4 points for Melanson. Wow. Gets the break in the minutes. And, I mean, this kid has shined in moments of this season here on the PGF mat, and that is another one. Beautiful knee bar.
Just Melanson. It feels like armbar's just there for the take or whatever. I mean, just he can take arms whenever a choke doesn't happen to present itself.
Absolutely. Big win there for Melanson, who is securing that spot in our playoffs to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a 4-point break, representing the Philly Phenoms, Shawn Melanson.
Great performance by Shawn Melanson.
And that hops Melanson over Groner into that number 7 slot.
They're battling it out for the bottom here. Look how he gets that. He actually hit a row drag, but from a position that you don't normally see, and then he took the armbar.
I thought it was a knee bar there. I mean, twisted up there. I thought it was the leg that was in there at first, but no, you are correct. Armbar finish for Melanson, and the Phenoms cheering on their charge.
Appreciate you fighting Sloth, following along on Kick. Under a minute, huge. That is right. Appreciate everybody following along on Kick. We know we're on YouTube and Kick. Give us some love over on Kick. Trying to get things going over there.
6,000 people watching right now. That's not bad.
That is impressive.
Now I'm nervous.
7,000. We just went to 7. Wow.
Now I'm more nervous. Jeez, they tuned in because Jason said so.
Hey, you got BMAC off the sticks, and I guess everyone just flying, right?
Say the word.
All right, they're tuning in for action. We should give it to them. Back out to the voice of PGF, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete, making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms, make some noise for Adam Frank.
So Adam Frank was so excited to get the opportunity a couple weeks back, and certainly another opportunity here. Didn't see the mat for more than a minute at the hands of Austin Oranday, that elbow genie break. But as we build the Professional Grappling Federation, there are athletes like Adam Frank who know that this promotion is continuing, and I expect that we'll see him back.
I hate to correct you.
Please.
League, not promotion.
Thank you.
B-Max right there. He's going to...
That's okay.
All right. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines, make some noise for Caleb Crump.
All right, here is Caleb Crump. Perhaps another opportunity for Crump to find his way onto the scoreboard. Continues to lead this Colorado team, and I believe this long game of the Wolverines in terms of building their future, Crump a big part of it, the local kid.
Caleb Crump with 7 points. Picked up his first PGF win earlier this season. Would love to try to grab another before it is all over tonight. As we wrap up this season here tonight, 5th and final week. Caleb Crump for the Wolverines. Frank for the Philly Phenoms. Again, TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman. Matt side here in Las Vegas. I think there was a bit of maybe was an eye poke or something. Frank didn't like something.
I don't know. I thought they were going to do like a little bro hug thing, but then there was a push off. I misread that.
Crump so even keeled, you don't see him too fired up.
Yeah, but he's a guy that can make it grimy. You know,
he sure can.
And maybe Frank didn't like something. He likes to try to grab a hold of that neck, but unable to secure it.
And Caleb took a chance. He had his head on the outside on that shot, and Frank took it immediately, tried to wrap up the neck. Caleb did a nice job scrambling out.
And you mentioned, Jason, looking at Crump, he's on this Colorado Wolverines team, but he's a Colorado guy.
Yes, and as is Officer Grimy. And it's been a tough year for the Wolverines, but it's gotten better every week. And Egghead Seagraves and his son CJ, it is the long game in Colorado. And I have a feeling that they won't appear to be like an expansion team next season.
Yeah, and the commitment really has been on display by David Seagraves. A lot of behind-the-scenes footage from him, and really. Oh no, Caleb Crump caught in an Armin guillotine.
You knew Zoe was making the toss.
The money bag,
and Frank is gonna sell out on this guillotine attempt. He's got so Caleb has an arm in, so he might be able to get a little space. Frank really needs to kind of roll Caleb up on the top of his head, almost like he's trying to push his chin into his chest.
And Olivo was telling him to not squeeze, but lean.
Well, he figured forward that body, and I don't know if that is, nicely done by Crump, able to get his head free. And, I was going to start to think, what's the risk versus reward here? If you get the sub, great, but if you don't, you don't want to kill your arms. So right now into rubber guard is Frank.
Basic path, clear the net.
And now Caleb he has the impetus that he's got to break this closed guard open, which is a great strategy in the PGF, especially if you have a good closed guard.
Yeah, and we've seen Crump have, shot clock violations from this position throughout the season. And now back to that rubber guard. Here goes Frank.
And he's trying to clear his arm out. He could put himself in danger here, though, Crump can. And he clears it. Nice job from Crump. And he jumps back right into it again.
Okay, so is that the shot clock?
Yeah, I think they left Crump on the shot clock.
Got
and
it.
He did not get off of it.
We didn't have the graphic on our screen, so I wasn't even aware that the shot clock was on. But a shot clock violation for Caleb Crump, who now finds himself in this penalty position. And Crump's a guy who might not be too uncomfortable here. A great scrambler, but Frank trying to do his part.
Frank did a nice job, though, of kind of staying with the back.
Yeah.
Ooh, nicely done. Unable to secure a hook, though, but still hunting for it is Frank.
Yeah, Caleb's not going to – he's not going to get away from Frank by just clearing his head. He really needs to turn the body in. Let's see if he'll have an opportunity to do it here. If he could just turn in. And Frank stays on him, and now he's got both hooks with a body triangle.
Really nicely done by the Phenom, Adam Frank, on the back here of Caleb Crump.
And for those inexperienced PGF athletes, the more they get the reps and the mat time, you just see the evolution. You see with a guy like Squires get more comfortable. Frank looking more comfortable as every minute ticks off the clock.
2 minutes here for Frank to work. He's got the back here of Crump.
Caleb's going to try to put pressure on that body triangle, on the lock on the bottom. But we've seen a lot more guys finish in that position than what we used to in the past.
Nicely done by Crump to at least get Frank off the back. No hooks in anymore. Trying to roll through.
Frank is just staying with. Finally, Crump breaks it right into a front headlock, and he's going to take his turn on the back. Let's see how Crump can do.
I mean, Frank
a lot of tenacity out of Crump here. Liking what I'm seeing. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, he was bucking like a bronco, and Frank was at the rodeo and ultimately lost the spot. And things are getting fast-paced down the stretch. And you see those gentlemen from the U.S. Army here on the couch. They are the guests of the Las Vegas Kings here tonight.
Very physical match out of both these athletes tonight.
Crump kind of complaining about the positioning here. Half butterfly for Crump. Nicely done by the Wolverine Crump to get back up.
I wonder if wear and tear has anything to do with it tonight, too. You can see Crump's had a lot of matches. He's had a full season.
Yep.
And you kind of can see some of it in his pacing. I kind of felt the same way about Cam Hurd a little bit tonight.
Oh, my goodness. Caleb Crump.
Nice job for Crump. Just as I'm ready to.
Oh, my goodness.
And he's under the neck.
Are you kidding me? Moneybag trying to close in on the kill.
You know, he was under the neck, and I'm not sure how Frank escaped.
Oh,
but then it was across
I don't
the
know.
face.
What a sequence of action. 20 seconds left. Crump still trying to hunt.
Crump's got to send it. He's got to send it right here if he's going to have a chance to get it.
Frank doing a good job staying out of trouble.
Oh, my. He's going to survive, but what a moment.
Wow.
You know, we were talking about the wear and tear on the body of Caleb Crump, and he's like, forget that noise. I'm going to go show you what I can do. And he nearly grabs a submission, but unfortunate for him, time not on his side, but a money bag lands his way. Two money bags. Get paid, son. Final night of the PGF, and while you're not getting points, Caleb Crump is getting paid. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Ends in a draw after 6 minutes, but we were treated to some great action. Caleb Crump unable to get points, but dollar bills in hand. Two money bags.
Yeah, good deserved.
Not bad.
He's going to close out his night against Jett Thompson, so might as well get some money right now.
Yeah, that's a tough draw. Let's take a look at some of the action brought to you by Dahlinger. Tim Freeman, walk us through.
So you can see Crump was trying to get off the shot clock at this point, and he made a nice pickup there, but kind of spiked himself. A little bit of a dangerous situation. He did manage to defend this position nicely, and here we see the back take with the arm under the neck. I really thought he was going to have a chance to finish right
there.
Here. He couldn't quite get his right hand deep enough, and you see Frank was able to make some adjustments and clear out.
Unable to get the submission, but a highlight reel back take put in the bank as some dollar bills for Caleb Crump. We'll see him one more time tonight before it's all said and done. All right, more action to be had. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Kyle Chambers.
Here is the unfinishable Kyle Chambers. Going to be an interesting matchup here against Jayden Groner. Groner now in that 8th slot, but absolutely an opportunity for Groner to manipulate some seeding here if he can find some points against the difficult Kyle Chambers.
Back on the mat for the second time tonight, representing the Philly Phenoms. Kyle Chambers ready to go here in Las Vegas.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Give it up for Jayden Groner.
You know, for a lot of this season was kind of about Chuy Magana, but this has really kind of become about Jayden Groner for me. Loses his first 4 matches of the season against Haven, Melanson, Oranday, Beuhring. Well, he's flipped that script. He's won 5 straight and is firmly in the mix. Maybe that guy you don't want to see next week.
25 points banked for Jayden Groner, representing the Colorado Wolverines. 4 points for the very durable Kyle Chambers. We are ready to get underway.
Kyle's had some matchups against some real tough guys this season. Oranday, Carlton, took them all to draws. Nobody's been able to beat him. It's a tall order for Jayden, but if anybody's got a hot hand right now,
well put,
Jayden does, and I'd rather have a hot hand right now than be good.
Very good point. I'm with you.
I mean, it's like they say in the NHL, all you need is a hot goalie. And,
yeah.
But no, it's really true because you do see some of the high-level athletes offset one another. So, you know, being at the peak of your individual game at the moment could be what leads you to the championship. Not much jeopardy for losing out of that 8th spot, though, for Groner. While there is opportunity to improve seeding, fairly locked in terms of this final 8.
All right. Leaking off the mat. Splash zone safe. Where was Montano on that one? You know, what do you guys think about the seeding? It's very much, you know, based on performance on the mat. I've always thought maybe you give the number 1 guy the first pick of opponent. You know what I mean?
That's an interesting
That's
way to look
really
at
interesting. Given how competitive this top 8 is, that is fascinating.
that would really shake things up in the sense that you couldn't game it if you were in the top 8 and you tried to slide around to get a better matchup because you don't know who you're going to get picked.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of number 1 picks their opponent, number 2 picks their opponent, all the way down.
It would be interesting given the fact that a lot of guys potentially would avoid team members because these guys get
That's
really
true.
close
Yeah.
competing with one another, living with one another. That it's, that's your guy.
I mean, 6 weeks is a long time. Real relationships are made, and I think the Wolverines are definitely emblematic of that. When you look at how their season started and how it's finishing, I mean, their spirits, while it's not the season they wanted it to be as a team, they're firmly behind their guy in Jayden Groner, and thankful for the process and experience of it all. 2-on-1 there for Chambers. And he loses it.
It's hard to tell exactly what he's setting up, but usually it's an entrance into the legs. Kyle's perfectly happy to trade places, too. Bottom to top, it doesn't really matter to him.
Both of these guys wearing the leggings. Tim, I've always wondered if that adds more friction. Does it lose friction when both guys have the Spanx on?
I think it can, but what happens, I think, is some athletes get used to the way it feels to not have them or to have them, and they stick with it. Personally, for me, I don't mind training in spats, but I'm not going to compete anymore. But when I did, it was always just as greasy as possible. And I'm Italian, and I sweat real easy, so I have a good sweat cooked up on the way there.
There you go.
Halfway point of the match.
You do see Chambers' ability to neutralize opponents. Groner, been a world beater, settled down here against Chambers.
Chambers, his length and his guard play is real hard to deal with. Try to set up an ankle attack here. See what he does. So Kyle's leg being below the knee line is not bad for him. There's a Kyotera lock that he could hit there. If he can get his body into position, he can make that happen, but might not be easy to do with Groner sitting down.
Chambers' mother back at the secret location on a couch for the second straight week. Love having her here.
I love Mama Chambers. The PGF the parents show up.
Yes.
For the young ones that are 17, 18, 19, talked about Bauer's mom. She was real active last season. Kyle's mom's always showing up everywhere he is. It's great to see.
I love it.
A nice leg drag attempt off Groner, and Kyle's able just to lift him up.
And again, talking about the parents coming out to see their kids, play at the PGF here. I mean, like you said, if they've supported them, through their long jiu-jitsu run, you arrive here, it's like, this doesn't look like a gymnasium where they might be selling, popcorn. Open bar, couches.
People dressed up.
Yeah. Looks like prom here sometimes. I wouldn't know anything about prom.
Yeah, me neither, TJ.
Inside the final 90 seconds. Got a hold of that left leg of Chambers, does Groner.
Chambers did have to miss week 3. Sorry, TJ. Just a lot of people going after those angles, so I think he's probably still not quite 100%.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think Chambers, roughed up a little bit, but still undefeated in the loss column.
Very hard athlete to beat. And he's worked himself into almost an outside Aussie. If he can clear his left leg, he might want to keep it in. And there it is. He's got it. He goes right belly down.
30 seconds left here for Chambers to try to make something happen.
James using his left foot pretty good
smart.
to run interference. If he can get some weight on his right knee, he can potentially stack Chambers up, but we've seen Chambers in that stack position roll right underneath it, not have a problem with it.
Now standing here, final 10 seconds for Groner. Looks like time is going to expire. We go the full 6 minutes. No points to be awarded. Kyle Chambers keeps that O intact in the loss column. And he keeps Groner off the board. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And so interesting that Groner was supposed to face Chuy Magana in the final match of the night and will now get CJ Murdoch. It's fascinating there that potential playoff matchup will not take place tonight.
Absolutely. We are inside the second block tonight here at the final night of the regular season of the Professional Grappling Federation. Appreciate you tuning in on YouTube and Kick. We're going to go ahead and keep our action going. Back on the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Noah McCulley.
All right, here's Noah McCulley. As we've said, been sort of feast or famine for the kid this season. Really good match versus Cam Hurd earlier tonight that led to a draw. McCulley was drafted for $2,800, so big expectations out of him for the Phenoms. I expect a bright future for him in this league. TJ.
Absolutely. Second time we see McCulley on the mat tonight for the Phenoms. He draws Sam Schwartzapfel of the Wolverines for Sam's walk. We go back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Give it up for Sam Schwartzapfel.
Really like what we've seen lately out of Sam Schwartzapfel, still yet to get on the board in this season. It does feel somewhat inevitable that he's going to find something in these next two matches. You know, it's been a disappointing year, though. I think Dave Seagraves, the owner, and GM, his son CJ, both thought Sam had a shot to win the whole thing. So ultimately, not what they were looking for from Schwartzapfel.
Tail the tape there, McCulley with 10 points, one for Schwartzapfel, who is yet to get a win this season. We'll see if he can do it here against the Philly Phenom. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman. It is night number 5 of the 2026 season of PGF.
Bit of a calm before the storm with this matchup with the Phenoms and the Wolverines, knowing that the Twisters and Kings and a lot of their athletes still with a lot to play for here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You got a couple 10th Planet guys with McCulley coming out of 10P Grants Pass. Sam Schwartzapfel trains at headquarters down in Los Angeles. Interesting to see how that will neutralize each other's games, potentially if someone tries to go deep into the 10P technique waters.
Yeah, trying to get this head here is McCulley.
I feel like Schwartzapfel gave him his head.
Right?
Yeah, I think he baited that. He was going to try to come up on the back. It just didn't quite work out like he wanted. That's a risky bait. But at this point, if you're Sam, you're looking to make something happen.
Yep.
You're going to have to do something different than what you've been doing in Season 9.
Schwartzapfel, super cerebral fighter and really fun to watch. It's been just sort of a weird season in a lot of ways.
He's had some tough breaks.
Yeah.
He's had some good bites where it looked like, wow, that he's going to get it, and it didn't. And it kind of started off with that match against Chuy.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's the thing with Sam. He's been finished very quickly in matches and been finished very late as well. So a lot of points have been taken away from him, but also he's missed out on his opportunities to secure. And he would love just, you know, for his own journey, get some points here against Noah McCulley. Tim, you were talking about the 10th Planet system, and it is a very unique system with a lot of unique names, but not every 10th Planet player is the same. You have, you know, guys that really like to work from the truck. You have, you know, a variety of rubber guard attackers. It's you don't really know what you get. And now, right now on the head here is Schwartzapfel. Can he make something happen?
He might be able to pull this off.
Oh, my goodness.
Nice job for Sam.
6 points, the first kill of Sam Schwartzapfel's run this season. It took 14 matches, and definitely a smile on the face of Sam, which you haven't seen a lot this season. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
your winner with a kill, representing the Colorado Wolverines, Sam Schwartzapfel.
Well, and you see there what the Colorado Wolverines really were looking for in terms of Sam Schwartzapfel. You heard Egghead talk a lot about Jayden Groner, their highest paid athlete in the draft, and that's what we paid him for. That's what we're looking for. So ultimately, maybe a little late to the party, but a big finish for Schwartzapfel.
Yeah, you see, this is a Darce setup that he's gone for several times this season. And tonight, it's interesting how he trapped McCauley's leg under his left leg and was able to keep him in that position. That's the first time I've seen Sam smile that authentically this season. I felt the weight come off of him when he got the tap.
Very good point. I'm with you.
Yeah, that recap brought to you by Dahlimer as we take a look at the Phenoms coach, Chris Olivo, talking to Noah McCauley. All right.
And as we get ready for this match between Derrick Rayfield and his teammate, Brett Moyer, Derrick Rayfield feels like no matter what he does, a couple elbow genie kills is going to find him on the outside looking in. Because we look at that 8th spot for Jayden Groner, 25 points. Rayfield, still some work to do.
Absolutely, and time is running out. He's got 2 opportunities. Taking a look at Eddie Bravo talking to Egghead. Eddie Bravo in attendance tonight. Sam Schwartzapfel just got that win. Trains with Eddie, as we mentioned, at 10 PHQ. Dominic Lobo to his left.
Yeah, there's Dom Lobo. Eddie's prize pupil, had a good run last year.
Jordan Worth to Eddie's right. All right, Stephen Aiken in the center of the mat.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Give it up for Derrick Rodman Rayfield.
So we talked about Rayfield on the outside looking into the playoffs, and it does feel like for PGF fans that's a disappointment that we're not going to get to see Rayfield potentially in that playoff. He does go against his teammate here. It will be interesting to see how aggressive he gets.
Lights are on. Pressure is high. We'll see how Rodman responds. Derrick Rayfield needs to go to work, take some points home if he wants to head into the playoffs next week. We'll see what he can do. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Bulletproof Brett Moyer.
Here is Bulletproof Brett Moyer. Been a struggle of late. Lost his last 3 fights via break, 2 of them via elbow genie. Gets a guy he knows very well here in Derrick Rayfield.
13 points for Philly's Derrick Rayfield. Definitely needs more if he wants to get into the playoffs. Brett Moyer, the man to score the first ever points for the Colorado Wolverines. He's on the board with 6.
So this is the final match of our second block of the night, and Rayfield will compete in the second match in the third block. So Rayfield is going to know his postseason fate very quickly. And one other note, Adam Frank, who was supposed to lead off the next block for the Phenoms against Kevin Beuhring, will be replaced by Derrick Adkins. More to come on that later.
Moyer takes his seat here to start, and Rayfield had a unique response.
I don't know what these guys are doing. Some mime work happening right now. And Rayfield flies over looking for a leaping guillotine. Well, Moyer can turn this into. It looked like he might try to invert into K, but didn't quite get his knee into the right pocket to make that happen.
And help me.
I was just
going to say, help me out, Jason. Looking at Rayfield, I mean, does he have to have a kill? Like, do the next matches have to be kills for him to?
Well, unless I'm mistaken, what's he have? 13 points 13. Right now. So ultimately, you're looking up at Groner with 25. So certainly Groner has opportunity to earn points. Rayfield, certainly there could be a block point potentially. I don't know where we stand with this block, but ultimately, he's facing Jake Straus next. I think he needs a couple kills.
If he's going to get 12 points, getting 3 is not going to do enough to get him up there for his next match.
Well, he's going to need 2 kills and some help.
Yeah, he is.
Well, he's attacking the leg there of Moyer, who retreats.
But if I'm Rayfield, I'm not so sure I'm thinking too much about the playoffs. It's such a long shot at this point. I try to take care of my teammate and finish him, even if it's by break.
Yeah, agreed. You're not going to pass it up. But, I mean, at this point, the Phenoms aren't going to make up the score difference.
Right.
Yep.
Maybe you do go for broke. Maybe you go full Rodman. Maybe that's the move.
That's a
Never
very,
go full
very
Rodman.
dangerous suggestion.
I just made Brandon shudder when I said that.
Well, and Derrick probably, these guys have a great feel for the danger the other one presents as well.
Yeah,
I'm
they
sure
do.
Rayfield knows how chokeable Moyer is or isn't.
Oh, we got dueling leg locks. And you got a grimace out of Moyer on that one. He's doing a nice job, though, of keeping Derrick compressed so Derrick can't extend out and really put tension on the ankle here. But Derrick's one of these guys, you could tie him up like a pretzel and he'll come out on your back on the other side. Derrick's going to look for an inside heel. He's got a bite on it. This could turn into something dangerous. And he's going to counterattack on Derrick, forcing Derrick to turn his heel in. That was nice.
We've arrived at the halfway point of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Moyer's trying to break out of the 50-50, and Derrick re-pummeled his right leg over for the reap to try to give him a bite on Moyer's opposite leg. And now Moyer's going to be on, and then Derrick does it again.
Yeah.
Derrick doesn't quite have a grip, though. You see his hands aren't really connected to anything, while Moyer does have his right arm laced around Derrick's ankle. Derrick's going to put some weight on the foot and run out. Nice job from Derrick.
Two minutes here for Derrick Rayfield to keep his playoff hopes alive.
Not a lot of inactivity here at the PGF tonight.
No, there's not. You're right. They're getting after it pretty good. At the athletes meeting beforehand, one of the things that Brandon said was, well, I know we're not going to have to even get here. Like basically telling them, like, hey, guys, let's do it. It's tricky. And on a championship night like this, you want to let the guys get after it.
Yeah.
You don't want to interfere too much, but you also can't let the matches lag.
Right. And after, 5 weeks for these guys that have, seen their regular starting lineups, I mean, they should be pretty familiar with how to keep that shot clock off at this point.
Good point.
Moyer might look to run this into a Chuy bar. He can't quite get Derrick's right or left arm kind of extended out to make that happen. And there he goes right back underneath the elbow.
All right, Derrick Rayfield finds himself on the shot clock.
I love how Derrick just rolled through the sweep.
The shot clock is still on. All right, shot clock turned off as Rayfield is close to a pass. And, I'm just wondering if you say it's off because you don't want Derrick Rayfield to go full rod.
I really feel like that was a professional courtesy there. Like, I'm going to run you down right to it.
Right, exactly.
There, I'm going to let you off just a little. If you don't go crazy, I won't go crazy.
Final 10 seconds in the match.
Derrick's going to have one last bite on this. Let's see if he can get it with 5 seconds left.
And time expires, as do the playoff hopes for one Derrick Rayfield. A tough season for him. but we will still see him one more time tonight here in Las Vegas. All right, to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Well, teammates outside of the PGF, they go to battle tonight. Tim Freeman, walk us through some of the action.
So we can see Rayfield right here trying to get on an inside heel hook. And all night, Rayfield went back and forth trying to find the subs. These two athletes were trading the leg. They were basically in a shootout for most of the match, but neither guy really had a decent enough bite to get points on the board.
Speaking of points on the board, let's take a look at our team standings as we are just ahead of our third and final block here of the regular season. The Kings still on top, 134 points. The Alabama Twisters, Jason Anik, are they still mathematically possible to catch this and take this title?
Absolutely. Well, this block right here, Twisters versus Phenoms, to begin this block, the bottom line is the Twisters need to put up 16 points at minimum and force the Kings to get on the board in the final block.
It is a tall task, to say the least, but the Kings, they like their shot, and it's all because of that guy, Jett Thompson, sits atop the leaderboard, 58 points, 12 ahead of Elijah Carlton, who just overtook that spot from his teammate, Kevin Beuhring, who's got 44 points. He is in third. Austin Oranday in fourth. Travis Haven in that fifth spot. Let's take a look at the bubble. Jason, who's a realistic possibility to possibly, take away that 8th spot?
I hate to say it, but I think I'm not sure that man exists.
It doesn't.
I think ultimately, if Chuy Magana is not able to go next week, I think that's the only chance of a spot opening up. The idea that Cam Hurd or someone below is going to get to 25 points, there's just not enough matches left.
Yeah, absolutely. Cam Hurd's there, and Kochel, of course, is no longer eligible as he had to pull out due to injury.
And even though it may be established, man, do I feel like we have gotten this Elite 8 athlete bracket that is just going to be complete fireworks. Other than maybe a guy like Derrick Rayfield, who we're disappointed, who's been one of the faces of this league, it is just going to be absolutely electric next week.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Jason. I think it's going to be a real great playoff run next week. The same guys have been kind of flirting around this outside of Jayden, who kind of went off last week and got into it. So tough athletes all the way across the board.
And it is interesting about Jayden Groner, right? Because you did have some of these guys sort of sniffing the outside looking in, but it was guys like Cam Hurd, Derrick Rayfield, who didn't necessarily have great seasons. Groner has had a great year. There's a reason why he's left the rest of them in the dust in terms of that final spot.
No, absolutely. And again, if you want to tune into the playoffs, it goes down 1 week from tonight. While we are crowning a team champion, we will see the top 8 go to war next week in Las Vegas. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Tim Freeman hanging out tonight. It is the final stop of the 2026 regular season here for the PGF, and we're going to go throw to a package right now, so let's get to it.
Today marks a big day for the Professional Grappling Federation. As we continue our rapid expansion, the PGF is happy to announce our 5th franchise team, the St. Louis Outlaws, led by Lloyd White.
It's an honor to be a part of the Professional Grappling Federation. The PGF has been rapidly growing. It's a new frontier in the martial arts world, and we're proud to be a part of it. The St. Louis Outlaws are here to compete.
Here we are live, Matt Side in Las Vegas. If you see the video, it is official. St. Louis going to be the newest city to get a PGF franchise, the St. Louis Outlaws. And, man, BMAC, he said he was really going to change the game and really give Jiu-Jitsu something that it hasn't had before, and that is undeniable at this point. The PGF, Tim, it's unlike anything else in grappling, I think.
It really is. And we keep hitting on this. It's because it's captured the sports ethos. That's what it's got in it. This is the first season. I'm calling this the franchise era, where all 4 teams are owned. We heard about the St. Louis Outlaws. I've heard rumblings about other teams coming on board. I would not be surprised to see all 8 spots taken up with full teams. as we move into season 10. That's what I'm hoping for. I think that would be amazing.
I'm with you. And as we look at some of the challenges for the expansion teams this season, the Phenoms and the Wolverines, right? Certainly the Outlaws could be up against it. And BMAC mentioned the word dynasty last week when talking about the Las Vegas Kings. And as we get to the end of this night and this season, as they potentially put themselves in position to defend and go back-to-back here, absolutely the Las Vegas Kings are setting a standard, as you know Kevin Lucas, Ricky Lindell wanted to do, where they are going to be the team to beat as the years go on. And the Alabama Twisters, while they're right on their heels, maybe not quite there yet.
Yeah, I agree with you. And part of having a team is being attractive to athletes in the future so you can sign them. And the Kings have really set the standard for the rest of the teams that are coming into the league. The Twisters came in last season as an expansion team, and they crushed it this season. We saw the Wolverines move in, and at first it was a little rocky. But honestly, they did a really nice job, and they're setting themselves up for a good run in season 10.
Yeah, and this third block, they hope to put away that team championship, and we'll see what happens. The Twisters still in it, but they can really do no wrong. And I look at how healthy they have stayed throughout the season. The New Hope regeneration factor might be a real thing.
Sure.
But with that said, J.J. Bowers comes in off the bench for the Kings, and all of a sudden he finds himself in the Sixth Man of the Year competition. He's only had 2 matches and in that discussion, to say the least, and he is now standing by with our Alex Wendley.
Yes, just 2 matches, and he put up a big 6. Thank you so much, TJ. I'm standing with the man, J.J. Bowers. Coming off the bench for the Las Vegas Kings, not only is your team in the lead, but you have a standout moment. What was going on through your mind when you got that submission?
Honestly, the only thing that went through my mind was thank God and thank everybody that supports me to be out here. It kind of just felt like just another big moment for me that can be used to be in a good light. So I'm just really excited for the way that things went.
And one of the things that Ricky Lindell always says is that pressure is a privilege. You've been on the sidelines all season long, and now it was your time to shine. You did exactly that. What is the big message for you guys headed into this final block? You guys are so close to going home with that team finale championship.
The big message for us is just to start and finish the exact same way. In the first week, we were in the lead by having good performances and keeping our heads on straight, not letting anything get to us. And then in these last few matches, we're going to have our heads on straight. We're going to keep performing. We're going to treat it like it's our first match, and that's what's going to lead to a great, great night.
And up next, you have Sam Schwartz. That's going to be a banger of a fight. We know the splash zone is going to be in danger for you guys because you love to wrestle, you love to be aggressive. So what can we expect out of that fight?
Honestly, you can expect me to put my heart on the line. I'm going to treat this match just like any other one, but I'm going to definitely be going out there trying to hunt for him.
So listen up, people in the YouTube chat. If you want to give this man a tip, you can do that on YouTube. And also, the people here are ready to throw out some money bags, so we're going to let it rip. Thank you so much, JJ. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Alex. I don't want to say to not give J.J. Bowers a super chat, but the man was on a hunt for redemption, and he has definitely got that tonight here as week number 5 rolls on here in Las Vegas. The all-important third and final block of the season is headed your way next. You're watching PGF World.
If I could go back and talk to myself at a younger age, I would make sure I stressed the importance of investing in your health in things such as therapy from New Hope Regeneration, asking more of your body and increasing the mileage that you can get out of it. After being on the mat for over 30 years, including Division I college wrestling and now competing in Jiu-Jitsu at the highest levels in the world, my recovery has skyrocketed since I got my therapy with New Hope Regeneration. I'm able to ask more of my body, I'm able to recover and sleep better, and it's made a world of difference. You don't have to be a high-level athlete to get therapy from New Hope Regeneration. Whether you're competing at the highest level or not, optimizing your body is in your best interest. We have incredible stories from anywhere of high-level athletes to stay-at-home moms who have seen life-changing benefits from therapy with New Hope. I want to invite you to check out newhoperegeneration.com to see the resources available and get your free consultation with a healthcare provider to talk about your personal health today.
Las Vegas, Nevada is the site of PGF in its 2026 season, and we are set to kick off our third and final block of the night. It is the final block of the season, and every match matters. The Alabama Twisters know the assignment. They've been chasing the Kings pretty much all season, and now they have to take it out on the Philly Phenoms. They got to get as many points as they can if they want to win this title. Let's take a look at our matchups here for this block. Derrick Adkins off the bench. He takes on Kevin Beuhring. Jake Straus for the Twisters meets Derrick Rayfield. Kyle Chambers, who is basically unsubmittable at this point, undefeated in the PGF. He takes on the big dog Travis Haven. You see a change there. Jeo Ortiz in for the Twisters. We'll see what he can do off the bench. He draws Noah McCulley, and what a matchup. Shawn Melanson taking on Elijah Carlton. All right, the action about to get underway. It is the top of the third and final block. A full house here in Las Vegas inside the secret location. Appreciate you joining us here on YouTube and Kick. Don't forget to follow us on social media. And check out the website, pgf.world, is all you need to know for all the stats. Pretty much every match in PGF history available, searchable. You can definitely check it out. Trying to find Bobby, both of them, Stephen Aiken.
He's missing.
You know, it's...
Oh, here he is. He's walking around.
You know, kissing babies, taking photos.
I think he's doing GM stuff. He's general manager.
That
right
is
now.
true.
Yeah.
That is true. Double duty for Stephen Aiken as he is the GM of the Philly Phenoms.
So unless I'm mistaken here, trying to get my notes together, I believe Kevin Beuhring did face Derrick Adkins and had a 7-point elbow genie kill in week 3, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong there, but if that's the case, potentially an opportunity here for Beuhring to get the Twisters back into this team competition.
So I just got a note here as it looks like Adam Frank is out and Mateus Jimenez in. So Jimenez in for Frank. That's what I'm being told.
We were told Atkins was in for Frank, so now Jimenez in for Atkins?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is also kind of what I heard as well.
It's a fluid situation.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we'll see who ends up making the walk. We're going to find out
It might be one of
soon.
us by the time the match gets here.
Yeah, the truck was also told Atkins, which is why you saw that graphic. But like I said, things are changing in a heartbeat here, and this is when you start to really see the gauntlet, the marathon, play a factor. And, I mean, it's abducted Stephen Aiken.
It has.
But ultimately, whoever does make that walk here against Kevin Beuhring, it's really about Beuhring, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, we've seen opportunities where practice squad players have been vulnerable. And if Beuhring can come in here and get 6 or 7 points, that may be the only chance for the Twisters to sniff the Kings for the 2026 championship.
Absolutely, a lot up for grabs. All the beautiful people in the house. I see Stephen Aiken emerging from the shadows.
Lurking. I'm stoked to see Jeo Ortiz in tonight. He's a Nashville native I've had the chance to train with quite a bit. We have a good relationship between our schools. We cross-train quite a bit. He got his first match of the season against Jett Thompson.
Yeah.
Which
Welcome
is
to the show.
A rough draw, right? Like, hey, kid, here you go. So it'll be nice to see him get out there again against Noah McCulley.
Don't forget our playoffs go down right here on YouTube and Kick 1 week from tonight. And, no respite week, no off week to heal up. We've had that in the past, but tonight it is, or this year it is all about getting to the action. And I'm not lying, guys. I'm genuinely disappointed that, 2 weeks from tonight I'm not going to be driving to Vegas for PGF action. But I think the growth is still very much a thing. There's qualifiers. And, when I say that to Brandon, he's like, well, my year's just about to get started, too, as we get closer and closer to trying to close in on another franchise being bought and, watch this whole thing. Like the GM issues that the commission issues that he has, I mean, he's inventing a lot of things on the fly. And, this thing has blown up so big since, leveling up to Las Vegas from Season 5 to Season 6, now Season 9, 10th season right around the corner. Who knows what this thing's going to look like here in a couple of years?
Without question. And ultimately, this is only the third season I've been a part of, but it's really exploding. And ultimately, I've said over and over again, I commentate in different spots. I look forward to this more than anything. I'm so genuinely excited to be here. And your point's very well taken. Tim, we're glad you're here this week. We haven't had your presence in the building for every week, but it's truly something that you miss when that season closes rapidly.
It really is, and I've had the opportunity to watch from home, which is actually a different experience.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting to see it go down from home, but you don't get the same feel that you get when you're in the studio and you see the athletes, you see how they're carrying themselves off the mat, you can see their posture, their communication, the coaches. You get more information when you're present just from that feeling. Great stuff from the PGF.
Yeah, a little meeting going on. We got B-Max, Stephen Aiken. You see Matt Elkins over there.
Look at the commish all suited up.
Yeah, he got ready in a heartbeat.
And that's the thing. I think that, we get so excited about the playoffs and the top 8, but, headed into this block, last season or the last time that the Kings found themselves in this position, the third block was basically a foregone conclusion. They were, ready to pop bottles before the first match. A little bit of work needs to be done, just to, secure it. But we're going to find out, I think, right now with this first matchup here, the Twisters. We're going to know headed into the last half of the block if it's a realistic possibility, and the Twisters need to get to work in a hurry.
Well, ultimately, I think if Beuhring doesn't find a neck here, that could be lights out. The final match of the first half of this block between the Phenoms and the Twisters is Shawn Melanson, Elijah Carlton. Cannot wait for that.
Yeah.
Certainly a potential playoff matchup there. Two guys that are both going to be in it. But ultimately, I think for the Twisters, it's got to be hunting necks in terms of the team competition. And guys like Jake Straus, who's sitting there, and even Jeo Ortiz, who's going to come in. Frankly, I don't think any orthodox approach makes any sense. You got to be going for chokes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a team-based concept, and this is something that I've said in the past. PGF is the first team-based, promotion, show, league I've ever seen in combat sports that genuinely works. I've seen it in mixed martial arts where you're on a team of 5. A knockout is worth 5 points. Submission is worth 4. And I think about it, your record in MMA follows you forever. And it's like, wait, I can easily submit this guy, but you want me to try to knock him out? Maybe he might hurt. We don't have that problem here in PGF. It is truly a sport where if you got to go out there and hunt a neck, and maybe that's not, the right move for your quote-unquote overall jiu-jitsu game, what do you have to lose? It's not going to follow you forever. And also, too, I think when it comes to jiu-jitsu, we've seen in a lot of other formats, guys just want to either make the argument that they won the match and are okay with the draw. Losing is, not something they necessarily want to do. But you can talk about this PGF format. You're going to take your lumps. Yeah. Whether you, lose matches or not, you're going to go through the grinder. And I think that it's an overall experience. And you're going to be judged. Look at Elijah Carlton. He's going to be judged this season on how he finishes in the playoffs and what he's done for his team, not because he tapped out to Chuy Magana.
And frankly, that might have protected his health to the point where he could win the whole thing.
Right. Absolutely. PGF still very much in its infancy, and we want to thank those that support us by asking you to support them. Epic Roll, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Dahlinger Mats, the official mat of PGF. New Hope Regeneration, BJJ Fanatics, and Once Upon a Coconut. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm somehow on my second Once Upon a Coconut.
You got a stock down there. I like that. That's the gangster move, TJ. I like that.
I must say it's a gift of the franchise owner of the Colorado Wolverines. I get his bring me a case each and every week.
Well, it's really a gift from Heather Gracie. We know.
That is true, but Egg finds it.
Your
like
consumption
He's
rate
appropriated
tonight.
the gift.
Yeah. Consumption rate really slowed tonight.
I've been talking a lot. I've been excited, Okay, I'll drink 4 during this final block.
You should. The chocolate coconut water is coveted.
Absolutely. Of course, you can get some PGF merch available now in our online shop. Visit pgf.world/shop and get all lined up with your PGF gear. I was trying to think of the cool words you say for clothes, and all I can say is drip, and I don't totally know what that means.
Right, I feel you. Same thing.
Behind-the-scenes footage available for you now on YouTube. See what goes down in between weeks with our teams. It is a view unlike any other. The Phenoms, the Wolverines, the Kings and Twisters, giving you access to what life is like between matches. Behind the scenes available now for you online. Rockstar POV, Zoltan Bathory.
Zoltan's allowed to use foul language, though.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Just saying. BMAC runs a tight ship, but Z can do what Z wants to do.
I mean, he's a member of Five Finger Death Punch. Don't make him use it.
Looks like the Dream is coming somewhat closer to figuring out what's going on. They're seeing a nod. Looks like he's getting ready to go. Schwartzapfel looks a little more content sitting there on the couch after that nice win.
He's going to sleep good tonight,
yes.
right?
And I will say in this third and final block, it is my favorite moment of the season here at PGF because Stephen Aiken will talk to each and every athlete, and we learn so much about these guys through the behind-the-scenes stuff and their performances here on the mat, and they all get an opportunity to have their say, whether or not it's the final time we see them this season or not. Look forward to that. All right, the Dream is standing by as our third block is about to commence. Let's get to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our third and final block of this evening. The first athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Matias Jimenez.
Matias Jimenez. Wow, that's a new face to the PGF. We also get the privilege of a new face in our broadcast booth, BMAC coming back on the sticks. But what an opportunity here to find your way into Season 9. My assumption is Matias Jimenez did compete in a qualifier. That was a prerequisite to be able to compete in the season.
And when it comes to earning your way through a qualifier, you can make a statement with this very late season opportunity. Jimenez hopes to do just that as he represents the Philly Phenoms. All right, time for his opponent to make the walk. We go to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Kevin Beuhring.
Here's Kevin Beuhring, I believe, currently sitting in the number 3 slot. His opponent here, Matias Jimenez, he certainly hasn't had the privilege of watching him this week. Has Jimenez been on the sideline translating for Chuy a little bit? Am I mistaking him with someone else? Yes, he has been. So that's where that face looks familiar. But BMAC, welcome to the broadcast booth. I will say, we've said Beuhring needs a kill here to make this thing interesting.
Well, bad news. This is one of the toughest possible free agents that could have come out of this pool. This is the younger brother of Roberto Jimenez, who's one of the best players in the world. And Matias has got that kind of potential as well. Very excited to see what he looks like here. Incredible guard player, very aggressive, very good on the back. They're going to have him switch ankle bands. Good job, boys.
Hey,
a lot of friendship in that exchange. I like it.
Yeah.
That broke up kind of an intense stare down, though, a little bit. They were, standing there, and, this one might get interesting.
It could get very interesting. Matias obviously has to be very careful of the leg locks of Kevin Beuhring and the back game. Kevin cannot let Matias get towards his back.
When you mentioned Jimenez having the Roberto Jimenez connection, coming into tonight, only one match for him here in this PGF season as he now needs to get defensive here.
Oh,
my goodness.
Heel hook early.
Oh, he said he didn't tap. I don't think he tapped either. BMAC returns to the booth and already controversy.
Don't.
Going to get a reset here.
Oh, me. Look, I'm off the duty for 30 seconds.
I know, right?
Here they go. Here they go.
Murphy's Law. We've got a challenge flag, so they're going to call upon the replay. And, you know, it did look like he put his hand on his leg, but it didn't appear that it was, you know, taking a look at the replay in the small little box.
Yeah, so what are we looking for here?
Look, I'd love to get that on the big box if we can, as our officials confer here, Matt's side.
So definitely Kevin had the beginnings of an outside heel, but the knee line not really trapped.
Right, and it was right there. Real time, it looks a little more frantic, but slow down. It's not there, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they say. We'll see what they do with it. I played in the referee's box over there for a couple of blocks, but
yeah.
I'm out now, baby. Y'all got this. Y'all grown-ups.
You know, when C.J. Murdoch came in off the bench for Chuy Magana and Haven immediately had the 7-point play, it made the team competition a little bit interesting, got the Twisters back in it. But not every practice squad player is going to be immediately vulnerable.
I thought I heard one of the officials shout, play on, but we're still...
I think that was someone in the crowd.
Okay, got it. Want to make sure. Because the official announcement will be made on the mat, correct?
Yeah, they'll come out here and let us know. I'll be honest with you, I'm really not even sure what we're reviewing right here.
I think if you watch it fast, it looked closer to maybe something being a tap. Slow motion, it doesn't look like there's a tap.
Yeah, I don't think there's any kind of tap here.
Nothing verbal, and I'm not sure you're seeing a hand tap anything.
Yeah, it's not there. I mean, if you're looking at slow motion, it's not there.
If
But it's right there.
But
if you play it real time, it looks more. Like, can we get it at full speed? Is that possible? I think they're playing it for the officials, so I don't want to tell them to do anything right now.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why it stopped in the first place. I guess just because it was close to the boundary, perhaps.
I'm thinking potentially that right hand looked as if it was a tap, but it's
right there. That's what. Again, if you play it real time, it looks more closer. But you see right there on his face immediately, he's like, I didn't tap.
Yeah, and he very obviously did not tap. Like, there's no tap. So
Zoltan Bathory here shaking his head. He doesn't think it was a tap.
And this is one of those situations, guys, where if it was an arm bar, I don't think we're concerned about it or thinking it's a tap. Being that it's a leg lock, sometimes guys just, you know.
Well, and we saw it last week with Elijah and Chuy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know, it wasn't really a position that you would normally think that a tap would come from, but got a big reaction out of Elijah, and you know, to his admittance, he felt like he panic tapped and he regretted it immediately afterwards. But it is what it is. So yeah, they're going to keep playing. Let's see what Andrew has to say here.
Be great to get him on a mic.
He said no tap. They're
going to try to
position.
reset him in the position as much as they can. So it looks like the most of the time that they were spending.
All right, so they're going to get back in position, and someone's going to have the ability to, quote-unquote, win the reset, as BMAC says, but they're going to try to keep it as fair as possible. While they argue here, BMAC, we saw a situation where Cam Hurd had shouted, and our question was, what does the rule say about a verbal submission here at PGF?
Whoa, that's not the spot.
Okay.
That's not the position.
Kevin Beuhring trying to... I mean, this is really trying to win the reset, BMAC.
Guys.
Let me ask you this, BMAC. How hard is it to get a guy back in a position like this? Because it is a leg attack.
Jimenez thinks he's okay.
I know you asked me something, but...
I've asked you a bunch of things, but these guys are getting up to extracurriculars. I mean, how long until we hit him with a delay of game?
Well, the delay is not from them. I think the delay is from the officials. Like, they're going to have to make an authoritative statement about where everybody is right here.
I
think this is way closer to where they were.
I agree.
I mean, do they need to look at the replay? They're looking at the replay on the screen. No, they're not. I thought they were. His foot is about right on his ribs, like below his ribs.
Drew, look at the screen.
There we go. It's on the big screen here.
Oh, Heath is...
All right. Heath getting down and dirty.
Put it back on the screen. Put it back on the screen there in-house and hold it. Hold it right there. That's the spot, Andrew. That's the spot I want it in. Right there on the screen. Everybody take a look at it and put it right there.
What a boss, B-Mac.
I love it.
Put it back on the screen for right now. All right, there we go.
All right,
yes,
so
run it.
All right, action back underway. Jimenez on the run here, able to get his knee free, up and out. Trying to clear that guard here is Beuhring.
Nice pass. Oh, my. Oh, rolling into the trunk position. What a play by Beuhring. Oh, my God. What a play by Beuhring. Can he solidify the position? He does. Body triangle. Insane movement by Beuhring.
And he's got a lot of time to work here. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to try to take home 6 points.
Oh, that's a long time with Kevin Beuhring locked into a body triangle. He is an assassin from this spot.
Jimenez doing a pretty good job defending his face and neck.
You know, thinking about it, sorry to cut you off, thinking about it in hindsight, Kevin Beuhring probably didn't want that to be a tap if we're talking about overall points.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great point. He doesn't want the 3. This 6 would be way more meaningful.
Oh, he's going to try to send it.
Well, I don't think the 3 points going to do anything for the Twisters. I think ultimately, if they're going to chase the Kings, they need all the points they can get immediately, if not sooner.
Absolutely. I mean, I would be throwing the flag if I was Kevin Beuhring if that ended up being a tap. You need 6, not 3. Jimenez proven to be tough here. Just under 4 minutes remain.
And a 6-point play here would be huge for Beuhring, who has lost that number 2 seed to Carlton.
So give me an update on the team score. So I haven't been able to watch the broadcast to keep up with the points.
Kings are up 16 points right now. So the Twisters need at least 16 points in this block to force the Kings to do something in the final half of the block. So ultimately, knowing that you need 16, 17 points, Beuhring against a practice squad guy, this has to be a big opportunity.
Yeah, this is not a regular practice squad
No, I hear
guy.
you.
But I mean, yes, to your point, yes. But man, this is a tough guy to be hitting the practice squad reps on.
Well, you know, the matchups coming up in this block, Rayfield, Straus, Chambers, Haven, right? As dangerous as Haven is, Chambers never been finished in the PGF. And then Carlton, Melanson. So just not a lot of points out there, I don't think, for the Twisters.
Carlton Melanson, dude, are you kidding me? You talk about a style clash of potential fireworks, right?
Halfway point of the match.
And a great chance for that to be a first-round playoff matchup, too.
TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, B-Mac, Brandon McCaffrey here as we're into our first matchup of the third and final block.
He's trying to create some rotation, but okay, so check out how Kevin goes under the armpit with his right arm. He's bailed on it now, but he's really good at that. Like he'll hide the hand under the far side arm and then wait for the defensive player to start to feel safe, and then it'll slide. Boom, right into the spot. Oh, he's going to take a run at it. Woo!
Jimenez does a really nice job avoiding trouble here in this spot.
See how now Kevin with that right arm, right hand in the armpit again?
Yep.
Matias trying to create some separation here. Kevin drags him back in.
I want to point out, Jimenez has been in the spot for 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and Beuhring has yet to really make a good run at it.
I mean, the move that Kevin made to go to the back, one of the prettiest moves that we've seen all season from anybody. And there, Matias on the shot clock now. Oh, now creating some separation. Not gonna, and that.
Shot clock play on. Now trying to put the squeeze in. Oh my goodness. Wow. I got excited there for a minute. Another shot at it. As we approach the final minute here, BMAC, would it be wise for Beuhring to maybe try to switch to an arm triangle? Go something?
I mean, no. He might have to, though. He might need to switch this triangle here. He thought about it. Matthias got to really push now. Kevin pummeling to the inside. He's going to try to get back to his 3.
45 seconds left. Beuhring has been such a strong member of this Alabama Twisters team. Definitely a factor in our upcoming playoffs. But he's now tasked with trying to make something happen in the final 30 seconds.
So right now, Beuhring's the 3 seed. Is that correct?
Yes. And Jimenez, right, in multiple ways.
Uh-oh.
Gonna say Jimenez in multiple ways.
Nice! Matthias wrestling off the bottom.
You know, he's translating for the Vegas Kings. Now he's keeping the Twisters off the board for the Kings.
Yeah, so Matthias, how did he end up in here? He was on the free agent roster. He participated in that Vegas qualifier, lost in the semifinals in Vegas, and Matthias, he's ready.
Fired up
He's
here.
ready.
I hope we see this kid in a future
Absolutely.
season, man. He looks like he belongs. He's just saying, he's like, I'm going against Kevin Beuhring.
Right. Absolutely. And a tough draw for Kevin Beuhring. And you can see he definitely put in work over the course of 6 minutes. All right, to make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points to be awarded, and that will wrap up Kevin Beuhring's 2026 regular season. Take a look at some of the action here. We had some drama, and I thought Beuhring was going to take home the kill here, B-Mac.
I mean, there were opportunities. Matthias did a great job just keeping himself alive and just doing enough to keep that shot clock off of him for the most part. Did end up with 1 penalty, but great survival skill, even turning it into a little bit of his own offense here at the end. Here's a replay of Heath and Kevin. I don't really know what they're doing. Why is Heath down there? I don't know.
He's trying to get a money back, right? PJ got a couple last week.
Quick leg lock seminar. All right. Our action is just about to get back underway as we are inside our third and final block of the regular season. Back on the mat, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Derrick Rodman Rayfield.
You know, it doesn't seem as though Derrick Rayfield is going to be on the outside looking into many PGF postseasons as he continues to compete in this league. But unfortunately, been kind of a funky season, and he is not going to be in that final 8. And of all the athletes on this roster, that may be the one guy who I think could have made some real noise in that playoff, but it's going to have to wait till the 2027 season for Rayfield.
Yeah, he really burst onto the scene last season, and you know, tonight, I mean, he's going to be finding himself on the other end of another season, one that did not go the way that he wanted it to. But, you know, winning wouldn't be as sweet if you didn't run into, you know, tough opposition and losses from time to time. And you can guarantee that Derrick Rayfield, who's been a staple to this competitive scene for a very long while, will still be better off for having this type of PGF run opposed to his championship team PGF run. So, final assignment here for the 2026 season for Derrick Rayfield as he represents the Philadelphia Phenoms. Let's go back out to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Jake Straus.
The 15th and final walk of the 2026 PGF season for Jake Straus, who's been a very welcome addition. Been a little mixed, a little up and down, a lot of draws here and there, but an opportunity for him to sort of keep the Twisters in this thing as it gets late in the night.
Yeah, on the outside looking in is Straus, but you can argue this might be the biggest match of his season as the Twisters need points. Straus for Alabama, Rayfield for Philadelphia. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik. BMAC, Brandon McCatherine live in Las Vegas. It is the final night of the regular season of PGF.
So we know the Twisters need 16 points here to tie the Kings, but the Kings will be facing the Wolverines in the final block.
Ooh. Elevated aerial goes Rayfield, but nothing doing. And, I mean, Rayfield might get aggressive here and just try to go out with a bang.
Without question.
Oh, my goodness.
Beautiful
and the money bag goes flying for Zoe, as you would expect. Nicely done by Straus, who sets up inside.
It's a good way to put a little cash in your pocket heading out of town for Jake Straus, knowing what Z's looking for.
Now he does need to be a bit defensive, as Derrick Rayfield is very crafty. He's got a hold of that left wrist.
He's got a very tricky guard. And you can see how he's reaching with his left hand. He wants to kind of tie up that hand if he can reach through. So he's using his right hand to maybe try to push on the wrist, maybe use that left hand to come in behind and sort of kind of Dagestani handcuff from the bottom position. Now he goes into his meat hook position, triangle. Right around the corner here, Jake has to be very careful.
Yeah, he was holding that right foot of Rayfield a moment ago.
Jake has to beat this knee on the inside or he's going to get locked up right here. This is where Derrick does some of his absolute best work. His dead orchard is absolutely lethal. We've got to watch the positioning of Jake's left arm. If that left elbow drifts towards the center line at all.
Uh-oh. Oh, just about the belt line, Rayfield. Wow.
And did you see how PJ holds the hand out to measure that line?
And what a veteran crafty move there by Rayfield to grab a hold of that leg.
Watch this left elbow of Straus. Here it comes. He's going to start pumping his legs now to try to push that elbow to the center line.
Yeah, you see it.
Let's try to elevate him again.
And as Jake stacks in, he's actually offering more opportunity. Derrick now reaching to the wrist with his left hand. Going to try to pull that across. Getting close. The shot clock is on Straus. Let it run right here because this is close to a submission. So don't blow the whistle. Don't let them blow the whistle.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Straus, that shot clock is the least of your concern.
Oh, here it is. And here's the dead orchard. Here's the dead orchard. Here it's coming. Rayfield's going to lock it up. Keep it pushing.
And it looked like Straus going to try to elevate,
He's
but
going to pull
Rayfield
that
shut
right
it down.
hand out. Here he goes. Dead orchard from the top now.
Straus is a dog, but it seems like an inevitability trying to pull the arm down. Derrick Rayfield ends his 2026 season with a money bag and a very nice submission. Rodman capping off the year in a big way, and you got to feel good for Derrick Rayfield to leave the mat with that type of performance. What a win for Philadelphia's Derrick Rayfield. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing the Philly Phenoms, Derrick Rayfield.
Jake Straus hung on until he couldn't any longer, and Rayfield able to get a big win. B-Mac, let's take a look at some of the action from a very fun match.
What a throw. Both guys end up with a little extra cash in their pockets out of this match. It's Jake, man, he got down to the end right there. He's like, let me just try something. I'll try a forward flip. He's like, a forward roll. That looks cool. I'll try that.
And look at his reaction here when Derrick does extend that arm. It's tight.
Well, it's preemptive. He's tapping
exactly.
to make sure it doesn't become a problem.
Yep.
Nice catch on the money bag.
Right? Dude, an athlete. A lot of good moments for Rayfield. Just too little too late this season.
Without question. All right. Stephen Aiken standing by with Derrick Rayfield.
Here with Derrick Rayfield. Derrick, phenomenal finish to your season there. I know you wanted to go out with a bang. Can you tell me how you're feeling after finishing that way?
I feel very blessed, man. I have the greatest sponsors in the world, Butterfly X. Great for any upcoming athlete who wants to be treated well. They treat me so good, man. I have the greatest team in the world, 10th Planet Las Vegas, 10th Planet Las Vegas Southwest. It's just incredible to live the life I do. While I'm on the mic here, my friend Andrew Kochel, he was putting up highlights for you all season long. He's got to get surgery on his arm. If you guys want to see him back,
Let's throw a money bag to get his surgery right.
Yeah, for sure.
It'll get straight to him.
We're definitely going to get Andrew taken care of. He's definitely a big part of this thing in the Phenom season. We got it. We got him. We're going to take care of him. Can you tell me what it meant for you to be a member of the Phenoms for this inaugural season?
It felt phenomenal. It was the group of guys, like, it was just so fun to make friends with them and be a part of their journey and for them to be a part of mine. I air jailed somebody. I would have never done that without Shawn. So just everyone a part of that team was incredible to be friends with and hang out with.
We appreciate you being here, Derrick, and being a part of the team and a part of the PGF. We look forward to seeing you back in the future with a lot more. Anything else you want to say to the folks at home?
Thank you, Dennis Rodman.
Amen.
What a great send-off for Rodman, Derrick, Rayfield, who isn't in the playoff picture, but, you know, the way he talked about being a part of this Phenoms team, you know, PGF veteran, it seemed like this season was extra special for Derrick, even despite it maybe not going the way he wanted it to.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Rayfield's season, right? It's like he hasn't lost in weeks. Do you know what I mean? But ultimately it just was the bad start. And last season he came in like a bat out of hell. Egghead was saying that they weren't ready for Rayfield when he came in, which was absolutely true. But the slow start really came back to bite him. Just didn't get it straightened out in time.
No, absolutely. I saw a comment there on the screen. B-Mac, did you make a Star Wars reference a moment ago?
I'll do that from time to time. I don't always mean to, but I don't know. I'm a dork.
So yeah, Brendan saying it made a Star Wars reference. That would fall on deaf ears with me. That would go right over my head. But
Episode 1, which isn't actually Star Wars, it's like, would that be the Phantom Menace? I've never watched Star Wars.
Sounds like you have.
I met George Lucas, though, believe it or not, once upon a time.
All right.
In a galaxy far, far away. All right. Time to continue the action back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Kyle Chambers!
You know, we're laughing here at TJ's line of Galaxy Far, Far Away. It took too long for me to get that, but Kyle Chambers, still undefeated in the Professional Grappling Federation. Just amazing to say. It almost feels like a guaranteed 6 minutes when he makes the walk. He will face Travis Haven here. Alabama Twisters running out of time.
Yeah, and if you're Travis Haven, it's a tough assignment, but he is ready to make the walk. We will see what he can do as these guys ready to go to work for the final time in the regular season. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Give it up for big dog, Travis Haven!
What a season for Travis Haven. Tim Freeman was talking about the fact that he actually lost 4 straight matches at one point in this season, which is hard to believe. Probably because he's won 4 out of 5 since. That includes 3 straight. See if he can develop a little momentum here as he heads into next week's playoff.
We will see what will happen for Haven. He'll be the first man to stop Chambers if he's able to get points. Tall task, but we will see what can be done. Chambers for the Phenoms. Haven for the Twisters. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, Brandon McCatherine. Live mat side in Las Vegas, and we are underway.
So for the Twisters, that 16-point deficit remains.
Kyle into a 2-on-1 early. Maybe thinking about this Zangief roll. We might see him roll through right here.
He's going to drive back.
Keep it in the middle, guys. Keep it in the middle.
Want to give a big shout out to everybody watching on YouTube and on Kick. Man, we had over 9,000 concurrent viewers on Kick at one point during the stream. Just that's been a great partnership for us. We've been really, really happy with them. And thank you so much to everybody that's been supporting the league so far this season. It's been the biggest season that we've ever had. And I think the momentum that we have right now with the PGF is it's bigger than ever before, and I just think this thing's going to the moon, man. And, you know, obviously I'm biased, but I really think this thing is going to the moon, dude.
I couldn't agree with you more. Tim Freeman, who was in your seat earlier tonight, talked about the sort of franchise era that is this season. And you really talked about this season, BMAC, sort of, even though it's the 9th season, feeling like the first in a lot of ways. Next season, St. Louis on board, and others, you can be sure.
Yeah, I believe. I mean, we've got enough interest right now. I really think it's not going to be hard for us to fill an 8-team season.
Unbelievable.
Chambers getting down to his guard, put him back in the middle here.
I think we're seeing a more aggressive Kyle Chambers here than we have all season. And Haven, he's in a high-stakes match, trying to put some points here on the board for the Twisters. I think the final assignment of the night, knowing it's your last match of the season, it's going to bring something out of you. And Haven trying to make something happen.
Yeah, but he jumps right into some of Kyle's best material right here.
Ooh.
Kyle, very good. Once he gets in front on the leg game.
Uh-oh.
Oh! What a moment for Kyle Chambers with his mom on the couch. Big moment for the kid.
Big break for Kyle Chambers, the 10th Planet product and Philly Phenom. Maybe breaking the hearts of Alabama as well. Getting those points, keeping them off the board. Stephen Aiken, make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing the Philly Phenoms, Kyle Chambers.
Just unbelievable that in 15 matches, Haven only once has gone to a draw.
Take a look at the ending here. Haven got aggressive BMAC and found himself in a tough position with a very dangerous leg locker.
Oh, yeah, one of the more dangerous, and that's the thing with Kyle. Like, he plays a lot of leg games, but it's kind of dicey. He's looking for his spot. But if Kyle ever gets out in front on the leg game, very, very dangerous, what you saw right there, putting away Travis Haven. Travis has really been a kill or be killed kind of player this season.
Yep.
Taking a look at the standings here. Kings feeling pretty good about that win for Kyle Chambers as it keeps Alabama off the board. And it is a two-team race here in this third and final block. Taking a look at the individual standings. Jett Thompson still on top. Carlton, Beuhring, Oranday, Haven. All right, let's go out to Steven.
Here with Kyle Chambers. Kyle, got some more points for yourself there to wrap up the season. You went a very long time. You got a break in week 1, then a long drought. You're still technically undefeated in the PGF. You've never lost a match in almost 30 matches or something like that. Tell me what it means for you to be here again, playing in the PGF and being a Philly Phenom.
It means a lot to me, man, but we can't do anything without our team, our family, our support system, They drive you. They see everything that a lot of people don't see every day, so I appreciate them. The PGF is a great platform, great hospitality. Brandon's amazing, man, so I love everything about it. The rule set's a little difficult with a short amount of time and the stolen calls like that, but it makes the best form of jiu-jitsu, so it's a pleasure.
It's definitely a fast-paced thing, and it seems like you're right there on the edge of scoring a lot of points a lot of times, and you're putting on great matches every single time. I'd love to see you back again, Kyle. Is there anything you want to say to anybody at home?
Just thank you guys so much. Thank you for my sponsors, X Marshall, All CBD, Anime 8. Thank you for the Phenoms. Thank you for Temple and Oceanside Escondido Combat Academy. Like I said, thank you for all my supporters and everybody that continues to bring out the support and all the love. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, we love you, Kyle.
While he's not in the playoffs, nobody can beat him.
And it's interesting, one of you mentioned he was maybe a little more aggressive in that match. Maybe there's something he can take away from that, because ultimately the draws aren't putting him where he needs to go in terms of the postseason or even with the Phenoms.
Yeah, from a mental standpoint, I think you can kind of get caught up in the fact you have match after match after match. And so far, I think we see these guys very aggressive when, it's their third match of the night, but it's one match and one match left in the season. And, all right, let's go back out to Steven.
Here with Travis Haven, Big Dog. I think that's contender for best nickname of the season. I always try to throw one in there. That's a good one. Tough finish there at the end of the season, but you're in the playoffs, man. You've represented yourself very well, your team very well. Tell me what you're thinking right now at the end of the season.
I mean, obviously it didn't end the way I wanted it to, but I'm in the 5th seed right now for the playoffs, so that and winning the team championship were my 2 big goals for the season, so we got one of them. It looks like the Kings are going to take away the team championship, so congrats to these guys over here. Man, it was a lot of fun. Big shout out to BMAC, Keelan, all the guys who make this possible. PGF is the most fun way to do jiu-jitsu, most fun way to watch jiu-jitsu. Shout out to Epic Roll, making the kits, getting everything here, making it right. Shout out to Once Upon a Coconut hooking us up. The chocolate ones are probably gone. But if you didn't get a chocolate one, go get a chocolate one.
I got a few chocolate ones only for interviews of people and stuff, but that's, I tried to give it to you. You turned me down. But like I said, Travis, you're in the playoffs, 5 seed right now, representing the Alabama Twisters. Tell me what that means for you being the Alabama Twister.
It's huge. These guys right here, amazing. I had to walk out with the cowboy hat at the last one for Fleroy. Man, just the owners are super supportive. Working with Sean Applegate's amazing. Working with all the guys with Elijah, Kevin, Jake Straus, Geo, TV Dinner, Eric Allen's got his whole family supporting all of us. So just I'm super blessed to be working with the Twisters.
Travis, we're grateful to have you here at the PGF. We look forward to seeing you next week, putting in more work, brother. Thank you.
Travis Haven into the playoffs. Let's take a look at the top 8 and see these. River, you want to get a comment?
Yeah, well, I just want to say Oranday and Haven did face, and Oranday did beat him via break. So that matchup has a good chance to sort of hold up there. So it'll be interesting to see if Haven can get that one back in the playoff next week.
Yeah, as Haven alluded to, this team matchup, all but wrapped up. But BMAC, this is a very exciting time in the third and final block. We're starting to see how these seeds are going to line up. And right now, Jayden Groner, if it stays the same, he's going to find himself taking on Jett Thompson.
Well, let me tell you something. If you're Jayden Groner, you're thinking, man, what can I do to move myself up this board to make sure I don't see Jett Thompson in round 1?
Right.
The 1 seed's going to face the 8. So whoever finds themselves sitting there, really any
but if
of
you
the
don't
top
get Jett Thompson, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you got Elijah Carlton and 2.
Or Kevin Beuhring.
It's the murderer's row. This top 8 is just bananas.
Yeah,
Sorry.
You said exactly what I was going to say. So good job, Jay.
All right, let's get back to the action. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat. Representing the Philly Phenoms, make some noise for Noah McCulley.
It's interesting. He is Travis Haven's teammate and sort of similar rides where it's sort of either kill or be killed or break or be broken. Not a lot of draws for these cats, but McCulley's had a good year, 21 years young. I think he'll most certainly be back in the league for a long time.
Ready to go for the final time in the regular season here. Noah McCulley representing the Philadelphia Phenoms. Time for his opponent to make the walk. We go back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Make some noise for Jeo Ortiz.
So Jeo Ortiz making his second appearance of Season 9. Did appear in Week 3. Couple draws and then had to face Jett Thompson. We know how that typically works out. Loses via choke.
Ortiz does have 2 points on the board despite coming off the bench for the Twisters. He takes on Noah McCulley. Final match for both of these gentlemen here in the 2026 season. TJ DeSantis, Jason Anik, Brandon McCatherine live in Las Vegas. We are underway. McCulley goes to the bottom, ends up on top trying to hunt a leg here.
This could be a very interesting scrap right here. Geo, tough, seasoned black belt, PGF Season 3 veteran.
Yep.
McCulley, the young new kid on the block. Like you were saying, a lot of promise. Looking for this inside heel hook here. Oh, what a big win this could be.
They went from coast to coast on the mat.
And whether McCulley is trying to send something or prevent it, he's wearing it on the face. Always.
PJ guarding them while they're over there. Nice survival and good job negotiating that positioning by Geo. Yeah, got to reset them there. That was one of the main things that I was talking to the referees and the athletes about in the lead up to this week is, PJ's referee here, Montano, he takes a beating getting in between these guys and the couch. But really, if the calls are being made the way they're supposed to, that circle that you see on the mat, that's the playing area.
Right.
And anything that starts happening over towards that epic roll Dahlimer border, that's to be treated like the warning track for the first line and the boundary for the second line. So
I love how you infiltrate all these sports, the warning track from baseball. Just love it.
Yeah, warning track. And then the circle from wrestling. Like that's why we put it in a circle this season. Look at this. McCauley has a very good guard, dude. Very dangerous. Flipping around to the arm. Nice.
Now
and
Ortiz.
Geo getting on the leg. Passing over to the inside. Noah navigating that well.
90 seconds into this one.
Geo back to the top position, trying to stuff that foot to the inside. I like the way he's got this headquarters position nailed down here. Trying to step through it, turn it into a knee cut pass. Now finds the shield, back to standing again. Geo attacks the leg, but Noah comes in on the counter lock. We now have a Woj lock here on that far side ankle. Nothing yet. Noah passing into the outside, trying to turn it into a reaping position. Good exchange, both guys here.
Now Ortiz on the attack. Oh my.
Get your foot to the floor, Noah. Get your foot to the floor, Noah.
Geo passing that foot to the inside. Noah, though, hides his knee and continues on the outside heel hook attack. Not there. Comes up looking to use it to pass now.
Is Jeo Ortiz chewing gum right now?
Oh, yeah.
Probably so, man.
Like
Geo out of One Nation up in Tennessee. And One Nation, that whole school, man, I want to shout them out. They've been believers and supporters in the PGF literally since we created this thing back in season 1. Just a whole slew of awesome people over there, and great jiu-jitsu too. A lot of good play. Look at this beautiful sweep by Jeo Ortiz all the way over to the mount position. 2 underhooks, could move himself up and attack an arm lock here. Gift wrap now. Here comes the back take. Chair sit. Body triangle. Nice job, though, by Noah.
Yeah.
Geo slipped off the back. He could continue his attack, but
Ortiz makes the adjustment, though.
Yeah, he makes the adjustment. Gets the sternum connected to the spine again. That's the real connection that you need to play an effective back offense.
Body triangle doesn't hurt as he locks that up. Now inside the final 2 minutes.
Seen McCauley do a good job hand fighting in similar positions in other matches.
Geo trying to send it. He might have it. I think he's got it, guys.
Oh, my
goodness. Put 6 on the board for the Twisters.
Alabama still trying to make it interesting. 6 points for the kill for Jeo Ortiz.
Wow. Just possibly too little too late, but a big moment for the Twisters.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and make it official. Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a kill representing the Alabama Twisters, Jeo Ortiz.
Jeo Ortiz getting it done. It was definitely a battle. He had to face some adversity, but ultimately ends up getting the back and the 6 points. Take a look at the match recap here, brought to you by Dahlinger BMAC. Please walk us through. This was fun.
I mean, a lot of interesting looks. I thought that armbar was an interesting look. And Geo just, as soon as he was clear of it, attacked him. This was the play of the game right here. Big sweep, double underhooks, and eventually used that to negotiate his way all the way into the back position. Just straight forearm to the trachea here. There's no blood choke there. It's just a murder straight across the throat with that bone.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeo Ortiz letting you know why we call it a kill. All right, Stephen Aiken is standing by with Ortiz.
Here with Jeo Ortiz from the Twisters. Geo, you came in as an alternate. You played. You had to go out. You're back in now. You got a kill on the board for yourself, for your team right here to end the season. Tell me what you're thinking.
Man, first time I jumped out here was 4 years ago when Brandon did his PGF Season 3 in Decatur, Alabama. I came in as a first-round draft pick. Coming into this season, I was very humbled. Came in as a alternate. Ideally, all of the athletes that came in here did not want that did. But everyone on this roster is a dog, man. You know what I mean. So
I do know what you mean, Jeo, and you're one of those guys too. And to see you go in as an alternate was a surprise to a lot of us that know you and did see you in the PGF previously. So I'm not surprised to see that you're getting points on the board here. If you would have played the whole season, I think you would have still did well too. So I'm glad that you're out here representing for yourself and for your team and stuff. Is there anything you want to say to the folks at home?
No, one thing just for the promotion is that I'm blessed to be here. I was blessed to be a part of this. I appreciate everyone back home at One Nation Jiu-Jitsu. My girlfriend, who made this process a lot really easy. And then Naomi, if you're watching this right now, I have a 9-year-old daughter at home that's been trying to keep up with me and watching this. So, and all of the kids that I teach and everything, I hope you guys are watching this, that, you guys have the ability to, make these dreams come true, and just as long as you work hard. That's it.
Thank you for being such a great example, Jeo. We love you, man. Jeo Ortiz, everybody.
Some great words from Jeo Ortiz. And, what a statement to be made to come out here to the, franchise era PGF and shine, having experience in the past. All right, let's go back to Steven.
Here with my man, Noah McCulley. Noah, didn't really know you coming into the season, man. We spent some time together here working with the Phenoms and the Airbnbs and stuff, man. You're a legend in the making. You got a bright future ahead of you, brother. I don't know how you feel right now, but I'm not going to let you feel bad about it too long. You've represented yourself well. Everything you've done this season's been great. You've been professional. You've been on weight. You've never complained. You've done everything great, man. So keep your head high. What do you want to say to the folks at home?
I just wanted to say this obviously was not my best performance. I hope coming into the next seasons I can give you guys actually really solid performances. I know I have more to show. Just starting. This is my first season. Thank you to Jesus. Wouldn't be able to do any of this without him. Thank you to my fiance Abby at home. And just thank you to everybody. Thanks, Brandon, for putting on this event. And, I'm just super grateful to be here. And, thank you guys.
Noah, do you want to tell me one thing? What was it like being a Philly Phenom during this first season?
It was sick, dude. It was awesome.
What was your favorite part?
Just getting to hang with everybody and just learn jiu-jitsu, I'm around everybody that's just better than me, so it's just making me better, and I love it. So,
No, we really appreciate you. Like I said, I look forward to being back and being a big part of the PGF in the future, brother. Thank you so much. Noah McCulley, everybody.
Great kid. He's the man. He talked about just being in the environment of the PGF training where you have a question, you get it answered immediately because you're just around a bunch of just high-level athletes, practitioners all day long.
And we're plugged into who's winning the team battles, who's winning the individual battles, but I think that's something that is really to be gained more than championships. 6 weeks of surrounding yourself with high-level jiu-jitsu practitioners. And, we say it all the time, you're better for having this PGF run, even if the scoreboard doesn't necessarily look so great for yourself.
And there is the Kings, who feel as though they're about to embark upon their second championship. In this matchup coming up, the final match in the first half of this block, Melanson versus Carlton. I may be mistaken, but I believe they are slotted to face each other again next week if those postseason matchups remain intact. 2 versus 7, Carlton versus Melanson next week. I mean, come on. Be interesting to see how they handle this potential prelim, if you will.
Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Philly Phenoms. Make some noise for Dr. Shawn Melanson.
So Shawn Melanson, whenever he gets a break instead of a kill, he just doesn't look too happy about it. I got to settle for an armbar. But did finish Squires in under a minute, got that elbow genie break last time out. Been a solid year, has yet to be defeated in the Professional Grappling Federation.
Final regular season assignment for Shawn Melanson. He represents the Philadelphia Phenoms. All right, let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Alabama Twisters. Give it up for Elijah Carlton.
Here he is, Elijah Carlton. Really nice bounce back from the break at the hands of Chuy last week. Couple breaks of his own versus Crump and Oranday thus far tonight. Love seeing the smile back on the face of Carlton.
Elijah Carlton has always been a staple through all of the different looks of this PGF, and he has definitely shined.
Record.
Yeah, 77 wins, 5 losses, 21 draws, 45 big points.
And that loss to Chuy very well could catapult him, you know, sort of a little check of yourself, if you will. But BMAC, you say styles make fights. These two, fascinating battle of styles.
And I've been told that the rubber chicken is what Zoe throws when someone sits guard.
Yeah, he brought some rubber chickens.
So there's the bubble as we see, right? So very good chance we see this match next week. Unbelievable that Carlton potentially could get Melanson in round 1.
Wow. And if you're Carlton, I mean, he has a game that a lot of people know. It's a lot harder to stop, but is there anything, BMAC, that maybe you don't necessarily want to show Melanson if you're going to have to face him here 1 week from tonight?
Well, and that's a great question, TJ. It's a fascinating question. And I don't know how I would play it if I was Elijah. You know, I really don't know how I would play that. And I don't know how I'd play it if I was Shawn either. Both of these guys, obviously, Elijah's the master of this rule set. He's the most experienced. Oh, he makes a move there, trying to drag Shawn down into a leg game.
Oh,
and he got
my goodness.
He got him. Holy cow.
Wow. And that's a statement made
dude.
by Carlton.
Money on the mat. What a play. And look at him just embrace his coach.
Yeah, a lot of emotion there.
The man who has been there for him and believed in him from day one, Shawn Applegate, his coach at home at 10th Planet Atlanta.
Yeah, what a way to end the regular season. And irregardless of how the playoffs play out for Elijah Carlton, this might be one of the most memorable seasons of an already prestigious run.
Honestly, in my opinion, look, Elijah, he almost got the hat trick, dude. He got a money bag and a rubber chicken. That's how you know it's good, baby. But this might be one of the best, if not the best seasons that Elijah has ever had. I really think that this is the best version of Elijah that's ever been on the mat.
Challenging if the match was finished in under 1 minute or not.
Okay,
so they're gonna check to see if it's a 4-pointer or a 3-pointer. The clock right now says 4:59.
Oh my!
So they're gonna run it, and I think that's a great use of that challenge flag.
Without question. I mean, the Twisters still mathematically in this one. The Kings have yet to go in this third block. And Alabama's still trying to catch up. Hard to think that the Kings don't put some points on the board, but, you know, we still got to run it and make sure we run it right.
First time Melanson's been finished all season in his final match, and he will run it back, very likely, next week.
I mean, it's a statement, too. We talk about how combat sports is very much a mental game. Well, the mental game and the momentum on the side of one Elijah Carlton right now. Melanson having a little bit of fun.
You know, we will see Groner up next, and ultimately, I don't know if it's going to be C.J. Murdoch or whoever he faces, but certainly an opportunity for Groner to move above Melanson.
And, I mean, that's the thing. Obviously, Melanson comes up short to Elijah here, but if he slides into that 8th spot, I mean, do you like your chances better against Jett Thompson? I mean, come on.
I mean, Jett's the front runner for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, he'll be the favorite heading into the tournament. Because the thing is with Jett's style, the potential 10-minute match, even more in his favor.
Yep.
If it does end up going the distance, even more in his favor. He gets a shot at your back. Are you kidding me?
Taking a look at the action and how it ended. If you're just joining us, Elijah Carlton was able to get the stoppage here in a break over Shawn Melanson.
Running the time. They're physically running the time on the match to make sure they get it exactly right. Great job by our officials, and you know we'll just go ahead and take a look at the whole thing here. You see the clock. Listen though, don't pay attention to that clock on the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
They're running the time right beside us officially. They're running it again officially. So.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Just to make sure, and great job by our referees. We gotta, and this could be an important point, you know.
Wow.
Oh,
my goodness.
Let me see that. Let me see that. Okay, guys.
We have the
Listen,
answer.
Can you show? Have you got the mat cam?
All right, let's see if we can get B-Mac.
Is this the mat cam right here?
You're not
All
on
right.
yet, B-Mac.
You
You're
ready?
not on yet. I'll tell you when you're on. You're on, B-Mac.
You ready? All right,
the
I'm going to
reveal.
reveal it for you guys. You ready?
No, I think it's like
4-pointer. 59.01. That's a 4-pointer.
Just under the buzzer, Elijah Carlton putting 4 points on the board.
And that's why we have those challenge flags, for exactly that kind of moment.
I mean, what a move right there.
And
Just
we
to
had
throw a
another
flag.
break tonight right on a 1 minute earlier. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. The chicken kills me. All right. All right, let's go ahead and get this one official. Steven.
Your winner with a 4-point break, representing the Alabama Twisters, Elijah Carlton.
What a season it's been for Elijah Carlton. Melanson tastes defeat for the first time on the PGF mat. And, yeah, Carlton definitely going to be in the playoffs, as is Melanson. Where, though, with the seeds, we shall find out. Time for Stephen Aiken to have a chat with the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton.
Listen, I got to interview this guy before I have to take him down and let him ankle lock me again. Elijah, big win there against somebody very high on the playoff board. 4 points, they challenged it. Tell me how you're feeling after getting that big win.
Again, first off, all glory to God. I've just came so far in the last 6 months and just blessed to be here. Thank you, B-Mac. Thank you to Shawn. Thank you to Matt. Thanks for everything. This is my 7th season. This will be my 7th time putting myself in the finale. And let's give it up for Shawn over here, too, man. I'm such a big fan of this guy over here. Like, can't tell you how many hours I've wasted of my life watching him beat the shit out of his students.
And it's not a waste, I'll say that, to divert us attention away here.
Such a big fan of Shawn. An honor to have a match with him. Just blessed to be here.
Big win, Elijah. We're happy to have you here. You crossed the 100-match threshold this season. Anything you want to say to the folks at home about this?
Nah, I'm tired. Let's go.
He tired, boss. He getting out of here. Elijah Carlton, everybody.
The enlightened Elijah Carlton finishes his regular season run here in 2026 with a 4-point break over a very tough Shawn Melanson, who we will also see in the playoffs, and we'll also hear from right now as he's standing by with Steven.
Here with Dr. Shawn Melanson. Dr. Shawn, tough finish here to the season, but, man, you put in a lot of good work this year. A lot of people really learned to respect your game and that you're not just an Instagram celebrity. You also do that. Is there anything you want to say to the folks at home?
Just thanks for all the support. It's nice to see. It's nice to see people finally get to see a lot of my game. And even in that match, it was like I played a game of not playing leg entanglements with everyone, and I decided to try and get Elijah's leg there, and that kind of screwed me over. I can't say the other word.
No, good job with that, taking care of it. But, man, you've been an important part of this season. You were kind of became the team captain for the Phenoms this year, and you won the MVP award for the Phenoms, so congratulations for that. Can you tell me what it meant for you to be here this season?
It's been super cool. I mean, everyone's been super welcoming, and to kind of be a leader here as well as, like, you know, the way I do it at home was really fun.
You've definitely done a great job of it, Shawn. I've enjoyed getting to know you, getting to spend time with you. Thank you, brother. We look forward to more next weekend. Is there anything you want to say to the folks at home?
No, just check me out next weekend. I'll try to have a better performance.
Shawn Melanson, everybody. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, might not get into those leg entanglements if he faces Carlton again. And that MVP award that he gets from the Philadelphia Phenoms, a beautiful little emerald trophy for those that haven't seen it from Lauren Barone. That is accurate, up-to-date standings, but unfortunately the Twisters have no more points out there to be had.
So that's a wrap.
That does it. Mathematically, the Kings are going to win the team title. Jett is going to win the individual title. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier in the season. When do you start saying dynasty? And I heard somebody say you can't say it until they got 3. Here you go.
No question about it. When you were doing your referee work earlier tonight, we brought the word dynasty back up here. And frankly, you win back-to-back championships, which they have done. I'm not sure what else you have to say. And the way they've built this and set the example for the other franchise, I could go on and on. dynasty just feels like a word that befits the Las Vegas Kings.
Absolutely, the first franchise to come aboard PGF, and they're going to walk away with their second title here. Looking at the bubble here, we're still going to sort things out for our playoffs. Jayden Groner, he still has an opportunity to get some points. We'll see if Melanson sticks in that number 7 spot. Interesting, Chuy Magana was in action earlier tonight, suffered an injury. How he will be feeling come playoff time next week, and, you know, what happens if Chuy falls out? Derrick Rayfield?
Yeah, wow, that's
Wouldn't that be
fascinating.
crazy?
So if Chuy, by some chance, BMAC is not able to compete, which we think he will be able to.
We think he will be able to, but he's got something he's going to have to nurse and heal up over the course of this
But
next
Derrick
week.
Rayfield is the next player up.
Yes, he is.
Which would be fascinating. But it would be interesting to see how these seedings go down. I mean, Jayden Groner still could hop into the 6th seed with a kill here.
All right, time now for our final team matchup of this regular season, as we're in the second half of our final block. Las Vegas Kings, it's a victory tour for them here in this block as they take on the Colorado Wolverines. Take a look at the head-to-head matchups for this third and final block. CJ Murdoch in off the bench. He will have his second and final matchup of this regular season. He takes on Jayden Groner, a very interesting match there when it comes to seedings. Groner could make some changes by sliding up. Brett Moyer takes on Cam Hurd. J.J. Bowers, who had a very impressive kill last time out, he takes on Sam Schwartzapfel. Austin Oranday meets Joshua Squires. And rounding it out is your league leader, Jett Thompson. He meets Caleb Crump. All right, time to get to it. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final team matchup for the 2026 PGF season. Let's give a hand to all the athletes that's been here so far. The first athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Give it up for CJ Murdoch.
Find me an athlete that has better energy than CJ Murdoch. Such a positive guy, such a dude that you want to have in the room. Made his debut tonight in this season. Was a practice squad player most of the year. Fell victim to Travis Haven's strength. Let's see what he can do here against Jayden Groner to close out his night.
He's been along with the Kings for the entire ride as a bench player. Credit to him for getting his guys ready week in and week out. And we'll see what he can do on the mat in this final block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Give it up for Jayden Groner.
You know, whether Jayden Groner ends up as the 6th, 7th, or 8th seed, I'm not sure the 1, 2, or 3 is going to want to look at this kid. He could cause some real problems. We talked about it earlier. His teammate Brett Moyer thinks he could win the whole thing. He is live as we head into next week.
Absolutely. He's been a standout for this Wolverines squad. 25 points on the board for Jayden Groner. See if he can pick up some more against CJ Murdoch. Long embrace between these two athletes.
Well, CJ Murdoch just has everyone's respect. He just treats
Absolutely.
everybody like gold. Just amazing 25 points on the board for Jayden Groner, given how the season started with 3 losses, losing his first 4 matches, and missing a full week.
Getting in on the leg attack here early is Groner. Murdoch wise to it, now giving up potentially his back. Get a reset here in the center.
Man, it's been so cool to watch Groner come alive. You know, he the way he looked in that Philly qualifier, I knew that this kid was going to be special. And I think he just had to deal with a little bit of welcome to the league, young man kind of stuff his first couple of weeks. But ever since, I don't know if it was like a decision that he made. If it was like a decision that he made, that's like, you know what, I'm just going to send it, and there you go.
Wow.
Another 4-point break,
4
which is
points.
enormous. That moves him, instead of being tied for 7th, those 4 points put him in that 7th slot. Melanson will be in the 8th spot. Melanson versus Thompson next week. Wow.
That just changed things up quite a bit. Jayden Groner, a magical season for him, and he proven that it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and he finishes in a big way. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Your winner with a 4-point break, representing the Colorado Wolverines, Jayden Groner.
I mean, 4 elbow genie breaks in his last 6 matches. Dude is on a tear.
I mean, he's got the most momentum of anybody heading into the playoffs. He rocketed himself up the leaderboard. I mean, there's no telling what he could do in the playoffs, to be honest with you.
And to your point, right, no matter how good all the dudes are, to avoid Jett in the first match is a victory.
Yeah, that's a big thing for him to move himself out of 8 and into 7. That's huge.
All things considered, that might be the biggest win of his huge run here down the stretch, as he basically seals the fate of Shawn Melanson, who's going to end up in that 8th spot. And Jayden Groner, really a breakout star here for himself, but a beacon of light for the Wolverines in what has been at times a very dark season. And of course, you got to believe that David Seagraves, the man they call Egghead, got a big smile on his face for his charge in Jayden Groner, who is now standing by with our Stephen Aiken.
Here with Jayden Groner. Jayden, you have went on a tear to finish up this season. It started a little slow for you. You had to go out for a week, and it's been nonstop for you since then. 4 points after 4 points after 4 points. It's been so fun to watch, man. I'm so impressed. Tell me how you're feeling after doing that.
I feel great. Obviously it's tough coming in, having, a pretty tough first week, and I know I had to make a comeback, and that's what I did.
No, it shows the heart that you have and the toughness that you have mentally. It shows the teamwork that you must have had around you, the guys that must have been building you up every day. Tell me what it means to you to be a Colorado Wolverine this season.
I mean, it's great. I got amazing minds in the room. I don't know, all these guys are amazing. They become really good friends, really good teammates. I don't know, they're the best. I get to train with them all the time, and I get to pick stuff from their game, and they help me out a lot.
They're definitely a little bit rowdy over there in that corner. We gotta calm them down every once in a while. Tell me about this chain.
This Argyle Payments right here, baby. Yeah, it's one of our sponsors.
Is there anybody else you want to label? Name real quick.
Where someone turn their rash guard around, please. Skin Shield Pro, Simple Leaf, Matte Enforcer Soap, Fit 280 Peptides, Hydra Bev, We Defy, everybody.
Anybody at home?
Mom, Dad, Brianna, all my other family watching, thank you guys so much. And one thing too, shout out to just everybody watching also, all these spectators, everybody working back there, BMAC, every single one of these teams, Kings, Phenoms, Twisters, right? This event isn't what it is without all of us, so thank you everybody. Thank you so much.
You said it right. It's definitely not what it is without all of us, and that definitely includes you, brother. Thank you so much for your hard work this season. I look forward to seeing you next week. Jayden Groner, everybody.
One person that Jayden Groner did not thank is Jonathan Roberts, and I think he needs to, because the elbow genie point invented, and it's an opportunity he cashed in on. He's sitting where he's at with those elbow genie points.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw on social that Jonathan Roberts reached out to Jayden, sent him a video, was like, yo, you're doing the name justice this season.
I love it.
All right, let's get back out to the mat. Standing by, Stephen Aiken with C.J. Murdoch.
I'm here with C.J. Murdoch, one of my favorite players here at the PGF. Man, you're such a nice dude, fun person to be around. You bring the good energy. Nobody says anything bad about C.J. Murdoch. Tough to see you go out there and have to take the losses, but I was excited to see you get to play, man. You're a PGF vet. You're a Jiu-Jitsu vet. What do you want to say to the fans at home?
First of all, man, I didn't think I was going to be here, so just standing here next to you, I just appreciate everything that everybody's done for me. The Kings have been absolutely incredible. Like, I can't say enough good things about Ricky and Kevin and Coach Todd, his wife, everybody's wives, my teammates. Like, I've known a lot of them for a really long time, and I've never really got to train with a lot of them except for Jett, so it was just so cool to just be able to train with all these high-level guys and fight these high-level guys. Like, Jayden's one of my favorite grapplers. We're from a similar area. Like, I personally think if not Jett or Austin or somebody else on my team, Jayden's probably the best player here. It's a sad feeling to be up here and have less than 2 minutes of mat time, but that's how it goes. Sometimes you know how it's going to be, or you know what it's going to be like, and you just do it anyways. There's no real losing in jiu-jitsu. I know that's kind of cliche to say, but I mean, shoot, like, it's just, like I said, it's just super awesome to be here. I wish that I was able to display a little bit more of my jiu-jitsu, but this isn't even my weight class. So just to be here, just for Coach Ricky to believe in enough on me to be here, and man, just like everybody back home, like my parents, my brother, most importantly, my wife. I'm sorry I'm not home yet, but we still have work to do. So I got to help the boys get ready for the playoffs. And I don't know if you guys saw the screen. We're on the winning team this year, so we're stepping up in life every single second. 4 years ago, I was living in a car outside of a gym. A little later than that, I was living in a shed outside of a gym. A little later than that, I was living in a garage. Now, I live in a house, a nice house. For the first time, I have heat in my house. In 5 years, I have heat in my house. I have people that love me more than anybody can explain. So I may have lost today, but you guys know how jiu-jitsu goes. We have more things to come, and get ready, and you'll see me soon.
CJ, I heard somebody say recently a king doesn't measure himself on the weight of his wins and losses, right? Don't weigh yourself on your wins and losses. Weigh yourself off all the things you've done in your life and your career, and it's amazing, brother. You should be very proud of all that.
I don't know if you know this, but Travis Haven also very, very good at jiu-jitsu. So to fight two of the best players, I mean, honestly, like, that's what I'm here for. I don't want to fight anybody that's not worth beating me. So if I can't beat them, then, I mean, I have stuff to work on. So there's no point in taking easy matches. I want all the smoke. I wish that I could have fought every single person, but that's the way it was. That's the way it is. I'll be here forever, so see you guys soon.
All right, brother. Hopefully we'll see you back soon. CJ Murdoch, everybody.
How can you not love CJ Murdoch? Getting some applause from his franchise owner, meeting with the commish, BMAC, and you know, I think there's something to be said about King's culture, and you see that, and Murdoch talked a lot about that. You know, obviously talking about maybe coming up short on the mat here tonight, but he mentioned it. The Kings have wrapped this thing up, and he was a bench player, and he was here to do a job, and that was to get his guys ready, and he should take pride in the fact that the Kings did as well as they did because he was part of that journey.
Well, you brought up the Kings culture.
Yeah.
The Kings culture, yes, they've got great leaders over there, but that Kings culture doesn't exist without the CJ Murdochs of the world. Part of that culture, part of that winning is having a guy like that in the room with you. And you heard it right there.
Yep.
That's what CJ is every day, and that's why CJ's here. It's exactly the kind of human being we want around this environment here.
He's so special. Even last year on the Tropic Thunders, the energy that he creates around him. I mean, you hear that as soon as he cracks the mic without even saying a word, you got the whole room erupting. Just so happy for him to get this moment.
Absolutely. All right, our final team matchup is set to continue here as we head down the final stretch of the 2026 season. We go back out to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas teams. Everybody make some noise for Cam Hurd.
So here is Cam Hurd, one of the members of this championship Las Vegas Kings team. Been a bit of an up and down season for Cam. Real nice highlight out of the gate. First match of the season had that break over Derrick Rayfield, but a little bit choppy, but overall been a leader and a very important franchise player on this winning organization.
Absolutely. A longtime veteran here of the PGF. Cam Hurd, a vital part of this Las Vegas Kings squad. And he is set to take the mat here for the final time in this 2026 season. All right, back to Steven.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Bulletproof Brett Moyer.
Here's Bulletproof Brett Moyer. I like seeing the big smile on his face. He's been a really nice addition to this league. Sort of got off to a better start, maybe has faded a little bit down the stretch. Did have to sit out last week. Tonight faced Beuhring, was broken. The draw against Rayfield will close out his season tonight against Cam Hurd.
It is Hurd for the Kings, Moyer for the Colorado Wolverines. Block number 3. Team matchup number 2. You see Cam Hurd there for the Las Vegas Kings. Moyer for the Colorado Wolverines. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine live in Las Vegas. Moyer takes a seat to start the match.
Let's see if Cam can pass this guard. Moyer's guard has been difficult to pass. He consistently finding himself in leg entanglements, which is exactly what he's hoping for. That absolutely the path to victory for him. Cam needs to pass this guard, and I'm thinking he needs to try to find that Kimura. That's the play for Cam. Stay out of the leg entanglements of Moyer while he consistently tries to draw you into them.
Trust your leg entanglement.
That was a good look there by Hurd, but again, Moyer doesn't accept any sort of guard pass.
4 minutes and 50 seconds, Brad.
I was trying to ask this question earlier, B-Mac, and I can't recall if we did get a final conclusion on it, but Cam Hurd was involved in a match earlier tonight where he audibly, made a reaction to a submission. It was challenged on whether or not it was a tap. What does the rule book say here at PGF about, a verbal tap or a sound like that?
That's a great question. The rule book says that it has to be clear that the athlete intended to tap, that he intended to submit to the position. And so that was the final ruling. He did make an audible noise, but never slowed his advancement of the match. And so the spirit of the rules was, let's play this thing. The spirit of what we're trying to do, let's play here. Let's don't get caught up in the letter of the law as much. But even according to the letter of the law, let him play. Ooh, this is nice work by Hurd. Can he get through that knee? Good job by Brett Moyer getting his shin back to the inside. Yeah, that's okay.
We saw a bloody nose earlier tonight.
Yeah, TV Dinner, his nose been bleeding since he got here 5 weeks ago.
Didn't slow him down much.
Listen, the kid's all gas, no brakes, that's for sure. Hurd trying to split the legs. He really needs to pummel to the inside here with his right. Yeah, I'd like to see him pummel with his right leg. Stay out of this knee shield position.
3 minutes down, 3 to go.
Hurd moving to the inside. Can he pummel through? No. Moyer shakes him out again.
Both men trying to figure something out.
Hurd taking this scoop grip under the ankle, just looking for a way through this guard. Gets the hand to the knee.
Let's start playing some outside guard, some K guard. Use that bottom leg. Brad, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Hurd now down low to try to pass. Moyer looking to control that far side arm. And Cam just cannot find his way through this guard. And look at Brett like underhooking his own ankle. But that's not getting the thing is that's not getting anything going for him. Like, is his guard hard to pass? Yes. But not really creating offensive opportunities, scoring opportunities for himself either. Cam thought about that toe hold. You saw that. We've seen a couple of times this season. Cam has a very powerful toe hold.
Maybe this is a decision just based on where we're at, BMAC, and not delay the inevitable, but a shot clock been awfully quiet this match.
Yeah, I believe if I was over there, I would have probably gotten a little trigger happy at this point. But you know, I did my time. I did my jury duty time. You know, I thought it was important to try to grab back the temperature of the room. I felt like it got a little too hot last week, and I actually didn't have any problem with the calls that were being made last week. or any of the weeks. I thought that they've been good. I thought this has been the best season that we've had so far. And there's the shot clock. Now it's on Moyer.
And TJ, to your point, I think Moyer could have been on that shot clock earlier.
Right.
You know, but both guys hard time finding offense against one another.
Cam looking like he's going to get through that guard finally, and there's the shot clock.
It draws the ire of Brett Moyer.
Well, he's just got to do it for his boy Rayfield a little bit. He's just got to show a little, little issue with the officials.
Short time here for Cam Hurd to try to make something happen with this penalty position. We'll see how quickly Moyer is able to scramble away, or if Cam Hurd secures the back. And it is Moyer that wins that race, but now Cam does get to set up here inside.
10 seconds. Don't give that arm. 10 seconds.
Uh-oh. Cam's a beast, man. You see that D1 wrestling.
And time expires. Two evenly matched competitors go the full 6 minutes. Cam Hurd showing that, he's a guy that is hard to finish. And unfortunately for him, so is Brett Moyer. Let's make it official. Stephen Akins.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, let's take a look here at post-fight interview. Stephen Akins going to try to wrangle one of these two gentlemen. Start with Brett Moyer. Stephen, take it away.
Here with Brett Moyer, Bulletproof, another one of the great nicknames of the season, man. You came into the draft ready to make a statement, and you've done just that this season, representing the Wolverines. Tell me how you feel right now.
I feel good. It's obviously it's a very long season. I feel like obviously things could went my way more. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from all these very good, talented athletes. On top of that, these athletes are very, very, very good people. So I just want to show love to all of them. To everyone that beat me this year, God bless you. You guys are, I know how good I am, how much work I put in, so to beat me, it's like, you got to be pretty damn good. I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to thank my family. I want to thank Kaylin. I love you so much. I love Harvey. I love Peanut. Thank you, my family at 10th Planet Las Vegas. You guys are the best. It's crazy I'm standing where I am right now. It's because of you guys, yo. God bless you guys. Shout out 5280 Peptides. Shout out Simple Leaf. Shout out, last and not least, El Cristiano, yo. Tequila on me tonight, baby. El Cristiano. Anybody wants the best, smoothest tequila in the game, yo. I can't wait to crack open a bottle of that. It's been a long camp. It's been a long 5 weeks. If you guys don't hear from me, it's because I'm faded on El Cristiano. God bless.
All right, Brett, we really appreciate you coming in and playing hard this season, brother. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you back. I think I'm still with you, Cam. Again, we stand here finishing another season where you put on banger after banger after banger over and over and over. You're one of the hardest outs anywhere ever. You developed some toe holds this season, so you started like throwing some weirdness out there. Tell me how you're feeling finishing this season.
I'm grateful. Obviously, pretty disappointed to not making it into the playoffs. It's that was a goal, as well as winning the team championship was a goal. So we got one of those two things done. Honestly, if I had to pick, I'd want my team championship to come first. Just the time that I've spent with these guys, the leadership, the coaches. I come out here and fight for my family. I fight for God. I fight for this team because we have so much to fight for. We fight for each other. We love each other. So it means a lot to get the team championship.
Cam, that's exactly why you were one of the franchise players for the Kings. It's not always about the scoreboard. It's about what somebody brings to the room, and you bring quality to every room that you come in. So, brother, I'm so proud to have you here in the PGF representing us, representing the Kings, representing the Jiu-Jitsu community as a whole. Is there anything you want to say to any of the folks at home?
Yeah, man. Thank you first off to God for letting me be here. Thank you to the PGF for, bringing me back time after time. I feel like, every time I improve, every time I come to entertain. Thank you to my family. My beautiful wife, my two beautiful kids are here with me. means a lot to be able to have them in here. You know, they've been watching me on TV doing this for a while, and to actually have them here really gave me an extra gear. You know, I didn't get everything done that I wanted to do tonight, but I felt great, and it feels good to have them here. So thank you to my team back home, my coach Sean Stoutman, all my teammates. Love you guys. Thanks for helping me get ready. Can't wait to get back and train again. My sponsors, you know, shout out to Moyer. They take great care of me. Paradise Zero, Nova Barbell, let's see, Alpha Boost, Choju. If I forgot anybody, I'm sorry, but I got a whole lot of people that are supporting me, and I'm just so grateful to be able to have the support that I do and to be able to be out here, be healthy, and be blessed enough to do it.
You're the man, Cam. We love you here at the PGF. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Maybe an unsung hero from these Kings, Cam Hurd, a franchise player, and I think he played his part, and he continues to improve. I mean, that toe-hold game of Cam Hurd was on display a few times this season, and he definitely played his part in capturing this team title for the Las Vegas Kings. Always great to see Cam Hurd, and he's settled in with a club that is going to find themselves as champion once again when the night is all said and done.
The Dynastic Kings. Go ahead.
Cam's second time winning the team title.
Yeah, that's right.
Part of that Season 7 championship.
Great job by Stephen Aiken on the mic, and all these athletes, right? You hear Brett Moyer. Great point Moyer made about it's not just about how great these athletes are, the people, the environment. What an environment to be a part of.
Absolutely. All right, our night continues here in this third block. We go back to Steve.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Everybody make some noise for J.J. Bowers.
Yeah, TJ, we knew J.J. Bowers was going to find his way into this season. Just seems at a different level of maturity. I think it was such a blessing that he was on the practice squad this season and got to take a step back and take a peek. My question for you, B-Mac, is he in consideration at all for the Sixth Man of the Year award with that big kill tonight, or does Joshua Squires, given the body of work, have that mostly locked up?
Well, you know, that'll be a committee decision. But what would I say? Squires has kept it consistent. He's consistently delivered for his team throughout the season because he's had more opportunities.
Yep.
But, I mean, if you're J.J. Bowers, you got to be feeling pretty happy tonight.
But no doubt. That redemption arc for what Bowers went through last season, I know it's just one win on this PGF mat here for the Kings this season, but he wanted to, come back in a big way, and that's going to be a moment I think he remembers for a long time yet to come. And he's not done yet. We'll see what he can do in his final assignment here for these Las Vegas Kings. Let's get back out to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Sam Schwartzapfel.
So good to see Sam Schwartzapfel get on the board in the last match. I feel as though he's gotten better as the season has gone along. If it was a longer season, I think he might be quite down. Just couldn't get sort of the wheels turning early on. But ultimately, I think Sam Schwartzapfel will leave tonight pretty happy.
We'll see if he can pick up one more submission in his final assignment. It is Schwartzapfel, Bowers.
And for Bowers and Murdoch to actually make the walk in a championship season, it's just got to feel great to be a part of it, whether you've found your way on the scoreboard or not.
Yeah, without question. And when you're around guys like Coach Ricky Lundell and the franchise owner, Kevin Lucas, I just think you're going to find yourself in an experience that is, A, unforgettable, and B, improves you as an athlete and a jiu-jitsu player. And you might get some free stem cells.
Oh, Sam tried to run that knee tap to arm lock that he's so famous for.
Ooh, nice takedown here for Bowers.
Looking to pass during the takedown. Excellent work by Bowers. We see these flashes of JJ of how he ended up in the PGF in the first place. Like, there's these moments of this kid is going to be really special, and he's working his way to that consistently.
There's a reason he went for $6,600 in the draft last year. It wasn't just blind.
Sam holding on to the head here. I think JJ's thinking Kimura.
Right.
I was thinking we might see a Von Flue attempt there. That was the perfect spot for it. Sam got to be careful. He's going to end up on the shot clock. He's just kind of set. Well,
ooh.
that'll stop.
Yeah.
Oh, and now looking for a Dars.
Yes. Yes.
Sam on the hunt. Oh, he's got a good squeeze going.
Oh, my goodness.
Sam Schwartzapfel with one of the best nights of his PGF career.
Right?
Better late than
And
never.
there's a money bag for Sammy.
There we go. Sam Schwartzapfel, who almost seems annoyed at this accomplishment. He's like, where was this the last previous weeks? But again, better late than never. What a way to close out the regular season.
Wow.
For Sam Schwartzapfel. All right, let's go to Steven and make it official.
Your winner with a kill, representing the Colorado Wolverines, Sam Schwartzapfel.
I've never seen someone more annoyed with a kill on the PGF mat than Sam Schwartzapfel.
Well, the look in his face, sort of what could have been.
Right. No, absolutely. And let's take a look at it. Bowers came out very aggressive, got this takedown, and, had some top position here. But BMAC, walk us through the strangle.
Well, and it was a very shallow choke. But you see, it looked like JJ almost passed out the way his head hit the mat there at the end. I don't know if that was exasperation. And then check out Sam with his coach, Eddie. And, you got to think that was just a murderous squeeze from Sam Schwartzapfel. And whatever he had left in the tank, he sent all of it right there on that squeeze, no doubt about it.
He was a different athlete the last 2 weeks of this season.
Yeah, without question. And he closes out his 2026 season with a big kill. And like you said, BMAC, maybe his career night, if you will. And Sam's been a veteran here of the PGF in multiple seasons and really went out in a big way here in Las Vegas. But right now, let's get it back out to the mat. Stephen Aiken standing by with JJ Bowers.
Here with JJ Bowers. JJ, you came in tonight off the bench for the Kings. You've been working hard all season. We see a ton of growth from you, man. Tell me what it means for you to be here this season after last season, knowing everything that you know.
Honestly, man, I can't explain how grateful I am. There's no other feeling like this one, getting out here and being able to perform. I want to say a big thank you to everybody that is in this room right now. Without you guys, this is not possible. Without God, this is not possible. With the people that support you in your corner, that's what makes all of this possible. And you need to say thank you to anybody that does any act of kindness in your day, because that's what really matters at the end of the day. You need to be loving. We need to love each other. This world sucks. We need to love each other, and we need to praise God, and we need to bring it home. Let's go.
JJ, man, you've always brought the energy, and you did it again just now with a great match. I look forward to seeing you back in the future here, man. I think you're going to do a lot in the PGF. This is just a small step for you, man. You got years and years and years ahead of you. What do the people need to know about that?
I'm only 19, so I'm here for a long time. I'm ready to keep going. This is my dream, and sitting on the sidelines for 4 weeks was not a part of my plan, but I'm so, so grateful to have followed in God's plan rather than my own doing, because I know that I'll get better from this, and I know that I'll go out there and compete on the next show, or whoever wants me to compete for them. I will give you my all, my heart, my spirit. I just want to be here to show you guys how much I love this sport, and I love combat sports, and I will always be here to show you how much I love this sport. This is my sport, and I love every person in this room, and I really appreciate everybody in here for coming out tonight. You guys made this possible. PGF made this possible. Everybody around you is amazing.
Thank you, JJ. We love you, brother. JJ Bowers, everybody.
JJ Bowers proving why I love the final night of the regular season. You see the emotions, and man, I think someone's cutting the onions near me, because I think that was a very strong, powerful message, and JJ said it, it wasn't his plan to be on the bench, but he embraces it, and he finds himself a part of that winning Las Vegas Kings squad. Want to talk about seasons? Sam Schwartzapfel had an interesting one. He's going to recap it with Bobby Bowford.
Here with Sam Schwartzapfel, dog. Every time you step on the mats, man, you bring it hardcore. You finish the season with 6 points. I know you're not happy with that performance, man, but I'm proud that you're here representing yourself, representing your team. You always put it down. What do you want to say about this season?
This season was different than other seasons. This is my 4th season. I did season 5 in Alabama. I came in as an alternate and took a brutal beating in season 6. Season 7, 205 was fun. I think that this group of people, as far as the seasons I've been in, by far the best group. There's nobody that I can look at out there and be like, I don't like you. I like everybody. So even like, going off of what JJ said, right? Like, it's just like, I didn't fully hear it, but it, like, the gist seemed just, it's like we're all in this together. It takes two to tango. I can't go out here and get subbed or get a sub without somebody else. So putting it on the line is, that's something that most people don't do, Like, this is I like to call it, I thought of this just before, it's a brutal rule set.
A brutal rule set.
And it takes a lot, like to lose once and, come back out that day, let alone lose 3, 4, 5 matches in a row, and you just, come back out and you still put it on the line. I took 4 or 3 losses in a row and, like, hurt my right foot and then hurt my left foot back-to-back matches, and it was just like, a lot of me was telling me, just go home, like, you don't want to be here, but, like, I think that everybody who stayed, it just shows, even if you get your ass kicked, it's like your mindset is still winning.
No, it's definitely a special thing being here at the PGF, going through the entire season and finishing with your head high no matter how the standings fall, man, and you've done that time after time, and we love you for that, Sam. Is there anything else you want to say to the people at home, any sponsors or anything?
VOV Project helped me out a bit this season, and they hopefully I continue to work with them. If a sponsor comes up to me, right, and they have an offer for me, like, if I'm not about what they're about, like, I don't care. You can't buy me. Actually, sorry, you can. If you have $10 million, I'll do pretty much anything you want. But other than $10 million, that's it. So if somebody has $10 million and they got something for me to do, present it. But no, the VOV Project, they're great. It's very much about, like, what I believe in. Like, I've always felt, like, very privileged in my life. My dad's home watching right now. He's been supporting me since I'm born. I started competing when I was 5, traveling all over the country. He was always there. He came here a couple of the weeks. Right now he's at home probably watching, having Passover dinner. So hopefully we have more seasons with Jewish holidays, because this was my best day. So somebody up there, Jewish God, is praying for me right now. So good for him. Thank you, Jewish God. But of course, like, everybody on the back of my rash guard was a big help. Connor Hune with Skin Shield Pro, he put us up in the house, so that was huge for us. Argyle Payments, great. Our coaching staff, awesome. Dave is a great man. I really am happy that I got to be on his team and be a part of this group. A lot of people stepped up, even when, maybe they didn't want to or things weren't going their way. So I appreciate Jonathan tremendously. He really stepped up for us and, helped us all get better. And it was just really a great team effort. I love being a part of this group. They really are great. All of my sponsors on the back, thank you. And the most important, and I don't think any of us would be here without Eddie Bravo. He made it out here 3 weeks to come see me. I fucking love him so much. I don't know where I'd be without him. I stumbled into his gym 6 years ago, depressed, a little bit fatter than I am now. And 5 years later, I mean, I'm happy, not happy with my performance, but, when I'm not losing, I'm pretty happy. So I really appreciate him coming out. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm very rarely happy, but, yeah, I mean, Eddie being here, honestly, I saw him right before my first match, and just, I really wasn't in a great headspace before the match, and I was just like, oh, shit, Eddie's here, and it just, snapped me out of it. So, thankful for him. Words can't even describe it, really. And, of course, you, all the teams, all the staff, I mean, you guys, your ultimate goal is elevate this sport and help us, and no matter what hiccups come along with getting there, I truly appreciate that. That's your goal.
We appreciate it, Sam. Thank you so much for all you do at the PGF, brother.
Sam Schwartzapfel. Been a tough season for him, but a fantastic night, and maybe promo of the year thus far. I love that. And both Bowers and Sam tearing it up on the mic here.
Hey, in the chat, Phoenix BJJ saying we might need a shot clock on these interviews.
But hearing him talk about losing multiple times in a night and having to make that walk again, just getting into his mind, given what this season has held for him. Great
By the way, if you threw a shot clock violation and a flag on that, you'd have a lot of people in this room coming after you, and rightfully so, I think.
So we got Oranday Squires coming up. I'm curious if there's any potential movement in the seedings for Austin Oranday here, but I know we'll find out sooner or later.
All right, we'll recap that after the match. Let's get back to Steven.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Austin the Gumby Oranday.
So Austin Oranday has had a great season, has lost 2 of his last 2 matches. A couple of those twisters, Beuhring and Carlton getting the better of him. Did break Adam Frank earlier tonight. He'll close his season against Joshua Squires, and most certainly is a contender in next week's tournament.
Absolutely. Final assignment here for Austin Oranday as he looks to continue to represent the 2026 team champions who will crown later tonight, Las Vegas Kings. Oranday ready to go for the final time in Las Vegas in the regular season.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Joshua Squires.
Here is your front runner for the 6th man of the year, Joshua Squires, repping the Colorado Wolverines for the final time this season. Had a couple nice moments, memorable kill over Fekete. That was back in week 4.
All right, here we go. Final assignment this season in the regular season for both men. It will be the final time we see Squires on the mat as he is out of the playoffs, but see how he handles Austin Oranday, who's got a hold of that left leg. Ooh, really putting the squeeze on here is Oranday, and Squires able to get free. Oh, now trying to take a look here.
Nice. Smooth by Oranday.
Now back to the feet. We're trying to get the attack here. Again is Oranday.
Oh, we know he's a super dangerous leg locker, and that's a nasty attack. Nice movement over the top by Squires, though. Oranday follows him. Squires tries to pull him down into his own leg lock attempt. Finishing on top, looking to pass now. Squires has been a real treat for me this season, guys. I've really loved having him around. I think he's very, very good.
He's had a lot of big moments and certainly gotten better the more time he's been able to get out there.
Scramble for position here. We work our way back to the feet. Squires elects to take a seat. You talk about Squires, being that front runner for the 6th man of the year, and we've seen, the PGF is so demanding. Some guys get a ton of matches coming off the bench. Others, like C.J. Murdoch, get 2. And, no path to the final night here of the season is ever the same. And Squires has done a wonderful job at, really making a name for himself and, bursting out in a big way. Despite not being in the playoffs, I think this been a big win for Squires.
Ooh, sock lock here. Looking for the Sistema. This would be his 2nd one. Squires does a good job following that pressure to relieve the toe hold style pressure on that sock lock. Or a Sistema lock, sock lock, same thing.
Coming up on the halfway point here.
Maybe look to heist and enter.
Oranday coming up, looking to pass, driving his knee. Here's a false reap attempt, perhaps, and there's another sock lock again. But As long as that knee stays parallel with the floor, not going to be able to get the pressure you need to get that tap. But if that sock lock, Estima lock is on and the knee is facing the ceiling, that's when the pain comes. And now this is going to be big right here. Oranday got a nice bite. Aoki lock. Woo!
Dude, nobody sees it like you, B-Mac. Nobody.
Oh, my. That is
Wow.
a nasty sub, boys. And look at them. they're having I really feel like this is the only environment where you brutally try to snap a guy's leg and then you end up smiling and laughing with him right afterwards.
What a way for Austin Oranday to end his regular season, and that might provide a shakeup here. We're going to look at the standings here in a moment, but big points for Oranday.
Yeah, and also confidence, right? I mean, if I'm one of these 8 athletes going into next week, I want to be feeling good about myself. You talk about Groner having the momentum. I tell you what, it is a complete murderer's row 1 through 8. And ultimately, you got to be at your best if you're going to sniff a chance to get into semis or even the final.
Absolutely. Big win, big points. Austin Oranday gets the break. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing the Vegas Kings, Austin Oranday.
Austin Oranday closing out the season with points.
And a big part, sorry to interrupt you, of the reason why this is a championship squad.
Absolutely. And Squires, had some
He
moments.
had a moment right there. That
He-
was a great play. Oranday responded well. Squires stepping into his guard passing there. Here's the final look. I believe this is the final look here. See how he slips that heel onto the wrist right there. Ooh. Nasty. As long as it was straight, Josh was feeling comfortable. Austin moved his hip back, made space for the heel to come to the inside, and then trapped it in that death grip against his own chest. Bang, bang, bang. Aoki lock for the 6-gun shooter, Austin Oranday.
And that ends the season for Joshua Squires, who's not in the playoffs, but he's made a big impact, front runner for 6th man of the year, and he's now standing by with Stephen Aiken.
Here with Joshua Squires, potential 6th man of the year, somebody coming in off the bench, putting up points, putting up exciting matches. Even that last one right there, brother, you had him for a second there. I thought it was, ooh, we all kind of jumped for a minute. Tell me how you're feeling after this.
I'm feeling okay. Took 3 L's today, so could have gone better. But overall, didn't take too much damage. Took a little bit, but not a lot. So probably a little sore tomorrow. I'm just happy nothing broke, and I'll be out there next week helping Jayden. He's going to kill in the playoffs, so hats off to Jayden wherever he's at. He's going to bring it home for the Colorado Wolverines.
It's hard to say, right?
It is, especially if you have a speech impediment.
I think I got one, too.
Brothers.
Well, anyways, Josh, you've done great work this season. You and the Wolverines have come on strong every week, finishing strong, and you guys are doing it again now still, putting in great matches. Tell me what it's meant for you to be a member of the Wolverines this season.
It means a lot. We spent 5 weeks, going on 6 weeks with these guys. The crew's really good. We have Kenny, we have Leaf, we have Egg. We have great coaches, and someone kind of came up halfway through the season. He was a competitor. Jonathan really stepped it up, and he's helped me a lot with like crucifix position, and I thought I had it down pretty well, but he taught me a whole new world. So it's just awesome being in a room full of killers, and this is like I've been in the game for 13 years, and I learned so much in this like short period of time. So yeah, it feels amazing to be part of the Wolverines and part of the PGF. It's an amazing experience.
Josh, we're looking forward to a lot more from you here in the future at the PGF. Thank you so much for coming in this season and doing everything that you did. Josh Squires, everybody.
Josh Squires, it yet remains to be seen if he will pick up that 6th Man of the Year award, but definitely a front runner to say the least. And great to see him here on this PGF mat throughout his run. Now Austin Oranday has just made Stephen Aiken a cowboy. Let's get to it.
Yep, I'm a real cowboy now. He put the hat on. It's the thing. It's when he wins, I get the cowboy hat, but he takes it back. So we'll figure out what that means. I don't know. Austin, you're doing great, man, this season. You're in the playoffs. Your team's going to win the team title. So many great things to say. Why don't you tell the people what you want to say?
First, I want to say all glory to God. Without him, we are nothing. Our works mean nothing compared to 1 second of his. So glory to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Man, you've been great to have this season, watching you come out here and compete. Again, week after week, win, lose, or draw, great attitude, great head on your shoulders, man, putting in the work. What's it meant for you to be a Vegas King this season?
More than you can imagine. The Vegas Kings have taken such good care of me. They are truly a blessing in my life. I couldn't have ended up on a better team. A big thank you to my family. They've been back home, pitting out and suffering and making this possible for me. Thank you to my beautiful fiance over there on the couch for putting up with me and helping me through the season and being there in the good and bad times. And thank you to the PGF. The PGF is making this all tides rise. We're getting paid like professional athletes. We're getting treated like professional athletes. So thank you to Brandon. Thank you to Keelan. Thank you to Zoe. Thank you to everyone a part of the PGF. Thank you to everyone that's helped me. Big shout out to my sponsors, Submission Sensei and Forge Peptide Company. Thank you, guys.
Austin Oranday, everybody. We really appreciate you, brother. Look forward to next week.
Austin Oranday, a big reason why those Las Vegas Kings will claim the crown, and you will see Oranday next week in the playoffs. Jason Anik, what are we seeing?
BMAC, what do we see? How do we break that tie? Because that is a fascinating turn of events.
Well, the first tie break is head-to-head. And then the second tie break would be the most number of submissions.
So I'm pretty sure Beuhring got the better of Oranday. He did. So that seeding is correct. So Oranday will face Haven. And looks like Beuhring will face Chuy, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Chuy Magana did remain in that 6th slot. And we just saw maybe Melanson getting out of here, getting ready early for that matchup with Jett Thompson next week. I mean, that is unbelievable. And Melanson in that format with 10 minutes to work, that is electric.
Absolutely. All right, we're not done yet here in Las Vegas. Our final block is underway, and look at this. Match 150 has arrived. And there's Carlos Enrique, UFC BJJ lightweight champ in the house, taking in PGF. He's found the secret location, and when he got a belt like that, they're going to let you in. He's in action tomorrow night defending that belt. So tune in and check it out. Carlos Enrique, always fun to see on the mat. Appreciate him coming out to PGF. All right, final match of the season. Let's get to it. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have passed 149 matches, and this is number 150. It is our final match of the 2026 PGF regular season. The first athlete making his way to the mat, representing the Vegas Kings. Make some noise for Jett Thompson!
So fitting that Jett Thompson will be in the final match of this season. We talked about his somewhat slow start in Season 8. Season 9, it's just been, from start to finish, just an absolute juggernaut for the kid. A lot of pressure on him next week because ultimately anything less than a championship won't be enough for Jett.
Jett Thompson continues his run here at PGF, and now he closes out the 2026 regular season as he's ready to go to bring it home for the Las Vegas Kings. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing the Colorado Wolverines. Make some noise for Caleb Crump!
Here is Caleb Crump making the walk in his 15th and final match of the season. Always electric to watch on the mat and has been a big part of the leadership and growth of this team despite where they stand in the standings.
58 huge points for Jett Thompson. It remains to be seen if that will be the final total. Caleb Crump on the board with 7. We'll see if he can pull off a huge upset on the way out. TJ DeSantis along with Jason Anik, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. Appreciate you joining us. Match 150 of this 2026 season is underway.
See, could you imagine this? Into the closed guard. And here comes the play right here.
Oh my goodness.
God. How many times are we going to see Jett Thompson make that closed guard to the back movement? He is elite amongst the elite with that movement.
And we've used the word inevitable. The choke feels inevitable when Jett gets you in this position.
And I mean, again, we're at 35 seconds just past that mark here. Jett does it with remarkable speed. And if you're Caleb Crump, obviously you're fearing a potential choke, but you're also fearing just being stuck here for minutes on end.
The body triangle just brutal. You know, and the fact that Jett has separated himself on the leaderboard, given the talent that's right there, and Elijah having a great year, it just says so much about how he finishes these matches.
Absolutely, and Jett trying to put the squeeze on again. And, you know, he's a great jiu-jitsu player, but I don't think anybody has really adapted to their game to this PGF format quite like Jett Thompson has. He goes out there, it's pedal to the metal. You're inside his guard, he makes you feel uncomfortable, he takes your back, and obviously in this position, Jett Thompson going to make you feel like you're in hell.
Jett with those double unders. And, you know, that was a change that not really a change, but like an emphasis that was made to the referees. If the back player has a body triangle and 2 underhooks, don't call the other guy. Don't put the other guy on the shot clock in that moment. He can't rotate his shoulders. He can't rotate his hips either.
Right.
And the guy can't tap him from there without taking at least one of those underhooks out.
Action back underway.
Jett working back into his body triangle again with the 2 underhooks.
B-Mac, when Jett Thompson showed up as the young 17-year-old kid here at season number 6, did you expect this sort of potential for him?
I knew that he could be good, but if you'll recall that season 6 run, it was all about the Aoki lock.
That's right.
He was dominating people with this one leg lock move, and then, you know, once he got into the playoffs, we saw that he had a little bit wider of a game, but we haven't really seen him attack the legs at all. He's been dead focused on 6s, and you see the results of that, dude.
Yeah.
He's at the top of the leaderboard again.
And
I think last season, when he started off slow, he was really getting into his groove of finding how to go for 6. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. And so, oh, look at this.
Nicely done.
Is he the first guy to survive the back game
Right.
and completely escape?
Yeah, it feels like
but
it,
Jett pulls
honestly.
it down. Watch this. He's gonna make this same play again. Watch. Jett goes 2 unders. He'll unlock the legs. He'll take 1 foot, kick it up in the air, pop himself up onto his right shoulder or elbow, and that's what's going to start pushing him out towards the back. But Caleb doing a good job just keeping that nasty frame, and Jett was like, you know what? Last game of the season, I don't think I want to deal with that right now. And this is, now when he digs the underhook, this is where Jett starts to set up that Kosovo cradle, which can often turn into a back take. He'll invert underneath even sometimes with that.
And that's the thing about Jett Thompson. You talk about his run and his evolution. I feel like he's on offense in every single position, and I think the scoreboard is ultimately showing a lot of points for Jett because of that. It's offense first, and not too many men have been able to slow him down.
Caleb trying to grind right here.
I mean, when you're in someone's closed guard and you got to worry about your back being taken, that's just not fair.
And now, here it comes. We'll see Jett open the guard, kick that foot high in the air, and hip out. Here he goes. He'll lock that body triangle once he gets the angle that he wants, but he hasn't been able to do it yet. Breaks the Crump trying to stand.
And Crump has done a good job, but that's the issue. You might get away, but if you're inside the guard and can't get out, you're going to find yourself on that penalty position. And now Jett Thompson has a look to try to secure the back. Jared Fekete watching Matt's side.
And Jett got to the back already on his own accord during this match. Crump escaped, turned it back into the closed guard, but just funnels him right back into the back again.
The hand caught on the
that's
inside.
going to be a murdering squeeze right there. He's going to finish that one.
Even more points
Wow.
secured for the kid. Jett Thompson just stamping it even further that he is the man that's going to walk away as the individual champion when it comes to points, and more money to be had too. Jett Thompson, everybody looking at his resume A historic run for him and the Kings as we close it out. And let's go ahead and make this one official.
Your winner with a kill representing the Vegas Kings, Jett Thompson.
Inevitable indeed. Jett Thompson getting it done. Caps off a huge season for himself and these Las Vegas Kings. Let's take a look at what we've really seen all season long. Caleb Crump was tough.
Yep.
Finds himself in the closed guard here, but again, that's a position that you just can't enjoy with Jett Thompson. Shot clock is called, penalty position, restart, and Jett Thompson, I mean, it didn't matter if that hand was in there either. He was going to take everything home, and Jett Thompson in position to take everything home. He's already captured that team title. We'll see him 1 week from tonight as the #1 seed in the playoffs, and now we're going to see him have a chat with Stephen Aiken.
Here with Jett Thompson, your official regular season points champion. Jett, tell me how you're feeling after this season, man. It's point after point after point.
I'm feeling great. This is the best season I've ever had, but there's a lot of things to improve on. There's a lot of things that could have done better. Next 175 season, I'm going all subs.
You're going to go 20 or 15-0.
Yes, sir.
Dang, he's calling this shot right here, 15-0. Jett, you got one more week left next week in the playoffs. Are you going to leave here as the champ?
Yes, sir. Come for it all.
He's coming for everything, everybody. Jett's not intimidated. He's going to wrap his legs around you, put you in the closed guard, take your back, probably rub your face a bunch of times, and then probably choke you. Is that what you're going to do?
This is a good idea.
Jett Thompson, everybody.
Stephen Aiken giving Jett Thompson secrets away, but I don't think it matters. Everyone knows what he's going to do, and he continues to do it. All right, here's Caleb Crump with Stephen.
Here with Caleb Crump, franchise player for the Colorado Wolverines first season. Caleb, you come out here again. You're another one of those guys that's a dog. Every match you're in, we know what we're going to get. We know there's not going to be an easy out for somebody. Even if you don't get the win, they're going to have to take it from you every single time, man. We know that coming in. So I appreciate you coming out here and doing that for us every time in and time out, because that's not easy. We all know that. Tell me what it means for you, though, to be a member of the Colorado Wolverines this season.
I'm super grateful to be here. Shout out to the PGF, Colorado Wolverines. Our whole team's awesome. This whole thing is amazing. It's a hard tournament. It's a hard rule set. Bunch of dogs. I'm grateful for the experience. You know, going back to the lab to work on a bunch of things. Yes, sir.
That's how the pros do it, man, and you're definitely one of those. Is there anything you want to say here tonight to the folks at home or anybody that's watching?
All glory to God, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Shout out to my boy Leo. I love you. Keep doing great. And my beautiful lady, Eileen.
Caleb Crump and the Colorado Wolverines, everybody. Thank you, brother.
A franchise player for those Colorado Wolverines, Caleb Crump, secured his first submission of his PGF career this season, and he was a valued member of those Colorado Wolverines. But at the top, the Kings stand alone. The Twisters unable to close the distance, so the Las Vegas Kings secured their second team championship here at PGF. And Jason, I mean, they basically came out, took it on night one, started to lead the way, and it was just a race between them. And, you know, Philly was in the mix for a while, but ultimately the Kings reigned supreme, and no wonder. Jett Thompson in that #1 spot, you know, undeniable.
Fascinating season. Some fascinating matchups going to come next week. And when you see that leaderboard with the Kings win by 15 points, not a huge margin necessarily. So we see here the final playoff standings. No more bubble. Chuy Magana will hold on to that #6 seed. Hope his health holds up. If not, Derrick Rayfield will find himself in. Groner in the 7th seed, 8. Melanson. I mean, so you got Melanson versus Thompson.
Yeah.
Groner versus Carlton. I mean, it's all these matchups just incredible.
Absolutely, and, you know, credit to these guys, too, that were in the mix. I mean, Sam Schwartzapfel, the way he went out tonight, unbelievable.
Right?
I mean, it's just too little too late, but I think that was the Sam Schwartzapfel that we, you know, were expecting, you know, or at least Egghead was expecting. David Seagraves, the owner of the Colorado Wolverines, had big expectations, and I think while it was, you know, on the final night of the season, we saw why Egg was so high on Sam.
No question about it. And I think Colorado really, if this was a 10-week season, I think would be certainly in the mix. They got better as it went along.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what Groner does here in these playoffs. And, all right. We see the trophy there in the hands of Zoltan.
BMAC making his way onto the mat. We are going to crown our 2026 PGF champion, Las Vegas Kings.
All right, the time has come to award the 2026 PGF Season Championship. I want to call out the Las Vegas Kings, led by Coach Ricky Lundell, Kevin Lucas, all of the squad. Come on out, guys.
At the top once again, champions of the PGF, led by Jett Thompson, Coach Ricky Lundell.
All right, while everybody's doing their pleasantries, I would actually like to talk to Kevin. Kevin, you know, without you guys, without the two of you, I don't think that the PGF would be on the trajectory that it's on. You came in season 5 and you saw something and you believed in what we were trying to do, and you were the first guy to the table when it was time to start putting this franchise era together. Without you guys, both of you, this just absolutely wouldn't be possible. And what you've put together with this Vegas team, I believe we got our first dynasty in PGF history. I don't think there's any denying it. Season 7 championship. Season 8, you got the individual champion. You got the individual and the team championship, or as far as points leaders, the individual here in the 2026 season. Let's just hear from the two of you. I'm just going to let you have the mic for a second.
You can hold the mic, otherwise I'll go on. So first and foremost, I just can't thank Heather and Zoe and Brandon and Keelan enough. Since 2020, when we jumped into the jiu-jitsu space, my wife and I were looking at the numbers not too long ago, and New Hope Regeneration has invested close to $4 million into jiu-jitsu between the different promotions that we've been part of. And what we saw in season 5, we knew this was the thing that we wanted to focus on, because the level of professionalism that is coming into play, the opportunity for the young men and soon to be young women when it's the right time to grow jiu-jitsu in the most professional way, and the fact that I just get to do it with my beautiful bride. She actually is the we're doing this for sure, and I was a little apprehensive, and she said, no, we're in. So we're just so grateful. Coach Ricky, we're not calling Kevin and Ricky the dream team, but
maybe we are.
But I think it's pretty clear we're able to do some pretty great stuff together. Coach Ricky, Coach Todd, sacrifice. We've literally been working 20-hour days for the last 6 weeks. Cassandra's at home taking care of everything on the back end, so these young men can focus on their dream of being professional athletes, and that's what the 4 of you guys have created, and we just get to be part of that.
Well, we're all very lucky that you guys became a part of this. I actually want to talk to your lovely bride right here. So, Liz, I'm going to put you on the spot. Thank you for what you mean to the PGF and for what your belief in the PGF and in these young men means to the sport of jiu-jitsu as a whole. What you guys are doing, laying the foundation for the future, I think it's going to make a huge difference in what's really possible. Just let you have the mic for a second. Say whatever you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you again to everybody. Thank you specifically to these amazing athletes. Without them, we have no team, right? They are amazing and they're awesome. I want to thank also the wives who have been helping these guys, to Mrs. Lundell and Mrs. Price out there, and Mrs. Yancey, and all these amazing women over here who have been feeding them and loving them and just caring on them. I know I'm not out here full time, but having them here has been just amazing and awesome. So it is a village to make this happen, and this is what we are here for. We're here to make lives better.
Well, thank you so much for what you do and what you mean to all of us. We couldn't be more proud to have you guys representing the PGF as the team champions this season. I want to call up Coach Ricky. Let me get Travis, Todd, come on up here. We'll let them stand in, the general manager and assistant coach, and, of course, the head coach, Ricky Lundell. Ricky, you're an accomplished martial artist, an accomplished leader in many different fields. What has your experience been like this season with the Kings?
Well, first off, I have to say that the PGF is the best grappling show on earth. I mean, there's no question about it. It's the most exciting rules system. They got the best leadership, and we're just so thankful for what you're doing, Brandon, Zoe, Heather, Keelan. You guys put in so much work out there, and then I wanna also make sure to touch on the fact that the reason it's so good is because they bring in the best competition. The Twisters, Coach Applegate, everything that he's done, Kenny Johnson, the Wolverines, everything that they're doing, and all of their teammates and team members, and of course over here with the Phenoms, Chris Olivo. They've all put a heck of a squad together, and that's why this is such a successful show.
Thank you so much, Ricky. And we know that you got your hands full right now. You got Miss Rhonda coming up in one of the biggest MMA fights maybe of all time coming up soon on that Netflix card. But you've given a lot of your time and a lot of your energy and a lot of your expertise and leadership, not just to these guys, but to all of us, and to me, myself as well. And I appreciate what you've meant to me and what you've meant to this organization. Thank you so much. Let's go over here. Assistant Coach Todd. Hey, listen, you stay pretty quiet, but here's your shot right here, Todd. Here's your shot. Look at this camera right here, Todd.
I just want to thank everybody in this room. Thank you, all four of you, for putting this organization together. Thank the Lucas family for bringing myself, Travis, Ricky, and the rest of this team together. And again, without Coach Ricky, I actually wouldn't be here today. He's been my coach from day one. So I've been with him for almost 16 years now. So it's great, and it's coming full circle. And I'm so proud of this team and proud of everybody in this room, these athletes as a whole from all four of these teams and everything that they're doing, all the sacrifices the wives, their children, their families have made all season long has been amazing. So again, Brandon, thank you so much for everything that you're doing for Jiu-Jitsu, for grappling as a whole. It's been great.
Thank you, Todd. And let's bring in the winning GM, a former PGF champion as an athlete yourself. What, I'm going to give you a chance to talk about your experience with the Kings this season as a GM, but I want to actually know, are we going to see you as an athlete again with this team?
Yeah, I think, whenever it comes back to my weight, I'm going to definitely get back out there and show these guys what I've been working on. But, yeah, thank you very much for what you've done. You actually got me to do the PGF, and it's really changed the trajectory of my career. And now I get to be on here as a general manager with the guys. I've got to win my own season with Ricky, and now I get to win the season as the GM. And, man, these guys just really put their whole heart into it, and it makes our job easy. We really love to come out here every day and get to train with these guys and see what they're doing. It's phenomenal to be here, and I'm just super grateful.
Well, Travis, we're thankful to have you here, have you be a part of this as well. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hand. Oh, you got one more thing? Yeah.
Every single one of these men, I just want to point out, has worked so hard for this season, and we in the leadership are so proud of every single one of you guys and thankful for your families and all the support there. And we just, as a team, we want to give all glory to God here and just thank you for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you, guys. Kevin, why don't you take that trophy and hoist it up above your head. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 PGF champions, the Las Vegas Kings.
Well, the Kings able to get it done, and look at the smiles on those faces. That's what it's all about. Jett Thompson, the leader of that squad. Making it rain here in Las Vegas. Jared Fekete C.J. Murdoch, J.J. Bowers.
And seeing J.J. Bowers and C.J. Murdoch out there who were part of that bottom-feeding Tropic Thunder's team last year to realize the championship here is special.
What a road for all of these Kings. And tonight they truly are Kings once again of the PGF.
And 3 of those Kings will be competing next week in the playoff. Chuy Magana there, who looks like he'll be okay. Austin Oranday and Jett Thompson. 3 Kings, 3 Twisters, 1 Phenom, 1 Wolverine in next week's playoff.
Cannot wait for it, but tonight belongs to these Kings. And it's great to see the culture that we were talking about, and I think was on display in those interviews. Ricky Lundell runs a tight ship, and each and every one of these grapplers are truly better for having this experience. And after 150 matches, they can truly call themselves Kings of the PGF. I get the feels, Jason.
What a special season, and it wasn't as if the other 3 teams weren't game. I mean, the Kings really just set a standard, and when we use that word dynasty, right? You back-to-back champions, that's a dynasty. And however season 10 plays out, whatever weight class or classes it may be, you can be sure the Las Vegas Kings are going to have a leg up because they are running this organization top to bottom, first class.
Absolutely. Travis Thomas got to be a franchise player for the team. They're not going to let another team draft him. That would just be some mental games.
No question about it. It's going to be fascinating to see how the franchise player component shakes out. A guy like Jayden Groner, who's not a franchise player on the Colorado Wolverines.
Right.
Don't think they're letting him get out of town.
Absolutely not. And these Kings celebrating with a prayer led by Ricky Lundell. And Ricky, truly a great coach. And Kevin Lucas gets a lot of credit for his belief in the PGF, but a lot of credit goes to Ricky Lundell as well, who, he's got a lot of things going on, and for him to, focus his time here on the PGF is an endorsement all in itself. Now let's take a look at what you need to know. The playoff picture, it is set. It goes down next week, 1 week from tonight. We will crown an individual champion. Who will it be? The playoffs change everything. It is a different format. Shot clock still in play. Instead of a 6-minute round, you get a 10-minute round, and we go to overtime if there is no winner there. And because of that, you could see maybe guys like Chuy Magana potentially survive, get to, an overtime, maybe, secure a submission. 6 minutes is a sprint. 10 minutes is a marathon, and if we don't get it done there, we go to overtime where anything can change. And Jett Thompson versus Shawn Melanson out to shoot. You kidding me?
It's really unbelievable, some of these matchups. And Melanson and Jett Thompson probably both enjoy the fact they'll have 10 minutes to work with. But Melanson has been a really great injection into this league. And I think for Jett Thompson, when he sees that bracket and finds out that's number 8, it's just there's no easy outs, right? No easy outs. You talk about an NCAA tournament or other sports, right? When you're looking at a 1 seed versus 16th seed, those upsets don't happen. 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, anything could happen next week.
Absolutely. 1 week from tonight, mark your calendars. I mean, let's be honest. It's where you've been for the last 5 weeks.
Right.
So, show up for week number 6, and we will get to crowning an individual champion. Jett Thompson able to close out this year as the points leader. We'll see what he can do 1 week from tonight. But the action was amazing from top to bottom, and we cannot wait to see what shakes out next week for the playoffs. Rafa Esparza standing by for our post show. I'm sure he'll have a playoff preview for you as well. And that's it for us. 150 matches in the books. We'll see you next week for the playoffs. For Jason Anik, B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, Tim Freeman, Alex Wendling, I'm TJ DeSantis. So long from Las Vegas.